everybody, and welcome back to the Best in Guild Tournament EU as things are heating up for both the round 4 and the semifinals today. I am Blue Squadron, your tournament host and primary tournament director, joined by my co-caster Shiku. Shiku, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Well, hello, my name is Shiku. A lot of you know me by the Throne and Liberty category since Korea. I usually stream like MMOs, and as usual, a pleasure to be here, especially for today's matches that are going to be quite spicy.
Yeah, as the tournament goes on, by nature of the tournament and based on how it was seeded, which I actually think I did a pretty good job of, the matches get closer and closer as we move through the tournament, and we have a lot of matches prepared for today. We have the round of 4, which is all best of 1, straight into the semifinals, which is a best of 3. So guilds will initially play their first match of the day, and if they win, they're going to come back and play in the semifinals in a best of 3 against the winner on their side of the bracket here. If we look ahead to the first match of the day, I think a lot of people are expecting SYN Nova to come home with the win in the first match of the day. They've been certainly bulldozing their way through the first half of this tournament. SYN Nova, an early access start guild from the Wraith server. They believe they're the strongest guild in their alliance, the only ones to enter this tournament from their alliance. They're rank 1 on their server. I believe that they won Castle. They're 4 siege wins deep. I think they're 5 now, if you include the most recent one. And then their prediction for the tournament was top 4. So assuming they win this first match, they should be there.
I mean, to be fair, Nova is like pretty much probably the favorite of winning this tournament according to a lot of people, but I have to admit Greed has also been showing pretty good dominance in these matches this tournament, which is far beyond what people expected, honestly. So I don't think Nova is necessarily going to have an easy time today, but they're definitely one of the best candidates in today's tournament, or the tournament in general, to be the winners of this tournament, actually.
Yeah, so, well, I think that Greed has a solid chance in this match. They've certainly proved themselves so far in the tournament. Making it this far means you are an exceptional guild. I mean, you, in order to make it to round 4 in a 54 guild tournament, you really have to be in the top percentage of guilds on the server, which I think is extremely impressive for a brand new MMO release in the West like this. It just demonstrates mastery of the game far above your peers, which is really interesting. We're actually going to break down a few of our matches here at the start since we have some time to talk about it in theorycraft a little bit. A lot of people think that SYN Nova is going to win that first match. This second one, not so much. This one could be a lot closer. xMark, a free-to-play start guild from the Arnett server. The strongest guild in their alliance, Unleash, also in the tournament as well. They believe they're the strongest alliance on the server. And again, I've made this joke in the previous broadcast, but I asked them, how many sieges did you win? They said all 4. I said, there's been 6 sieges. And they said, yes, we've won all 4. So I don't know. I don't know at this point. So, like, I think that they won their most recent siege. Who knows at this point? The prediction was middle of the pack. They're certainly better than that on this one. They're up against your tournament favorite, seemingly, Disaster Death.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, xMark has been pretty dominant. Obviously, they've showcased pretty good coordination, and I think they're pretty strong. The only reason Disaster Death is my favorite is honestly just because, first of all, I like their name. Second of all, I don't know. They give me hope, man. Like we saw last time, we were watching them play. Everybody said they're going to lose, but somehow they were actually coming out winning, which was pretty impressive on their end. So I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, you know, just give them a little bit of trust. I have to admit, though, today's going to be a very tough match for them. xMark, in my personal opinion, I've said this before, they might be probably the rank 1 in this whole tournament, even above SYN Nova. But I'm still going to give Disaster Death a little bit of benefit of the doubt, and I hope they show us something unexpected today.
Okay, so you think xMark is that highly rated, huh?
I think xMark has showcased pretty good coordination across the board, like in all their matches. So I think they're pretty damn strong, yeah. Yeah,
they absolutely have. But I think that the biggest upset of the tournament so far was Disaster Death versus Hot Grills in the last round. I think that it was like a 90-10 split. Not very many people thought Disaster Death, and all the casters that I had casted with thought that Hot Grills was going to win that one and that they were one of the favorites to win the whole tournament. And then Disaster Death just came in and took a dumpy on them, which was pretty crazy. crazy. So I'm not going to vote against them again in this round. I've learned my lesson on that one. Now for one of our most hyped matches of the day, we look at Orca versus Failure on this one. I believe Orca is an early access guild hailing from the Ember server. They said we are all one brain cell, and I gotta say again, I think that Orca, they come from the Black Desert Online community, and they were really strong in that community, so I'm rooting them for them in this tournament. But I know who Sid does not want to win.
I mean, to be fully honest, Orca has been also pretty strong, obviously, but as we always say, like, Failure was also showing pretty good coordination as well. Despite the fact that their name is Failure, they have showcased that they're actually far from that, at least when it comes to Throne and Liberty. And I think, honestly, Orca might be having a hard time today. I think Failure might actually take this home from them.
I'm not sure either way. They did send me this absolutely bussin' song we'll sit here and listen to for a second.
Let's check it out.
Only time you win fights is when you alt-tab the complaint. Always first to log in, last one picked. His guild mates call him loaded screen, dude never clicks. Always in the chat, acting like he got some tricks. But when it's time to fight, bro, he's conveniently sick. Spiz, yeah, the throne ain't made for you. You're just a Liberty leech, that's the cold hard truth. A spectator legend, a Twitch chat king. But in the actual game, bro, you don't do a thing. He stays spectating, playing coach from the sheets. Got the snack stacked high, got his blanket on fleek. His team out grinding, securing that loot. Meanwhile, he's refreshing Twitch like who's playing in the group. Talks like a vet, but the facts ain't aligned. Dude ain't touched a raid since patch 129. Stats look tragic, KDA straight plastic. If the game had a watch time rank, he'd be fantastic. Yo, Spid, do you even got a build? Do you even know what a fight feels like on the field? Or you just out here, feet up, feet warm, commentating matches like it's your full-time form? Your guild's out there making plays in the dark. You updating your tier list and ranking the sharks. Bro, stay comfy, your bed's your domain, but don't act like a king when you don't play the game. Spid, yeah, the throne ain't made for you. You're just a Liberty leech, that's the cold hard truth. A spectator legend, a Twitch chat king, but in the actual game, bro, you don't do a thing. CK grinds, but the grind's on pause. Only guild he's leading is a Discord cause. He reppin' big talk, but the numbers don't match. Dude got 0 trophies, just clips to rewatch. Last fight he entered, he ran in and died. Respawned so quick, he ain't even tried. Whole squad laughing, man thought he was slick, but the only thing he carries is a backseat click. Spid, world's best bench warmer, that's your name. First place in AFK Hall of Fame. So stay right there, don't even let the real ones play while you watch and pretend.
All right, yo, okay, so I just had to play it because he got sent to me. Absolutely goated song. And the reason that I play it here is because Spid has been against Failure the entire tournament long. He has lost hundreds of dollars at this point betting on me and betting against Failure every single round, and time again Failure has basically been demolishing his wallet. I gotta give Spid credit where credit's due, man. He's very dedicated to hating on this guild. But in fairness, they did wrong him early on, and that's what we love so much about the PvP scene, is the beef and the rivalry that you see between a lot of these guilds. This time, though, I do think that Failure has their work cut out for them. I have to be basically rooting for Orca here. Those are my BDO homies over there. Those are the real ones, and I'd love to see them go all the way to the grand finals of this tournament. I'm curious, who do you think is going to win this one, Shiku?
Honestly, for me personally, I will have to go for Failure. I know that Orca has a whole legacy from BDO and all that, but to be honest, Failure has, as I mentioned before, pretty solid players that I've had the luxury of playing with even in Korea. And I think those players, when I talk about those players as individuals, they are good. So yeah. I don't think they will be here they definitely have something cooked for today to kind of play against Orca.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the last match of round 4 sure. Keep in mind, we also have the semis after this too. Unleash versus Hand of Unity. Unleash an early access start guild from the Arnett server once again, just like xMark was earlier, because they're in the same alliance. They believe that they're either first or second in the alliance, just like xMark. They're both very close in strength, so they both said first or second on the form. They believe they're the strongest on their server. They've won every single siege that they could possibly win up until this point. The prediction for the tournament is top 5, and they're right on the cusp of achieving that. I'll let you introduce Hand of Unity here.
Yeah, Hand of Unity is like a guild that is on Adriana. They initially started on Penance, led by Relico. Honestly, one hell of a goated leader. The guild has improved dramatically since like they've played in like the betas and until today. I was honestly surprised by their fights in this tournament. They have been showcasing insane dominance overall. So I think Unleash is not going to have an easy time, but neither will Hand of Unity today either, to be honest. I think this is going to be probably the closest match we're going to watch today before the semifinals.
Really? I think a lot of people think Hand of Unity's taking this one home, but I will say that I spoke with a few leaderships and they said that this is the first very difficult match that they feel that Hand of Unity has had to play in the tournament so far. Unleashed with an unorthodox first map pick in the tournament. They chose Malachar against Rollout, which was a risky business kind of choice, but the gamble did get them through the first round of that tournament and then convincingly winning the round last time, I believe, on mmorpg. Now up against Hand of Unity. I'm curious how that's going to go. It does look like we are ready with this lobby here and ready to go. So we're going to move over to the versus screen for our very first match of the day is SYN Nova versus Greed. So make sure you guys got your predictions in for that one. It looks like the prediction already ran because my mods are absolutely goated. It looks like 89% of people think that SYN Nova is going to take this one home. Any Greed fans in the chat right now? I know that Greed is very happy with their performance in the tournament to this point. So no matter what happens here, again, it looks like David versus Goliath. SYN Nova just looks that strong on that side of the bracket here. Let's talk a little bit about pick ban, Shiku. Looks like SYN Nova won the pick ban, chose to pick, which means Greed banned. And Greed banned Azriel, Grand Alon, and Malachar. It looks like we're going to mmorpg, my favorite, buddy.
Yep. I mean, I have to admit, like, Greed has been showing pretty good performance, as I was saying, and Synergy Nova is definitely, like, in my opinion, probably the favorite to win this match. But I am honestly trying to put some hope in Greed here. I think it will be an insane plot twist if Greed takes this one.
Yeah, it would be a super crazy. I just want them to be close matches. All right, look, I'm from North America. All right, we're basically garbage. I just want to see it because, like, I'm just gonna tell you right now, the scene in North America is a lot more top heavy, and it was like this in Black Desert Online too, where our top end players in NA are exceptionally good, very, very good, but it drops off like a cliff. So you have people in the bottom end of the PvP scene who can't even complete the alphabet correctly. In EU, I think it's a lot more evenly spread in terms of skill wise across the board. And then as we get closer, I talked to some of these leadership cores. No, they are not super confident that they can win every single match. No, they're not super confident because EU doesn't necessarily stack all of its best players in the same guild. They say sometimes we win, sometimes we lose that match. It depends on which map it is and how their players play and who they're fielding on that particular day. So honestly, we could see it go either way here. I'm very excited to see mmorpg chosen because, again, I think this is one of the most balanced Rift Stones that we can possibly see in the tournament, and we see it so many times. And that was another thing, is that NA basically always had the exact same I mean, NA had a huge wide variety of maps. Every single time it was a different map, and on EU everyone seems to favor basically the same maps. It looks like we are in the live match now. So we're going to transition over. The match has begun between Greed and SYN Nova on this one. The spectators sadly spawn in Wakanda, so you can see me basically running as quickly as I can toward the match to try to catch the first engagement here. We'll see if Shiku can actually get there first, but we will see. SYN Nova, the heavy favorites in this one. We'll see if Greed can put up much of a fight. SYN Nova has basically been the Grim Reaper of the top bracket of this tournament, as both guilds already clashing from the first time. And I'll be honest with you, Greed is looking really solid on this high ground, cleaning out a lot of SYN Nova. SYN Nova struggling on the low ground to clear the flankers of SYN Nova, or I mean of Greed rather, down there. It looks like both guilds are actually a lot more evenly matched than we thought. Greed actually clears the flankers from SYN Nova just fine. Looks like their front line is holding up, but starting to lose their health bars now as the healers run low on heals. Shiku, we might have a match on our hands.
It looks like this will be actually way more closer than we even thought. And I honestly think like right now they're evenly matched in the sense of Greed is winning the higher ground, Synergy is winning the lower ground. It's gonna come down to who can thin the numbers a little bit early on right now, because they're just pretty much equal right now. They are just on different sides essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like SYN Nova starting to take over this high ground a little bit as Greed has committed more resources to the low ground. But you can see as Greed does that, they start to take low ground control. Yes, they ceded some high ground control, but they're starting to favor that low ground advantage. We'll see if these SYN Nova flankers can clean up the rest of these. It's on these yellow health bars up here, guys. These are the flankers up here trying to keep this SYN Nova squad from hitting their main ball, which is sitting down there on the ground in the back. They can't let these red health bars get onto the back line of Greed down there, and they're skirmishing for their life up here. It looks like one static from Greed is doing the Lord's work against 2 to 3 statics from SYN Nova. Literally each member of that party is in a 1v3, and they are absolutely holding on as the rest of Greed battles the rest of SYN Nova and goes relatively even, which is a tough thing to do when you're trading against SYN Nova. If you look at the leaderboards right now, you can see it's actually pretty split overall, which I think is surprising to a lot of players who are not Greed fans at home. Greed actually coming out, they look really solid in this match. That's probably why mmorpg was actually the choice here. They were probably prepared to play on this map, even though they didn't choose this. SYN Nova chose this map. Greed had to think that SYN Nova thought they had the upper hand. Clearly, Greed understands this map well enough to play the early stages as we tick under 2 minutes here as the Riftstone's about to open up. Yeah, Shiku, we got a match on our hand, man.
It's pretty impressive that there is about 89% people voting for SYN Nova, but Greed is just coming out here being like, we are gonna prove you wrong. And honestly, Greed has a lot of players that played since Korean days. They are PvP players that know what they're doing, know what they're building, and I'm pretty sure they have studied the SYN Nova lineup quite heavily to prepare for this one. And honestly, I think they even knew that they would have to face the mmorpg if they won the pick.
Absolutely. Greed actually winning this fight on the low ground right now. I'm watching the health bars very closely. You can see, look at this backline, guys. If you've never watched large scale PvP before, you're watching a very delicate balance. There's tank, healers, and DPS. The tanks are running around trying to cause disruption in each other's backline. Greed's backline is basically firing for free here as the flankers try to get in on those squishy targets. The healers trying to keep themselves safe, but the tanks doing a great job of peeling back for them as SYN Nova tries to get a flank down. That's really good for them. You see Orca in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down right there, and that's exactly what you want to see on the side of SYN Nova. But look at the other side of the match. Greed is picking apart the SYN Nova backline like I think SYN has never really experienced so far in this tournament before. Greed doing a great job getting onto the priority targets. If we look over onto this high ground, Greed is absolutely winning the high ground fight as well. The low ground fight looks like it could go either way, but with Greed so decisively winning the high ground fight right now, it looks like their backline DPS are going to have room to fire. 15 seconds left on the clock before it opens up. Let's take one more look at the leaderboard here. I see Nova. This is again, Bleed is Greed, I believe, and then you see a lot of Greed down here toward the bottom of the leaderboard as it opens up right now. So the DPS slightly favoring SYN Nova for sure, but clearly that's not translating into as much of an advantage as they want. Unnatural going for the cap right now. Hood King also also trying to get that cap off, both of them trying to stop each other. But again, the fight rages all around this one. Shiku, if you want to run down to the low ground down there, cover that perspective, see what's happening close to the spawn. I see a lot of fighting going on close to the first spawn location over there. If you could give us a perspective on that, that'd be great. Yeah, you're right over there now. Right on. It looks like both guilds have a static that's dedicated to try to interrupt those spawns coming in there, so you can see all the tombstones coming in as they try to interrupt each other, and their regroups coming through here. But again, Greed skirmishing super well. SYN Nova is the first one on the board in this competition here. 28% and climbing with 9 people on the point is so important. Remember, guys, if you have twice as many people on the point as your opponent, as you can see on the right side of your screen there, you actually climb twice as fast in percentage. Yellow needs to get the cap off here to start trying to counter cap this against SYN Nova. Right now, all Greed can do is plant boots on the point and keep SYN Nova's percentage from going up, try to push that back down, but they can't start their own percentage until they get that cap, Shiku.
Yeah, I feel like even though Greed has been showing like pretty good domination against like Synergy Nova here, I think they need to start getting on the point and try to get something going, because I feel like this is the part that will matter the most. Who is going to get that first capture? And I think so far, even though Greed has been doing really well, Synergy Nova just seems to have the better stabilization on the Riftstone, and that is where they have the advantage right now.
Yeah, it looks like Unnatural keeps diving in to try to get this cap down, but look at him, he's getting interrupted every time. Oh my goodness, it's so frustrating. And now he's got a staff absolutely beating on him. And if you guys don't know, staff in this game is a pretty hard counter to tanks overall. It hurts their block chance, it hurts their ability to stand up and be tanky against their opponents. Their healing is damaged as well. He keeps getting frozen, he keeps getting shoved off the point. Greed really struggling to get their foothold in this one. But I'll be honest with you, SYN Nova also struggling. They're barely hitting 39% at this point. You would think with their opponents not able to contest them at all, that they would be climbing a lot faster than this. Just as I say that, they start to run away with it. That is what we expect a little bit more so. Greed needs to help their front line here, as they need to get in on this cap. They are doing a great job of keeping SYN down on that percentage, but sadly for them, it's just not enough. Their front line, just Drunken Devil, cannot get this cap off by himself. They keep intervening here. They keep CCing him over and over, Shiku, and I think it's really hurting them.
Yeah, I think honestly it's fine to play it a little bit the slow game, but at the same time, too slow is not too good for them, because the higher they go, like Synergy Nova, the higher they get on the Riftstone, the worse it could look for for Greed, sorry. And I think Greed, even though they have been doing a phenomenal job on the higher ground, they really need to start funneling more numbers in and try to get that cap, because right now Synergy Nova is just getting free charge at the moment, and that needs to get interrupted before it's too late.
Yeah, again, Greed really struggling here, and this shows the expertise in SYN Nova. Although it's actually relatively close, I think that Greed would be neck and neck with them in percentage overall if they could get a cap down on the point. But sadly for them, SYN Nova just dominating the frontline battle in this fight. Greed doing a great job of skirmishing in the field, but not such a great job of playing around this objective here. I'm not sure where Drunken went, but Unnatural is now trying to go for a cap here. Drunken Devil comes in for a cap, gets pushed away as well. Now Unnatural, his buddy here, trying to help him as well. Both of them trying to get a cap down and just unable to do so, as SYN Nova relentlessly climbs up to 77%. All they really need to do at this point, it looks like SYN Nova is going to get the cap over them. But I'll be honest with you, this is absolutely a close enough match, Shiku, that I think that if they do get that cap down after SYN Nova has, like, they need to get SYN Nova to 100%, then they just need to take their time, make sure that they get that cap down, work their way slowly to 100%. We could see a reverse cap. And I'll be honest, Shiku, if SYN Nova gets knocked out of this tournament right now and Failure wins today, I think Spid has to retire. There's no way you recover from that.
I honestly think, yeah, like I think Spid is now like running for his money, but to be fully honest, I don't think it's too late for Great yet. I think they definitely have time to recover. Even if they do get the capture right now on Synergy Nova, they still might be able to rebound from that. I have to admit though, Synergy Nova is showcasing a very high level. I don't think many people understand that what Synergy Nova is doing here, interrupting, is very high level coordination. The interrupts that are happening on Unnatural and his teammates are just really clean, and I have to give that to Synergy Nova.
That's what I noticed as well, is that these interrupts are not just coming from tanks. You know what I mean? It's not just Nurma using Giga Chads. These are people that are, I'm seeing freezes go off down here, right? Like there's sometimes he's pushed, sometimes he's frozen, sometimes he's stunned. That means that basically everyone is contributing. They're always talking to each other, and the backline from SYN Nova is actually helping contribute to that frontline fight, and they're keeping Greed consistently from capping this point. SYN Nova is going to get all the way to 100% without their opponent, who is actually skirmishing against them really well, even getting a cap off right as I... Oh my... Okay, yeah, you're mad. You're so mad. They finally let them have a cap, guys, right as SYN Nova completes the cap, which shuts the door immediately. Now they have to cap it again in order to restart it, because SYN Nova got to 100% right as they got that cap. Now they have to recap it again. All of that hard work, all of that for nothing. They have to restart again. Unnatural is beside himself here as the SYN Nova backline just CCs him over and over and over again, man. What a crazy good strategy coming in from SYN here. They probably knew that Greed was going to be a closer match than they maybe anticipated before. They know these players, and they're playing the objective so exceptionally here. Greed, I think, doing a poor job of actually able to help their frontline like this. Again, SYN Nova has their backline helping with the objective. Greed does not have their backline helping. And in fairness, we have not seen this kind of a strategy actually work for guilds. The amount of coordination you got to have, Shiku, to tell a staff bow in the middle of a cap to be like, yo, I need you to freeze here. They're like, I got you. Boom. Some people don't even take that skill.
Yeah, honestly, it's really beautiful. Like, I'm looking at the Riftstone just because of how coordinated this is. And I really like how you have... Not only are they like executing it from staffs and bows and sword and shield, great swords and all that stuff, but also it's about the timing. Like, they don't try to interrupt instantly. They actually let them have their time to funnel or charge a little bit so that they waste their time slightly and then go for the interrupt, which has been looking insanely clean. I think honestly right now, what Greed needs to do is try to kind of like play around each other, clean up a little bit, and then get on that point and assess their tanks, because as it looks right now, these tanks are just not going to get a cap.
Yeah, a lot of Greed members actually fighting towards the spawn here, and they are cleaning up the SYN Nova members. Again, the skirmish is going pretty well for Greed. It's neck and neck, but SYN Nova is just so dominant on the point. This is the first match of the tournament. We have actually not seen a guild successfully cap the point a single time. We're going to tick down under 12 minutes, even in our super one-sided matches where the top 33 of one guild are over any of the other guild. We still saw caps go off on the point. This should show you, again, this match is actually really close in the field over here. The skirmishing is going either way, but this should show you how coordinated SYN Nova actually is. This is some of the best strategy I have ever seen. Their frontline very clearly communicating with their backline to do this. It's not just, okay, I'm a tank, so this is my job. It's, no, I need to pick up the slack here where I can as a staff user. If my tank can't do the job, I can help him. And then the tank comes and helps me peel if I need that help as well. That level of coordination is something you don't see in a guild that is bad like this. Oh my gosh, that cap almost went off, Shiku.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest. Greed is still like holding the ground and everything, but I feel like right now they have 11 minutes. Time is running out. SYN Nova is still having dominance in the Riftstone, and I think it's about time that they start probably just like trying to just gather on the Riftstone and try to get something going, because I'm noticing that these tanks also that are trying to cap are not really getting any assistance. They melt, and I don't see any heals or any peel for them either, which I think is a very bad strategy on Greed's end.
I completely agree. Again, that's the level of strategy difference that we're seeing here. Although Greed understands how to skirmish them in the field, and they have players that are close to similar quality here, SYN Nova just understands the game better. Their communication between players is very clearly stronger here. Greed just not helping its frontline whatsoever. The backline, just no communication with that frontline. As Unnatural struggles time and time again to try to cap it. Here comes Hood King, going to come in and stop it one more time right before it goes off. Yep, there it is again. You think it's going to go off. Now Cresta is going to go for one, but Evil is right there to stop it. Cresta gets stopped. Now Unnatural will try one more time here. Look how Greed is one. Look at this. There's almost no red health bars down there on the low ground right now against SYN Nova, or fighting for SYN Nova rather, and SYN Nova still manages to stop this cap consistently. Unnatural cannot get his job done. Are we going to see a complete shutout despite a very close match here? SYN Nova with just such a stronger strategy on mmorpg coming in here. If you're one of the other guilds in this tournament, you have to be looking at this kind of pooping yourself.
Yeah, honestly, like if you're in this tournament, I think you need to prepare. If Nova proceeds from this fight, you really have to prepare for the front line that is going to be tagging the Riftstone, because it is just looking insane on Nova's end. And it's just really funny that there are so many times that they were like literally 1 millisecond away from getting the cap, but it's just not happening. However, though, I like to see that Greed is finally starting to funnel numbers into the Riftstone. Maybe slowly but surely they will find success here as the time is running out and they have only 9 minutes left to get that done.
Yeah, and every single round of the tournament so far, SYN Nova has been overwhelmingly dominant in basically every aspect of their match. It has not even remotely been close. This is the first time we've seen SYN Nova actually put under pressure. You can see fighting going on every side of your screen right now. Most of the time, SYN Nova is basically just bulldozing their opponent. It's not fighting everywhere. It's fighting in one spot because the other guild is just struggling for life. In this case, Greed has plenty of room to breathe here. It's SYN Nova under pressure. We're seeing them as a guild just understand how to play just this good is actually insane. And it's really, really cool to see SYN Nova get pressured like this in round 4 of the tournament and not just in the finals. And if I look over at the North American tournament, we saw the winners of that tournament basically just bulldoze their way straight through the every round of the tournament. Wasn't even close. Then they got to the finals and they went 2-0 in the finals as well. We never really got to see them on the back foot at all. SYN Nova, yes, they're being challenged here, but they're just not buckling under the pressure here. I think that just shows you how strong they are as an organization.
Yeah, I do agree that honestly, Greed is definitely putting up a very good fight. I don't think SYN Nova is having an easy time here at all, but the only difference is that SYN Nova just seems to have the higher ground when it comes to coordination and proper tactics as well. I think they're just more prepared overall. You can tell that these people have very good micromanagement as well within the parties, which is slightly lacking on Greed's end, even though they are definitely giving them a hard time.
Yeah, I also think that chat is absolutely right. You've kind of look at the front line from Greed here and ask, what are you building to be interrupted this frequently? Consistently, all 3 campers from Greed are basically just being interrupted on repeat. I think that this like their gear diff is just tremendous right now. Yes, the SYN Nova strategy has been absolutely incredible to see those freezes come in from the staffs like that, because you don't see other guilds really contributing in that way. Normally, if you're going to use freeze, you're using it as an evasion debuff on a target that you're trying to kill, you know, etc. You take the right skills on it. Oh my gosh, Greed finally gets a cap off with under 7 minutes to go. They are going to start climbing. They have 25 people on the point. Look at that percentage shoot up. Maybe this was their strategy the whole time, Shiku. Look at all the yellow health bars on the point. SYN Nova foaming at the mouth, though, as they come in. Look at the AoE come down for SYN Nova right there. Do they have enough? The healers desperately trying to keep them alive, and they keep more boots on the point. Shooting up over 38%, though, already, as SYN Nova barely is able to swing it back the other way. Suddenly, SYN Nova in a lot of trouble, Shiku.
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty scary there for a moment for SYN Nova. I have to admit, I did not see that one coming. And honestly, if they do somehow manage getting a cap off anytime soon now, that is just going to be a win for them. I don't think there is any time left for Nova to recover from this if they end up losing this point. I don't think they'll lose it because they seem to be holding their ground pretty well and wiping them out, but who knows what's going to turn out here.
Yeah, it looks like Greed getting the short end of the stick on that fight as their regroups come back in on this one, but you can see how close the cap actually is at most points in time. It's within 1 or 2 members as it starts to go SYN Nova's way. Now, again, here come the Greed respawns. Now we should see it swing back the other way, but Greed just unable to kind of get the better of them. SYN Nova battling for their life now, as they know in the next 5.5 minutes, their tournament life could be shut. They could have the door shut on them. If Greed caps this at all, SYN Nova will not have enough time to return fire and cap it themselves back the other way. They have got to keep Greed from climbing in contribution here. And this is the longest 5 minutes of their life here, because if Greed pops Guardians and Remedies and swells really hard on the point, you could see them get over 70-80% on one push, because that's all it takes. You wipe SYN Nova off the point one time, you're gonna get 60% contribution before they can gather enough to get back to it. And if SYN Nova fumbles at all, that could just be the end for them. Fortunately for SYN Nova, look at the control coming in. There was a little bit of panic there as they lost control of the cap and they had to readjust their playstyle. It's different, guys, when you're trying to prevent a cap, where your players are standing when your opponent does not have an attempted cap on the stone, versus where your players have to stand when you're challenging a cap on the stone, is extremely different here. So SYN Nova had to reposition their players appropriately here, but you see that adjustment start to go their way, and SYN Nova has them back down at 16% and fighting strong right now as Greed struggles to even get back up to 20%. Shiku.
Yeah, I think Greed is having a very hard time swelling, which leads me to assume that they're having a hard time gathering up again from the spawn points. But to be fully honest, I think right now their main focus should be to just like instantly get into the point, keep swelling for the next 4 minutes, because otherwise it's not going to be looking good, because they take too long to get back on point to start swelling, which is not looking too good for them.
Yeah, under 4 minutes on the clock now. It is do or die for Greed in this tournament. And I'll be honest with you, based on their performance here, I don't think that anyone, again, it was 90-10% split in the chat. I don't think that anyone thought that Greed could get up to 40% on a cap like this and have SYN Nova sweating on the back foot. Shows you just how strong Greed actually is as a guild, as a leadership core, as a group of friends, as a group of players. They're fighting for their lives here. Sadly, it looks like SYN's control of the point is just that good. The readjustment coming out from SYN Nova's strategy team is just incredible. Again, they shifted all of their players from where they're fighting. It's subtle, but as a caster, I can see it. And having, I've probably analyzed more matches than anyone at this point. I sit there and watch every Siege match every week. I sit there and watch countless war game matches. I love seeing this. The adjustment from SYN to have their players skirmishing all over the map. Now look where the fighting is focused. SYN has brought all of its members consolidated to the point here, but you'll notice how close they are to the outskirts of the fight. They don't necessarily need to plant every single person on the point. They just need one more person than their opponent. They shut the door on Greed, and with 2.5 minutes left to go, SYN Nova showing why they're the favorites in the tournament.
Yeah, honestly, you gotta love the kind of positioning. It's a pretty good point that you brought up, because a lot of people tend to panic and they start getting on the point and they just funnel everybody on the Riftstone, and then that leads to them being wiped by a lot of AoEs or spears or whatever it may be, which does not look too good to a lot of guilds. But I love how Synergy is just like, okay, we're getting pushed. We don't need to panic. Spread around. Do your job accordingly. You have people on the outer skirts. You have people on the upper skirts. You have people everywhere still continuing to do their job. Even when they try to gather around the point, they're gathering in a proper manner.
Yeah, it looks like only 2 members. There's somebody in the chat saying, oh my god, so many players crashed. And I was like, wait, I had a heart attack. Nope, only 2 players have crashed. That does happen from time to time. But again, don't worry, your guild has it under control. 46 versus 48 as we tick down into the final 2 minutes. It's probably not going to matter too much at this point here. But SYN Nova, again, on their heels against Greed in round 4. The semifinals is going to be even closer than this. I think we might see some of our semis actually go to all the way to 3 games here. I almost want to see another game with Greed here. Sadly, they are going to get knocked out of the tournament in this round, as this one is a best of 1. But I almost kind of wanted to see another round of this because I think that Greed actually had a chance to win this match, Shiku.
I honestly think Greed on a different map might have had a very solid chance of winning. I just think that Synergy is just outperforming them on this specific Riftstone. But I think if given the chance to like fight on a different Riftstone, maybe actually Greed would have the higher ground. Or not necessarily the higher ground, but they would definitely have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like that SYN just has stronger strategy. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think that that's necessarily just because of the Mordecai Riftstone. I do think that they would have advantage on more Riftstones, but I think that if Greed over-prepared a map and SYN Nova didn't even think about one, I really do think that Greed could take a win or two off of SYN Nova here. In this case, I do think that the better guild is going to win here. People in chat correcting me. Thank you, chat. Bleed is a part of the SYN Alliance as well, but you expect them to be ahead on the leaderboards, very dominant on the leaderboards, with Greed having to dive for the cap as repeatedly as they did. You do expect SYN Nova toward the end of this one to basically overwhelmingly dominate the leaderboards, but I think we saw just how close those skirmishes were, as SYN Nova is going to move on to the semifinals, but in a lot closer fashion than we thought. And it's funny saying that in a match where we saw the guild Greed only cap one time, but you know, it is what it is. 3.8 million damage from Tech, 67 kills, spear dagger, unbelievable right there. And you see a lot of staff daggers. Maybe they swapped their weapons right at the end of time, but I doubt it. A lot of staff daggers on the leaderboard here, but spear dagger winning out here. 3.6 million damage there as well. Damage taken looks like usually that's down here somewhere. 1.4 million damage taken from Audio, and once again that is a healer from Greed. There's no way, bro. No way, bro. 1.48 from QS from Greed. That is an SNS Greatsword winning out on the strongest tank in the lobby right there. Who had the highest damage healed? I'm seeing 9.8 million from Newbie in Nova. And again, the healers are what make the difference here. Greed, 10.4 million. Suphonics in Greed, 10.4 million is incredibly high. 10.8 million from Atio as well, also in Greed right there. Greed with the strongest healers in the lobby, and again, that should show you strongest healers, and their tanks were also the strongest in the lobby. That should show you how close the lobby actually was. SYN Nova with just a stronger strategy.
Yeah, honestly, like, Greed has done a very good job here. Like, they've pushed them back pretty hard compared to what people thought would happen, because like there was once again a massive 90+% vote for Synergy Nova, but Greed actually did play this pretty well. I just have to say that Nova did have the better strategy. However, there was a comment actually in the chat that caught my attention. What do you think about banning Mordecai and Azrael for the finals? Do you think that would be something that is possible to do?
No. I think that, again, the finals is a best of 3. And they can't play on the same map twice. So if they pick Mordecai in the first round, we will see another map from them in round 2. We'll see another map from them in round 3. So again, and then you have 3 bans each round as well. So like one map gets knocked out of the pool, then you get 3 more bans each time. The loser also gets to choose each time. Like they get to choose pick or ban. It is their choice when they lose in the best of 3 format as well. So I don't think there's really a need to take those maps out of the format. If we look ahead to xMark versus Disaster Death, this is supposed to be another heated match, with a lot of people thinking that xMark, the free-to-play start guild from the Arnett server, rank 1 in their alliance, rank 1 on the server, they thought they were going to finish middle of the pack. I think that was a little modest out of them. They're up against Disaster Death. I'll let you introduce them. You had such high hopes for them last time.
I mean, honestly, Disaster has been showing pretty good fights. We've seen the fight from them like the last time as well was pretty damn good, and I think they've been showcasing, like, in general, they went beyond expectations. Let's put it this way. People were thinking they were going to get knocked out last time, and it seems to have been wrong, according to the fact that a lot of people, 86+%, have voted against them. But time and time again, they've gone against all odds, and I think they've been showcasing a pretty dominant stance this tournament. I think obviously xMark is one of the strongest. As I said, they're one of the likely to win the tournament, but at the same time, I'm going to be rooting for Disaster Death here, as I do believe they do have what it takes to actually show us something incredible today.
Yeah, we will see here. Again, Disaster. I do think that xMark is slightly favored based on what we've seen in the tournament so far. But again, you have to talk about for a moment the fact that chat basically in the first rounds of this tournament was always spamming the Disaster's ass. Disaster is just a Zerg alliance. And now here they are fighting to get into the semifinals. You just have to appreciate just how wrong some of the chatters actually are. And it has to feel good if you're in the Disaster Alliance, to see your boys come out and perform this strongly like this. It does look like the lobby is ready to go, so we're gonna go move over to the versus screen immediately here, as we have a very interesting map choice. It looks like xMark 1, they chose to pick Disaster Death Band. Disaster Death Band, Chernobog, Morokai, and Talus. Trying to keep them, again, those middle of the road maps. They did not want to choose that. And the choice from xMark intentionally is Malachar.
Pretty interesting pick indeed. When I saw it, I was like, that's pretty interesting. See, because then again, I've said this before, xMark has very good coordination. Time and time again, I've seen them really good at holding the ground. So picking such a chaotic map is like, it could go both ways, honestly. So I'm very surprised by that pick, but let's see what they have cooked for it.
Yeah, hold up, let them cook. If you guys don't know, we've only seen Malachar one other time in this tournament, and what happens is guilds prepare this ahead of time. Most people in Throne and Liberty that have played on Malachar, like I have, for example, know that this map sucks. Okay, guys, this map is not a fun map to play on, and most guilds avoid this map like the plague. But in matches that are going to be really close like this, or when you think that maybe you're disadvantaged, and this is why pick ban is important, you can prepare a map like this secretly in scrims. You can prepare this map behind the scenes, have strategies ready, have everyone ready to go. Everyone has their job. If you get the early advantage on Malachar, you can really pull out ahead on this one. xMark are the ones that chose this. I think this is catching Disaster a little bit off guard here. So make sure you guys get your predictions in. This is going to be a little bit sweaty as we get into this. It looks like I'm gonna let the prediction run all the way down, because I'll be honest with you, I don't want people predicting as the match is already started. It's gonna be the first 30 seconds of the match, guys, are so important. We saw this with Rollout versus Unleash. Unleash knew they sent 2 or 3 statics up to secure the Riftstone proper, and that allowed the rest of the guild to basically just skirmish Rollout on the low ground. Rollout wasn't ready for it, and they basically were fighting an uphill battle for the rest of the Riftstone. So it's gonna be decided in the first 30 seconds to a minute. The guild that does not have advantage on the Riftstone is gonna have a strong uphill battle, Shiku.
Honestly, I'm pretty surprised. Like, looking at the poll so far, there is a heavy amount of people in here that are voting for Disaster Death, even though I'm saying this is somebody that is voting for them. But I thought there will be a lot more on the xMark's end, because xMark is very solid. So it's very surprising to see. Love to see it, and I would really love to see Disaster Death take this one. But I do think that it's going to be a very uphill battle for both ends, and I don't think any side is going to have an easy time winning this one.
Yeah, 80% of people in the audience actually think that Disaster Death's going to come out strong here. So you know, basically their entire alliance is watching from home, and that's what I love about tournaments like this. They all come out, they support the boys. Win, lose, draw, it doesn't matter to them. But I gotta hand, I think advantage to xMark here. They have the map choice ready to go. As I hit go, I think that both guilds are probably sweating in the first part of this lobby. The moment that we hit go, the guilds are basically going, oh, we have to wait. Okay. All right, so we are waiting on them to assign just one more protector. It looks like xMark is waiting to assign one more protector, or basically person to cap their Riftstone. They must be discussing it within their guild. Looks like one of them crashed and came back in. It is assigned now, and it looks like we are go now. Are we ready? Okay, we're good. All right, it is go. I'm gonna go immediately to the live scene on this one.
Yeah, we definitely gotta catch
no,
that.
we gotta go.
We gotta
go.
Fighting, not even on the Riftstone, but they're instantly going at it under the bridge.
They're just going at it. Disaster desperately trying to skirmish them. xMark getting, where is xMark? Did they get wiped out? Did they make it up to the rift?
Absolutely wiped them over here.
What? Where did xMark go? Guys? No one even made it up to the Riftstone yet. I'm gonna go ahead and stand up here. xMark getting absolute, what is going on? right now. I think that a lot of xMark actually just hadn't spawned in yet. I think Chad is right. I think it's an M.2 NVMe diff right here. We got most of xMark. If you're a broke boy, just say so. Sadly, xMark has too many poor people in their guild, and they just don't have enough money. And if you're in the working class here, you're just going to lose on this map. And just you hate to see that disaster death coming out and winning really hard. You can see xMark struggling right now because only half the guild is fighting at any one time, and the other half of the guild is respawning. Disaster death is all basically spawned in and fighting together, so you're always fighting a 2v1 battle. If you're xMark here, it's not going to look even close, Shiku.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest here. One thing you can tell when you look at this, that you love to see disaster death living up to their name. And when you look up from my angle here, or your angle even, you can clearly tell there are two things: disaster and deaths. And sadly, deaths are happening with the xMark in at the moment.
Oh, I was gonna say, xMark started to get their footing right there. They got a bunch of respawns off and started wiping most of disaster, and then you immediately saw two statics take the grapple up. They're like, okay, we need to go secure the stone immediately right now. Once disaster had outskirmished the low ground, xMark is now going to be prevented from taking this grapple up. And this is why this, look at this, dude. It's like the beaches of Normandy. Here, you spawn in and you're just getting gunned down immediately. The moment that you take the grapple up, this is a problem for disaster right now. I mean, this is a problem for xMark rather right now. I think they're the ones that are going to come out on the short end of the stick. It's very likely why they chose this. Maybe xMark knew going into this that disaster is just this strong, and that they were going to be disadvantaged. Maybe they just took the Hail Mary Malachar pick because, you know, it was maybe they felt it was their only chance of winning, Shiku.
I honestly think, like, from my perspective, if they thought that way, I think they wanted the fight to happen on the bridge, but apparently Disaster Death did not give them even a chance to have a fight on the bridge at all. And now Disaster Death is taking control of the Riftstone even, which is going to be really rough for xMark to stabilize on, unless somehow they get something going before Disaster gets full stabilization on this Riftstone. Because honestly, all chokes on this Riftstone are just phenomenally hard to get into.
Yeah, if you sit there and watch the main fight for us, that'd be great. Just stand on that dais there, and we'll look at that picture-in-picture as I look at some of the flanking fights here. xMark not sending anybody up the main grapple anymore. They've basically given up on that attempt there, instead trying to send people up the two side grapples. This is why this approach is hard, guys. There are three approaches that you can do. You can go up the back side here, if you will, if you watch my drawing on the screen, and then come across this bridge. That is an entry point that you can take. You also have that grapple right there that I just took up, and then there's a third grapple, a flanking grapple on this side. There are two grapples. You have to take two grapples to get up on this side over here. That's the one that xMark is trying to challenge, but Disaster Death has control of the dais, Shiku.
Yeah, honestly, Disaster Death is showcasing very dominant level of control here. And honestly, even though I knew that Disaster Death would definitely give us something to look out for, but at the same time, the level of dominance, I think, is far beyond what I expected, despite the fact that I've been voting for them this whole time.
Yeah, staggering, actually, the level of dominance we're seeing for Disaster Death here. Although, I'll be honest with you, this is kind of a different approach that xMark is taking to this Riftstone. Normally, you see, like we saw against Rollout versus Unleash, Rollout time and time again, they would group up, they would try to push in from different sides, and then we saw Unleash basically holding those pushes. xMark instead favoring to just trickle up one at a time, and you do see that they have a slightly better presence on the Riftstone, right around the dais here, but sadly just never enough people up here, as they're always outnumbered. It's on these people fighting on the dais to not die before their reinforcements get here, but xMark is getting a fair amount of boots on the point here, and I think that they're just counting on some Hail Mary swell here, as Disaster coming out in this match looking like I'm just gonna say it dominatingly strong over xMark here, which I think a lot of people did not expect coming out of the Disaster Alliance. Again, time and time again in this tournament, people thought it was going to be Hot Grills. People thought it was going to be xMark, and this is why you never count these guys out. 40 people planted on the Riftstone with 25 for xMark. It looks like Disaster is going to start pushing that contribution up very quickly here.
Yeah, Disaster is absolutely going insane here. And I'm honestly noticing, like, as I was watching the fights a little bit, there seems to be a slightly better targeting happening on Disaster's end, because you could tell sometimes there are targets that are slightly low that do take long to go down when they are on Disaster's end. But when it's on xMark's end, you can tell that their targeting within their parties is just fundamentally a lot better.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Every round of this tournament, I like this Disaster Death Squad a little bit more. Every single time they've been disadvantaged, people have called them shit, even on the forums. When people were filling out the forums, there were multiple guilds that were like, yeah, the Disaster Alliance is just complete garbage. Like, it was insane. I was like, how do you're not even on the same server. Why are you even mentioning them? They're rent-free. But like, now you're starting to see Disaster. I think this is why people are so mad with them. It's because they're just better than everyone else is. And nobody wants to admit it. And I absolutely love this, dude. There's 31 of them standing tall on the point. They're already at 67% contribution on the point. I actually think they're gonna go. It looks like, I'm not trying to call this too soon or anything. It obviously could go either way. But if you look ahead to our next match, Shiku, I'm starting to get, I'm getting close to 90 degrees just thinking about SYN Nova versus Disaster right now.
Yeah, honestly, that would be quite the match. And looking at what's happening right now here, if they do win this and continue this form of dominance, that would be a match to look out for. And to be honest, this is what I love to see. Guilds that are being shat on, being called PvE guilds, being called shit at PvP and all that stuff. Not only making it this far, but also possibly after this match being in the semifinals at that.
Yeah, I mean, again, you were talking about how xMark could go win the whole tournament earlier today. And yeah, there's a certain amount of that. It goes into caster hype, right? But like, there's also like an element of truth to that. That's how favored xMark actually was in this tournament. And when I went to go seed the tournament, everyone told me, based on their tier list and stuff, Disaster is just not as strong as some of these other top guilds. They come out here. This is a little rocky. And I'll be honest with you, yes, you can be on the copium that, yeah, we're just playing on Malakar. That's why it's not close blue. Disaster, xMark chose Malakar, A. B, Disaster made an example of them on that low ground. That was literally just a show of force. They didn't even look at the Riftstone for the first like 3 minutes of the match. They didn't even look at it. They just sat there and they said, we're gonna farm you on this low ground down here. And that's exactly what they did. And Disaster coming out looking really strong here. 16 and a half minutes left on the clock here. It does look like that Disaster has the upper hand. xMark did get another cap off on the point, so maybe not showing that strategy as much as SYN Nova did in that first match of being able to prevent that cap repeatedly like this. But again, it could have also been an itemization difference, Shiku.
Yeah, but honestly, like, before we even get into that optimization difference, it's a good point that you brought up regarding that some people might say this is Malakar and all that, but let's not forget that they also fought against Hot Grills on, it was Mordecai, if I'm not mistaken, and they still absolutely cooked. So I think they're just like really good overall, and they're better than what people have assumed them to be. However, in terms of interrupting the Riftstone caps, I think the difference that I saw is that SYN Nova is capitalizing on also staff users. So they have their staff users also contributing to interrupts, but most guilds for some reason tend to just focus on great swords or sword and shields to be the ones taking care of the interrupts, which is mostly the case for most guilds, but I think more guilds need to learn from Synergy's book and start utilizing staffs for the interrupts as well.
Yeah, I think that staff is back, boys, is what we like to say in the business. I mean, actually, I'm curious, Shiku, everybody tells me that my weapon loadout is terrible. I love it, and I don't want to reroll. Do you, give me your honest opinion. Do you think that staff wand is bad?
That's a very rough one because, like, it's let's say
rough.
It's
they are good weapons.
C tier. It's not S tier for sure, but it's, I wouldn't go as far as put it in the bin. It's more like just average, I guess.
Dude, I like it. Dude, I can queue as healer. I can queue as DPS as well. And then I build like really, really tanky. And so like I'm a super tanky healer. Maybe I guess I'm not as tanky as the bow. Obviously, if you compare it to bow, bow wand, it's not going to be as good a healer as bow wand, but it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be versatile, where you can choose to put down a lot of solid damage, or you can choose to be a healer, or you can be something in between. I like the versatility versatility on the weapon loadout. I don't see it super often though. So like I'm starting to think most of the time, especially in these top guilds, you see basically every healer is playing bow wand. It is a really powerful, and it's already been nerfed, I think, like twice. Bow wand has been nerfed, and it's still just that much stronger. And you can see just how strong it is because most of the time our bow wands have the highest damage tanked in the lobby as well. So I'm starting to think, do I need to just do I need to ditch the staff and pick up a bow? But like, honestly, every time you keep hyping me up about the staff, I'm like, no, baby, staff the way.
I mean, to be honest, wand staff as a healer is decent. It's not bad at all. But if you go staff wand as a DPS, honestly, you're just pretty much subpar at everything, sadly, in the meta. Everything you do is just bad. But if you go a healer wand staff, that's a whole different story.
What do you think? Okay, well, ideally, I think that the front line, ideally, I would say that the shot caller, which is usually what I like to itemize to be, I would say that's probably SNS wand. Yeah, if I had to call it.
Or
so
great sword.
yeah, probably an SNS wand, and that's so boring, dude. I don't want to play something that requires 3 fingers and can be played with a foot pedal. Like oh man, it's so frustrating. I'm sticking with my staff wand. Screw you guys. Shiku, what do you play?
I play Spear Dagger and Crossbow Dagger.
Okay, so you're just a meta abusing little hoe. So what are you gonna play when tier 2? Yeah, you're a bitch. Okay.
I'll play Crossbow Dagger in tier 2. And listen, I was playing Crossbow since ages ago, okay?
Okay, all right, yeah. He's just a flavor of the month reroller, guys. Confirmed. He's not actually dedicated to it. It is what it is. xMark, if we look back at the subject here, xMark trying time and time again to get cap after cap on this Riftstone. Reminder, xMark did choose this map. And you probably have to look at this and say, xMark probably did their scouting ahead of time, guys. They probably knew that Disaster was this strong. No one wants to admit it, but Disaster is just this good. And xMark knew that, and that's why they probably chose Malachar, because it's kind of a Hail Mary kind of map. They did try their best to try to get advantage here, and sadly, it's really not working out for them. Only 24 against 40 people on the point consistently for Disaster, where you're like, oh, where are the other 8 members of Disaster? They're just offside the point, farming other people. They basically never die. If you look at the leaderboard, I'm actually surprised that almost any xMark are even on the leaderboard at all. The fact that Richie is here on Crossbow Dagger is super impressive for me, with 47 kills like that. What an absolute giga chad. Sadly, not very much damage on this side of it. Is 2.2 million damage against 800k. He's basically just last hitting everyone and doing his best to basically cheese his way up on that leaderboard, Shiku.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I've been voting for Disaster Death, but at the same time, I'm feeling a little disappointed because I was expecting something better from xMark. And as you said, looking at the leaderboard, Disaster is just like taking over the fight by a storm. And it leaves me a little disheartened because I expected a lot more of xMark, despite the fact that I want Disaster Death to win. But I definitely think there was a bit of like, there is something wrong here. Like, the pick should have been in their favor because they picked this map, which leads you to assume they had something prepared, but somehow they're just being absolutely dominated here, which leads me to assume that there is some management issues that need to be addressed after this fight.
Yo, chat, uncalled for. You can't spell Blue Squadron without bald. I actually had to go through each letter and I was like, wait, is that true? Oh, that is true. Guys, let's not forget, Spit is a complete loser. You want to dog on him. I'm not the guy that you really need to be making fun of here, okay? Keep the focus on Spit in this case. Keep the focus on Disaster winning in this case. 30 people on the point for xMark, though. Looking pretty solid. The strongest rally that I've seen out of them so far in this tournament, actually.
Yeah, honestly, like, I don't know what to say here. Disaster Death is just like living up to their name over time and time again. People have always doubted them. Since the Hot Grills match, my faith in them went higher, and they continue to prove that they're just not a no-name guild, and they're probably going to make it to the semifinals now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're doing really, really well in this tournament so far here. Disaster coming out and showing everybody just how good they actually are here. Compositionally, what would you favor on Malachar like this? I think it's just, can we DPS them and how? But like, do you think that a tank heavy composition is what you want to play here? Or do you think maybe healers might give you a better chance?
I mean, honestly, the meta has shifted quite a lot. In the past, it used to be like a tank-heavy meta on this Malachar Riftstone, but nowadays it feels like it's mostly about AoEs and blobs. And surprisingly, looking at the leaderboard, you can see a lot of Spear Daggers as to be expected, but at the same time, you're seeing a lot of staffs, and time again, staffs have showcased that they are far better than people make them to be, especially in a meta that is dominated by melee and range evasion. And moving on to tier 2 as well, honestly, staffs become a lot better to people's surprise.
I'm curious what chat's opinion on having chat on the screen is. Do you guys like this? I was like, you know, maybe they would like chat to actually be on the screen in terms of production like this. Maybe they like, maybe they don't. I'm not sure. Honestly, when you're rewatching the VOD, it's good sometimes to be able to see the chat PvPing in the background. It can be fun, especially watching the VOD over on YouTube. I think it probably adds to them as well. So the YouTube viewers is up huge there. Looks like a little bit split. Mods, let's run a poll on it. Let's run a poll on it. Mods, run a poll. Do they want chat on the screen or not? Let chat decide. Let chat decide. Disaster actually losing control a little bit of the Riftstone, but xMark catching a big sleep right there and getting wiped right back off again. Disaster just showing overwhelming dominance in this match.
I just love how, despite what Disaster is showcasing here, some people are still coming in the chat and writing Disaster is just a bad guild and stuff like that, and I'm like, do you see what's happening?
Yeah. Ironically, probably also Disaster members. Probably also Disaster members on this one. Funny to see in that, but looks like Disaster Death doing a great job. They are probably going to move on to the next round of this one. 40 people pretty consistently on the point at all points in time. I've never seen them dip under 30, but xMark doing their best to do what they can here. They consistently do have a cap going, and I'll be honest with you, this might be the play on Malachars to just keep funneling up and trickling in one at a time and try to gradually potentially overwhelm your opponents. Either way, we've never seen a guild overtake Malachar after the first few seconds of this, so looks like chat is pretty split about whether or not they would actually like to be on the screen. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it really small, so that if you do like chat on the screen, there you go. That way it doesn't block everybody. We'll meet in the middle, chat. We'll go meet in the middle on that one. Disaster Death gonna win out in this one. Who do you think wins, SYN Nova or Disaster?
Honestly, that's a very hard tell, because I thought xMark, I still do think xMark was very strong the whole tournament, and I've even said it multiple times, they looked like a guild that would be rank 1 or rank 2. But now seeing them get this complete shutdown from Disaster, like being absolutely dominant, I think SYN Nova might have to actually prep now, because they will not have a good time for sure.
Yeah, xMark trying to rejoin the Rift one more time. I think that SYN Nova has to be watching this and looking. They're like, could you please show the leaderboard one more time so that we can see who their top fraggers are? That'd be great. And since I showed the leaderboard for SYN Nova, it only makes sense so that we can feud the correct targets. Disaster should have time to feud the correct SYN Nova targets as well on this one, so that they know exactly who they need to look for in this one. xMark, I think, having a phenomenal run through the tournament to this point, but sadly it does look like they're gonna get snuffed out. They did push Disaster off the Rift mainly there. They were down to 26 members against 23 of xMark, so it's getting a little bit closer here. 26 to 33, 27 to 34, back and forth, but very consistently in Disaster's favor. I will say that based on what I saw in the previous match and how SYN managed that point, extremely impressive. Extremely impressive. I have to hand the advantage to SYN Nova in the next match.
Yeah, I have to admit, like, SYN Nova has a very good coordination, and I think that is going to be the make or break for Disaster, whether they can handle that level of coordination and kind of counter it or play like it even, or will they crumble against that kind of pressure when they meet a target that will have the better micro plays on top of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like xMark in Disaster Death was not as close as we initially thought, and our first match was actually a lot closer than people thought as well. So today, back and forth, you just never know what you're gonna get on the EU server like this. But either way, it looks like Disaster coming out and showing they might come. If they beat SYN Nova, you got to give them favorite to win the tournament. You know, like the dark horse of the whole thing, or I guess we'll say the Cinderella story. Probably the better way to say it. The Cinderella story in the Disaster Alliance, because I'll be honest with you, the first round of the tournament was a disaster for the Disaster Alliance. One of their teams dropped out at the last minute, and then Disaster Rage got knocked out in the first round. I think everyone else just kind of wrote Disaster Death off. They're like, oh, they're garbage too. And then look at them bulldoze through the rest of the tournament like this, Shiku. Kind of crazy.
I mean, honestly, I think what a lot of people tend to also forget is that I feel like people used to base or still base guilds based on like open world PvP and sieges and things like that. But to be honest, like the individual GVG meta is kind of different from what you see in a siege meta or arc boss fights or things like that. They are just not a good representation of whether that guild is going to be good in a 1v1 scenario on these rift stones and boon stones. And that's where I feel like there's a lot of misrepresentation of guilds.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing about a tournament like this, is it's the great leveler. A lot of PvPers, as you said earlier, like to run their mouths constantly. Like they shit talk just the shit talk. They smack talk just the smack talk, regularly even. And that no one is better at it than EU is. I'll be honest with you, best chat PvPers I've ever seen in my life in Black Desert Online and Throne and Liberty, both communities, best chat PvPers I've ever seen. That being said, you see just how far chat PvP gets you when it is just this one-sided like this, which I don't think that anybody really expected. Although xMark has been very humble, I think, with their push through the tournament. I don't see them participating too much in the smack talk. And I gotta say, Disaster has been a little bit louder about it. So they've been like, you know what? Yeah, tough, because everybody thought that they writes them off every round. They have a right to say something. In this case, bro, they're the only ones that really get to talk. You just shut those enemies right up. Put your money where your mouth is. And in this case, I say money because everyone on Disaster spawned in before xMark. They might just be running on hard drives. HDDs. Not even solid state.
I mean, I gotta admit, xMark towards the very end has been slightly getting more and more numbers on compared to the rest of the fight, but I don't think they're gonna have any chance of recovery here. 2 minutes left, and even if they get a cap here, I don't think they have enough time anymore. So it looks like Disaster Death, the guild that people were shit talking, is actually going to make the semifinals.
Yep. People are saying xMark is Russian. That is 100% true. Saying that they don't speak English, I'm not sure about that one. I do think that some of them definitely speak English, and it only takes one competent chat PvPer to really come in. Oftentimes, broken English just makes for better chat PvP anyway. You know it, I know it, we all know it. Either way, xMark has been very humble, very quiet most of the tournament so far. They had a very humble run through the tournament. Certainly better than Pretz. Pretz sadly got knocked out in round 1. Despite having a dominant performance, they did end up losing in round 1, which was tragic to see. I was gunning for him. xMark, I think, might be the last Russian guild left in the tournament and gonna get knocked out here. Only a minute left on their run. You are not wrong with this one. It looks like Disaster Death coming out strong. I'm not sure. Do you know what is Disaster Death's background? Are they French? Are they German? Italian? Where are they hailing?
I've heard
UK?
they're Turkish, according to a lot of people, but I'm not sure if that is true, honestly. Like, I have not interacted with that guild at all before, but I hear a lot of people saying they're Turkish, so I'll go and assume that that is the case, since a lot of people have been saying that.
Okay,
so maybe that's true.
Turkish Giga Chads coming in here and showing why their country is just that good at gaming like this. People are saying Unleash is also Russian, so the Russians are not out of this tournament quite yet, baby. If you're for the motherland, you're rooting for Unleash in our final match of round 4 here against Hand of Unity. They have an uphill battle, though, against Hand of Unity. We're going to see how that one goes down. Again, these matches are tough to predict. A lot of people predicting one way or the other, and then it just slides the other way. Things are starting to heat up in this one, and this is the final round of best of ones, so we will get a competent best of 3. We're like confidently we can say this guild is definitely stronger in the next round here. It looks like the GGs are coming out from both sides, Disaster Rage and Disaster Death. So Disaster Death winning out in this round, almost 2 million damage on the leaderboards for who? Megalol, who? at the top of the leaderboards with the spear dagger on that one. Very, very impressive. Another big shout out to xMark's Richie here. Richie, third on the leaderboard with a crossbow dagger, 81 kills, only 1.4 million damage, but to have that many kills is very impressive. And shout out to him. He's the only xMark member on the front page here. Damage taken looks like it's gonna go. Oh, I saw 1.8 million. I thought. Never mind. I did not. 1.59 million to Nixie and xMark. Yeah, 1.5 million also to Block Block. Okay, sorry. It's a tough thing to say, bro. Say that 5 times fast. In xMark having the highest damage tanked in the lobby there. Let's take a look at who had the most healed. 10.8 million from Amkeezy right there. That's got to be the highest. Amkeezy from Disaster, of course. 13.7 million. Amkeezy, who? Ron Slay with 13.7 million damage shield. What an absolute Giga Chad healer that is right there. Another big shout out. Please, AGS, please tell NCSoft to allow us to sort these columns by from highest to lowest. Please just add that feature to War Games. That would be great. Okay, moving back over to the caster deck. Not as close as we thought, Shiku.
Yeah, honestly, that was I don't know what to say. I've been betting on xMark being top 1, top 2 guilds in this tournament, despite the fact that I've been rooting for Disaster, and they need to figure out what went wrong there, because Disaster just absolutely dominated the entire fight from the first second till the end. There was just no xMark to be seen.
Yep, and we have to move right into our next match because we have best of 3 round. Guys, remember, this is round 4, okay? After round 4, we're also playing the semifinals today, which is a best of 3. So we're moving through them today. The next lobby's already ready to go, so let's go break down this next match. And this is Sid's favorite match of the day, because Failure could lose. If Failure wins this, then his next match will be his favorite match of the day. Orca, my favorite in the tournament here, representing the Black Desert Online community. Orca as well. They're a very dominant guild over in EU. An early access start guild from the Ember server. Orca Black and Orca White in their alliance. They say we are strong. We are one brain cell and apes together strong for them. And they didn't know how far they were going to make it through the tournament, but clearly very far here. And I know the audience has very high hopes for them as well. I'll let you introduce Failure here.
I mean, Failure is, as I mentioned before, like I've had the luxury to play with a lot of them before. Lightbringer server, early access, they have very solid PvP players that are just absolutely good, know what they're doing, what they're building, and I'm assuming they're also involved in the leadership of the guild, which leads me to assume they know what they're doing within their guild. They've won 6 sieges, which is pretty high on the board as well compared to most guilds. And as much as I have nothing but respect for Sped, sorry Sped, I'm gonna have to go for Failure here, and I'm really hoping they do win this one.
Yeah, we're gonna see, man. I can never bet against my BDO homies. Orca showed up for my best in guild. Well, actually, I didn't have the best in guild tournament for NA, but I had the Blue Squadron Open for North America, and they were in that tournament as well. So I really appreciate them always coming out for my events, as they're just Giga Chad alpha PvPers. Failure very clearly are too, as much as Spid might not like to admit it. Let's take a look over at PickBan. Make sure you guys get your predictions in on this one. Orca versus Failure. Failure won the coin toss, guys. They chose to pick Orca banned. That is normally what we see, but sometimes we see guilds choose to ban instead of pick, as they've prepared certain maps, right? It depends on what your prep is. Most of the time it's stronger for a lot of guilds to pick, so Failure won that coin toss. They chose to pick. Orca banned Malakar, Kawazan, and a Dentist. Nobody really wants to fight on a Dentist, funnily enough. And it does look like the choice from Failure is we're going back to Morokai, baby.
Yep, seems like Morokai and Azrael are just the favorites of most guilds. I would really love to see the finals on like more, or even the semifinals really, on more variety of rifts or boons that we have not seen a lot in this tournament.
Right. So I'll be honest again. I think that Orc actually might be advantaged in this one. Failure looking so strong in the tournament so far, though. It's really tough to count them down and out here. I think that, again, Morokai is one of those maps where there's skirmishing everywhere, and we talk so much about the different strategies that can go into Morokai as a map. So I'm glad that guilds are favoring it. It's also relatively even on both sides. It's funny, the first round of the tournament, we didn't see very much Morokai until I started explaining how great it was, and then in the second round we started seeing it a lot more. Third round it was picked almost every game, and now in the fourth round we're seeing a lot of Morokai as well. So I expect to see it also in the semifinals. It looks like we did have a couple people crash, so we were waiting for them to get back in the lobby. Make sure you got your predictions in as we are go for Failure versus Orca. Is Spid going to eat his words just one more time? Failure Alliance just never living up to their name. Can't ever fail, as it were, so far in this tournament. Failure versus Orca, though, this is the toughest opponent that they have had to fight so far. That is without contest, and as that is the nature of the tournament. Interestingly enough, I got bugged right there. That's fine. We're still running over. I'll give you the picture-in-picture, as you're probably going to get there first for everybody. Hopefully we get to see the initial engagement happened, but I'll be honest, guys, the spectators spawn so far away as opposed to everybody else in the match. So hopefully we're able to get there just in time. As there we go, we get to our eyes on the prize. It is an all-out brawl on the low ground of all places. We see almost no fighting on the high ground here as I finally arrive to the match. Failure on that right side there. Orca in their backline. You see the backline under a lot of pressure for Failure over there as we start to look at breaking down exactly what's happening here. The respawns coming in. Failure trying to control those respawn points, and a third cluster over here. Orca fighting around the outsides as well. It does look like that Failure is winning out, I think, here, Shiku.
Yeah, looks like Failure has the number advantage, but at the same time, when I look at the right side, I can't help but see that it's really hard to tell who's actually winning. It feels like it can go either or ways, but definitely Failure seems to be having the better initial start, but there is very good brawl happening here. It's pretty close, and you can never tell who's going to come out winning here.
Orca has more kills and damage so far on the leaderboards, and it is early, but it's also good to know who's winning those early engagements like that. So Failure does look like, again, they have a number. They're just forcing a numbers advantage, but Orca is locking down the priority targets a little bit better for them. So the target acquisition on Orca just a little bit stronger into the first few minutes of this match. Again, the Riftstone, guys, is not cappable for the first 5 minutes as guilds start to situate themselves in the War Games lobby. And I'll be honest with you, I like that, because it allows one guild to pretend, you know, maybe we're defending, and then the other guild to attack. It's not, it's a little bit like the open world, but it's also not, right? Like when you go to defend this Riftstone out in the open world, you can basically ready set yourself and start from wherever you want. War Games, it's kind of an all-out brawl from the get-go. So, but you need to make sure you're winning that brawl, but also you're in a position to take the Riftstone when it does open up in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta admit, like right now it's pretty early indeed to tell. It could go one way or another. Some guilds also, as you said, could be like kind of pretending to be like, you know, attacking or / defending, whatever it may be. And then once it gets closer to the time, that's when they start rallying up and getting on the point. However, it does seem that, as somebody was saying, Crix is not getting the skull mark yet. And I'm gonna be honest, let's see if this is gonna be a Crix diff. I did try call him out before, and honestly, I think he's one of the best players in EU, like pretty much, period.
Yeah, I think I saw Crix running around on my server earlier, but I mean, the servers are about to merge, so the servers aren't going to matter too much on this one. It does look like that Orca, again, we take one more look at the leaderboard where things are starting to settle right now. 2 failures leading 1 and 2 at the top of the leaderboard here. Oogie Bane, actually the rank 1 player for Orca, and coming in at number 3. Orca looking like it has more members on the leaderboard total, but Failure starting to take over the top of that leaderboard. Spid sweating a little bit. I'll be honest with you, a leaderboard that is that close. This is even closer than the Morokai match we saw between SYN Nova and their opponent earlier today. this is we might be in for a nail-biting match. It will come down to who can get the cap off first and how well they're able to control the Riftstone. With under a minute left to go, it does look like that Silchi is waiting over here. That's actually a bow wand user, and he looks like he's drinking milk behind the Riftstone right now. Thought no one would see it. There it is, like, oh, a caught right there, and he runs back in. But that's the kind of little things that you have to do to try to get the edge on your opponent. What an absolute gamer right there to step aside. Okay, I have line of sight on everybody. Nobody's gonna see me. I can drink this milk, guys. That gives you mana, and that is the limiting factor for a lot of healers in this game. So he got his mana back, was able to re-engage. Now he's getting really low. One more time, gets pulled in. Oh no, he's gonna go down right there, tragically. But great to see them basically using little tech like that. You see Geary on this right side. Look at him abuse this little tent over here, popping in and out of the tent to basically prevent line of sight on his opponent, and then throw down damage on priority targets as his static starts to communicate with one another. As Strutty's thought he was going to run in there, then thought against it. Looks like it has opened up right now. Chags gets that cap off immediately. No interrupt coming through from Orca. That is not good. Gazer gonna try to get that cap off for Orca so that they can start capping back on the point right now. And it looks like he's not gonna get interrupted either. So neither of these guilds as competently defending the point as we saw with SYN Nova. Shiku.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I was about to comment on that. Like, you can definitely appreciate Synergy's tactic when it comes to interrupting here, because you can see in all the matches, even though these are also top level guilds, you can clearly tell that SYN Nova, when it comes to interrupting, is probably just the best in the tournament when it comes to that kind of thing. I love, however, seeing that both guilds that are fighting right now, Failure and Orca, are pretty much almost around the same. If you look at the leaderboard, it's essentially going both ways. Like, you cannot tell one side is very dominant than the other. However, it seems like Failure is not having a good time here, and they are losing out a lot of percentage.
Yeah, it does look like that Orca is starting to dominate in that percentage, despite the fact that I think that the leaderboards, again, are very back and forth, and that's Orca playing the objective better. Again, these guys have a lot of experience, a lot of them, with large-scale PvP. A lot of their guys understand how to play for an objective. You don't get to the top of Black Desert's PvP scene without understanding how to play objectives and strategize correctly, and they have that experience. And you have to think that even though they're two very different games, when you talk about large-scale PvP in Throne and Liberty, they understand how to analyze this and what goes into playing the objective more strongly than your opponent. With 22 people on the point right now, they understand they don't need everyone standing on the point all the time. They just need to keep Failure from fighting on the point. So even though Failure is ahead on the leaderboards in some areas, like we see here, Orca starting to win out because they have 67% on this cap. Failure are the ones that need to pivot their strategy here, I think, Shiku.
Yeah, even though Failure has been showing to be slightly the winning side in terms of like guild v guild fights, it just seems like when it comes to the actual objective, which is staying on the Riftstone, they cannot seem to find success. But it seems like there's a lot of skirmishing happening and a lot of yellow numbers as well, just at the outer skirts, which that is not where they should be right now, because they are getting so close to losing that point. And I don't think that is going to work in their favor, as we've seen time and time again, the first capturer tends to be the winner, considering how hard it is to recapture it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, and again, Orca dominating right now, but at least Failure able to get onto the leaderboard a little bit. Failure, again, the leaderboard's kind of back and forth, starting to favor Orca as time goes on. And that's what you expect in a match like this, where one guild gets ahead and has that cap. Then their players don't have to play as aggressively to try to retake that cap in the future. They can focus more on that damage, focus more on those kills in the future, and basically just keeping Failure from swelling here. Failure does get on top there, but only for a split second, comes up to breathe, and then it's Orca smothering them back down one more time, as Orca looks like they're gonna, oh yeah, nope, it's so close. They're at 99%. They will take it all the way home. Orca in control of the Riftstone right now. Spid has to be so happy to see Failure on the back foot of this one. Fur going for the cap right now. We'll see if Orca can control this Riftstone as well as SYN. The answer to that question is quite immediately no. I couldn't even finish the sentence, Shiku.
I mean, I gotta admit, like, even though the fights have been going both ways, it seems like Orca is suddenly starting to take that edge. I don't know what is happening. It feels like Failure is kind of collapsing under the pressure. They seem to be like more disorganized, even though they're now putting up a better fight. But even in the leaderboard, you can see Orca just starting to slowly but surely dominate the leaderboards, which leads me to see that Failure needs to get their shit together and figure out what the hell is going on right now and start regathering and rallying up correctly, which they seem to finally be doing right now on the Riftstone.
Right. Orca, I think, doing a great job of making sure they hold the stone, but honestly, not so much in the last few seconds, though. Up at 38% is Failure right now. I'm going to have to put on the SPID music here in a moment for them to rally their forces back. They had 2 times as many people on the point as Orca. Orca actually getting wiped off and losing control a little bit too much there, and now they're climbing up over 37% with 15 minutes left to go. We might see this trade hands once or twice, Shiku.
I honestly do think that, yeah, Failure does seem to be getting their ground together right now. They're rallying up finally. They're in a better position. They just seem to be too scattered initially, as if they just like were under a lot of pressure and they couldn't deal with it. But now it seems like they're getting more coordinated. Probably better shot calling is being done right now. And they do seem they might actually have a chance still at rebounding and capturing that point. But that is not still going to be the end of it, depending on how the timer goes.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Orca really struggling right now. 43% consistently climbing. Failure clawing their way back into this Riftstone battle right now. Slowly but surely. I think that Orca a little bit too focused on trying to win the open field skirmish on this one. If we take a look at the leaderboards, we see Orca, Failure, Orca, Failure, Orca. And that's great. You're padding your stats. But at the end of the day, it's failures that are the ones winning the objective time and time again. And since Orca can't build percentage, guys, if you own the Riftstone, you can't build up percentage. The other guild, if you can't close the door on them, will slowly overtake you. And that's what we're seeing, Shiku, as they climb up to 53% now.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here. Failure's tactic should be to, as long as they are confident in that, of course, if they are too confident that they can keep pumping that percentage, they need to kind of like try to play in and out and kind of like kite them away a little. Let that percentage like be stalled a little bit and try to capture at a lower minute mark so that they can have a higher chance of basically just making sure that they don't have enough time to capture back. And that would be in their best interest. However, they might need some good SPID music to actually encourage them a little bit.
I'll spare him. I've already played it once. I will spare him on this one, but I swear to God, if it gets really close, I might just play it as we get closer to time here. 13 minutes on the clock, and it does look like Orca starts to battle back. So, yeah, yo, chill with this video. I got you, buddy. I kid, but like, yeah, we got to lock in here. Failure honestly, I was about to say that Orca starts to take more control, starts to have their stronger strategy come through a little bit as they start to control the percentage on the Riftstone for Failure. But as I say that, now Failure starting to break through once again. They were stuck at 50% for a while, now up at 55%. You can see this skirmish moving around. If you want to run over towards the spawn, tell us what's kind of report on what's happening over there. As I've got this fight here, it looks like Failure controls the high ground here. Some Orca members doing their best to basically try to keep Failure down, but look at all the yellow health bars here, most of which are not standing on the point right now. If you look over towards the spawn, yeah, look at that fight over towards the spawn in the bottom right of your screen, guys. It is looking very much so like both guilds committing at least one static to making sure that they don't get spawn camped over there, and that's really, really important in my opinion. But when both guilds commit 6 people and you're really not able to prevent anything, we're climbing up to 70% here. I think that SPID's sweating a little bit. The Failure members in the chat are getting really excited. 77%. We're gonna tick down. They're gonna cap this with, I think if they keep going like this with over 10 minutes left remaining, Orca should have the time to rally back, but Failure clearly has the momentum in this match. I'm not sure that Orca is going to be able to rally.
I'm honestly thinking the same. Like right now, it's good to obviously try to hold that spawn point and make sure that nobody gets like swilled there. But at the same time, when you are indeed losing percentage and you're losing control of your Riftstone, you are more effective actually as a foot on the Riftstone, trying to help there and try to negate the percentage from going even higher. than simply trying to camp a campsite or a spawn point like that. So I think right now Orca needs to rally up, get all their members in, and try to push them off as they're climbing right now to 95%. It's going higher as well. 100%. Holy.
Orca with a full pull off the point right there. I think that they saw the writing on the wall. I think that they're going to battle back the other way now. LeChicken-san on the high ground as well right there. Orca said, okay, it looks like they've got the better of us here. Failure back on top of this one, fighting to go to the semifinals. Orca cheering for the Orca fans in the chat, cheering for their lives, trying to help their guild get through on this one. But it looks like, again, Orca needs to get a cap down immediately. Every single second is going to matter. And I think that this right here, this is for all the marbles. Failure had a lot of time to cap this Riftstone. They do not prevent Orca from getting that cap off, which is so important. Now it's Orca that has to commit very dedicatedly to the Riftstone. If you look over towards that spawn in the top right of your screen over there, guys, a lot of Failure members committed over there with Orca trying to battle to try to take the high ground right now so that they can overwhelm the Riftstone itself. They have 16 people on the stone right now, which is more than their opponent. This is good. Their contribution is starting to climb as we tick down under the 10-minute mark here. Whatever guild wins this, like, I do not think that if Orca took this back, Shiku, I do not think that Failure would have time to recap this. It's all going to come down to this cap here.
Yeah, I do think this is basically the last cap that is going to happen. If they do take it back, I think it will be over for Failure. But Failure needs to just commit to what they've been doing. It has been working out pretty well. But I gotta admit, a lot of guilds that are watching this tournament need to take a book out of SYN Nova's interruption methods and take it and implement it, because I'm noticing that the reason they're failing here is because a lot of the people that were trying to interrupt are all melee, and they can clearly tell they're not landing it on the person there. And that's where you need your wands, your staffs, whatever it may be that can actually interrupt, to be on that point assisting with that. And that is where SYN Nova shines the most.
Yeah, it looks like Orca really struggling down at 1% on the cap. They're going to get the door shut on them as Crick's fighting strong right now. It does look like that Failure is doing their best in this one to win this, but it just doesn't look like Orca is able to battle back right now. Failure so strong, and every minute mattering. Orca completely push off the Riftstone right now. Failure dominating at this moment, and with 8.5 minutes left on the clock, it does look like, look at that leaderboard. Failure, Failure, Orca, Orca, Failure, Failure, Orca, Failure, Orca, Orca, Orca. It is so close in this match right now, but it is Orca failing to secure the objective. It's a caster curse. They do manage to get another cap off on the Rift. They need their members to start committing. Every single member. We see Osku, the terrorist himself, running the wrong way. Osku, do you know where the cap is? Do you know where the Riftstone is? Osku, wake up! You're gonna lose, Osku! Osku, Neptune's just watching at home going, yeah, baby, get him, baby, get him right now. Orozco in the wrong zip code right now, and all of Failure is going to shut the door on this cap again on this one. If Orca doesn't get their act together quickly, they're just not going to have enough time to recap this for themselves. Now they're down at 7.5 minutes, and Failure is just standing on the objective. They're all just standing on it. Look at how many of them there are, and Orca is just skirmishing off on the side. They're too busy trying to pad their stats. As much praise as I tried to give them before for having experience with large-scale PvP, they just look like a bunch of KD8 players right now.
Yeah, I gotta admit, like, where I'm standing on the spawn point, there seems to be a lot of them just like taking the fight here when they should essentially just try to run through them or simply CC and get the hell onto the Riftstone, because running time is running. One thing I have to admit though, I love seeing this in these kind of like high level fights. The leaderboard is just not a good representation of anything, because it started with Failure being on the top, and then it completely went towards Orca's side for a massive difference, and then right now it's back to Failure, and you just cannot tell anything by the leaderboard, because what matters at the end of the day is who is in control of the Riftstone.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself, Shiku. Dude, I feel so bad. Spid has been waiting the entire tournament to spam "you can't spell failure" or you can't spell fail without failure. And every single time failure gets an upset in their match, they remind him that you also can't spell stupid without spit. It is absolutely brutal to watch Orca, who is supposed to be a super strong guild like this, take control of the Riftstone early and then fail to actually outcompete failure long term. Failure just playing the objective better, stronger strategy, stronger synergy with their players. Orca sadly just not planting their boots on the point as effectively as failure is, and you can see right now 26-20. Orca can't get over 20% right now. Maybe that early cap was kind of a fluke. Maybe failure wanted it to happen. Regardless, failure makes an adjustment, and then just like that, they're just slamming the door on them repeatedly. Look, they've got 30 people in this tight little space. You do not see guilds do that. The reason that people don't like to do that on mmorpg, guys, is because if you stack 30 people in this small space, the other guild just comes in and just flash waves you. They AoE you and you just all die. Now, it's standing right next to each other. But Orca not looking at the objective, playing like for kills on the outskirts of the fight and trying to skirmish is killing them right now. They're just not looking at the objective. They're not playing strategically like failure is. They're clearly able to skirmish right on par with failure, but failure is just outplaying them left, right, and center.
Yeah, failure is definitely showing a much better coordination right now. I feel like what happened with failure initially is what's happening with Orca now. Initially, failure were the ones crumbling under the pressure, and it seemed like they were just all over the place. But you kind of can tell that these players have practiced a lot of PvP. The shot caller probably has a role in this as well to kind of like get them in position again. But now that the situation is reversed and Orca are the ones that are under the sheer pressure and the time is ticking as well, they do not seem to be actually playing as they should be. However, the numbers seem to be going up pretty fast right now. It's not looking really good for them.
Failure really struggling right now. Not really struggling right now. Orca is really struggling right now to try to even get to 30%. 4 minutes on the clock for Orca. They're going to get knocked out of this tournament because they can't get people to come over to the point. Finally, we see Orca starting to stream over here. The shot caller must be screaming at them now. You can almost tell right now as all the Orca members come in here. But now failure is standing tall on that point. Look how many low red health bars there are. Failure winning the close range skirmish train over here, and they're free to stand on this high ground, guys. Is failure again? They can stand on this high ground. It's Orca that can't fight them anymore. They have to basically flood in on the low ground, get every single boot on the point that they absolutely can afford right now. As Fufu runs through, Osku runs through. There's Tass. That's a BDO partner over there, playing a whole lot of BDO as we see. LOL. Pearl Abyss watching from home, wishing we could get PvP this good. Failure, though, just not gonna let Orca have an inch in this match. Shiku, I'm almost speechless because Orca took it initially and have just lost control of the entire thing.
I'm honestly surprised because Orca was very dominant in the whole tournament as well, and they've been performing pretty well. Even in this match, they showcased that they can actually win this pretty early on as well, with pretty much dominating their zone and capturing it as well. But all of a sudden, once things have been reversed and failure took control, it feels like Orca just like cannot handle the pressure as well as failure can, and that's the factor that is leading to failure winning this one.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Orca's time is running out in this one, and that is a darn shame because I think they had so many fans rooting for them in this tournament. They are going to try to rally just one more time. They have 30 people on the point as the percentage starts to climb. They still technically have time to pull through here. They need to get so many people, 33 people standing on the point right now. Everyone except for FTP, Astrides, and then there's somebody with, ironically enough, Osku also playing for himself and not the team over there, finally runs toward the point for the first time in his goddamn career. He's actually going to play for the team on this one, but it is too little, too late, I think. They climb up to 35%, but failure is able to consistently contest them on this point. They're just not able to fight. It took them so long to actually get their guild to commit onto the point. Just a bunch of KDA players, and I can say that having seen them them play in BDO2. They're phenomenal players, but my God, these guys just cannot play for each other sometimes. It's just so frustrating. They're at 46%, a minute and a half left on the clock. They finally start playing as a team. Look at this. The percentage should have been climbing like this the entire time. If they had been doing this the entire fight, they would have control of the Riftstone right now. They would be going to the semifinals, but sadly, they're all playing for themselves. You can't do that in a tournament with this much on the line. Failure knows that. Failure is going to go to the semifinals. It is looking so good for them. Shiku, what are we seeing? Spin just cannot catch a break, man.
I don't think Spit is having a good time today, and it will look even worse if both teams keep winning Disaster Death and Failure, and it will be even funnier if these two teams make it to the final. I think that will be the end of it for him.
Unbelievable. Orca going to be knocked out of the tournament by Failure in this one. I don't know if anyone thought that even Failure didn't think they could make it this far in the tournament, but their strategy is stronger. Their team play is stronger. Their skirmish is stronger. Their statics are stronger. Their leadership is stronger. They're going to the semifinals, and oh my goodness, do we have a semifinals match for you on our hands? Oh my goodness, look at that leaderboard. It is Failure ultimately winning out. Super close match. 3.4 million damage done for Clyde right there from Failure on the spear dagger. 65 kills will take the top of the leaderboards home. Who had the highest damage tanked in the lobby? 1.6 million from Scrapper from Orca. Looks like he probably has it in the bag. Yeah, 1.6 million is going to be the highest number I see for tanking. Heals wise, I see 6.8 million for Lorenus right there. Who 5? Oh, yep, nope. 10.2 million from Rar from Orca, and he's had the highest healed in every match that Orca had in the tournament so far. So 10.2 million, extremely high. Rar coming out strong here, but sadly again, Orca just not playing the objective as well as they probably could.
Honestly, a great fight at the end of the day. Orca did a pretty good job initially. It seemed like they might even be the ones winning, and all of a sudden Failure turned the tables, which was expected. But yeah, Failure just had a better management overall, and they knew how to control the Rift even when they were under pressure, and that's where they managed making a comeback, in which Orca failed in that department, and I think that is what needs to be addressed on their end in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. What a great match that just won. It was so back and forth. First, Orca had it, and then we saw it go back towards Failure. Ultimately, the only losers in the match ultimately were Spid. As we look over to our tournament sponsor for the day, guys, I do want to give a big shout out to Icon Digital, who has sponsored the tournament and runs a performance app that you can use to get a lot more FPS no matter what game you play. The app is actually free to download, and it will tell you everything you need to know about your computer and what could be wrong with it. It'll show you your memory usage, CPU, GPU, all at the click of a button on graphs that are very easy to interpret and see. Even a caveman could understand it, the way they break it down. It's absolutely incredible. And then if you want to use their subscription service, it's $8.99 a month. If you use code Blue Squadron, you can optimize your computer as aggressively or as unaggressively as you want for the game that you like to play, getting 40 to 60% more FPS across the board, especially if you can't afford a new computer right now. Maybe you want to run the top games as well as the guy who bought the 5090. Just optimize with Icon. You'll be getting those frames in no time, Chief. And especially if you do have a 5090, you want to try to make the most of it. So big shout out to Icon Digital for sponsoring the tournament here. As we look ahead to our final match, let's take a look over at this. It is Unleash versus Hand of Unity. Unleash, the early access start guild from the RNet server. They believe they're rank 1 in their alliance next to xMark, who is also really strong in their alliance, but xMark got knocked out earlier. So now Unleash, the only ones representing their alliance left, the last hope of the RNet server here. They're rank 1 on their server. They've won every single siege to date. Their prediction for the tournament is top 5, which means they have to win this round, but it's against Hand of Unity, who I'll let you introduce because these are your boys.
Yes, sir. Hands of Unity, as I mentioned before, free-to-play server. They initially started on Penance, which is now on Adriana, a PvP server, and led by Relico, who once again have taken his guild a very long way. And I loved seeing the playstyle that they've been showcasing in this tournament. They just have this kind of like move as a blob kind of playstyle with a lot of dominance in their composition, essentially. And I do think that Unleash will not have an easy time here. I think both guilds are pretty good in their respective way, but I think Hand of Unity might be the favored one here, in my personal opinion.
Hand of Unity has walked through every round of this tournament. Basically just carpet farming. Every single, like, farming people like crops so far in this tournament, making a statement in every round of the tournament so far. Unleash is their toughest opponent yet, and I think that a lot of people still think that Hand of Unity is going to take it. Oh my god. Did you see the pick ban? Did you? Uh-oh.
I did, yep.
Oh god. Oh my god. We have not seen this map. We didn't see this in North America. We have not seen this yet in EU. Unleash won the coin toss. They chose to pick Hand of Unity banned. Unleash must know that they're disadvantaged in this fight. The bans were Malakar, Grand Alon, and Kawazan, but what slipped through the bans was Chernobog.
Yeah, pretty interesting pick, honestly. And as you said, nobody picks this. And I, for one, honestly hate the Chernobog one. Even in Korea, we've all hated it. The terrain there just requires a lot of work and coordination. And I think maybe Unleash prepared something for Hands of Unity here. And honestly, on paper, that seems like a good counter to Hand of Unity, because as you said, they just move, like, just run over their enemies. But in this map, I don't think they'll be able to do that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for them. Make sure you guys get your predictions in. It looks like currently, oh my goodness, bro. Currently, 77% of chatters think that Hand of Unity is going to take this. But again, Unleash winning the coin toss means that they probably prepped this ahead of time. They probably knew, okay, Hand of Unity, unlikely. If we win pick ban and we choose pick, Hand of Unity is unlikely to suspect a Chernobog pick on the map, so they could prepare this ahead of time. I would give advantage there to Unleash, even though Hand of Unity definitely the clear favorite to win the match. Coming out in pick ban with a crazy map pick like Chernobog like this is literally insane. I don't think I've ever gotten to see a war game on Cherno. Unbelievably, people have told me that there's one of the spawn locations is really close. We're gonna get to see it here. I'm really excited because most guilds refuse to fight on Cherno for this reason. So, like, again, there's got to be something wrong with it. I'm about to find out. That we're gonna learn today, chat. We're gonna learn together on this one. So make sure you guys get your predictions in. Looks like a couple people did crash, so we're waiting for them to rejoin the lobby on this side of Hand of Unity here. No problem there. It looks like the matches are almost set and ready to go. Okay, so knowing what you know about Cherno, do you think that Hand of Unity's typical style, chat, if you don't know, is to group up? There's the reason Unity is in their name. In Unity, there is strength, which is an old Protoss quote from StarCraft 2. If you're a Giga Chat and you know that. But again, Hand of Unity just likes to run around as one big group. They run around as one big group, and their target acquisition is really, really strong. Unleash, on the other side of it, though, again, I think that they're trying to split them up a little bit here. I think that they're trying to split the difference on this one. Looks like we are go here as the prediction starts to run out, and we did get our players all in the lobby. We're going to be spawning into Chernobog on this one. Oh, boy. I see all of the guilds start to come in here. I see them spawning on the platform, but no fighting has started quite yet on this one. Actually, neither guild, I think, taking the spawn quite yet, Shiku, that I can tell.
Yep. Oh, I can see people here now. Actually, a fight has already broken out as well.
Oh my god, this is cancer. No wonder nobody wants to fight up here. This is miserable. There's a spawn like 2 inches from the riftstone. Oh my god, bro. No wonder of course I don't know what the layout of Cherno is. Nobody ever plays on Cherno. No one ever does war games on Cherno, and I've personally never even called on Cherno before because we've never actually contested this riftstone. Most of the time you don't really want Cherno, unless when the game first started, Cannon took Cherno. We let him have Cherno over there, but like I never got to fight on Chernos. This is my first look at this match like this. There is a spawn literally right behind me. No wonder no one wants to fight here. It's extremely difficult to get the upper hand on a map like this when the spawn is right there. Even if you're convincingly wiping your opponent, they're spawning so close to the spawn location. It is just a little rough. It is just a little rough. Shiku, I don't know, man. I think this is definitely the play for Unleash if they're fighting an uphill battle like this.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is going to be a very prolonged 20 minutes fight, in which is just going to be a full-on brawl. I think Hand of Unity is not going to be able to do the usual design or usual play style, which is exactly what Unreal wants here. But at the same time, despite that, they're still holding the ground pretty well, even dominating the leaderboard surprisingly, which is going to come down to who can hold the fort the longest, as this is just going to be an all-out brawl. And I think that is exactly what Unleash wanted from picking this map.
Yeah, that's what they want. Hand of Unity definitely winning the small scale skirmish. The problem with this, guys, is even if you're winning super hard, look at the leaderboard. All Hand of Unity, all of it is Hand of Unity. Very, very heavily Hand of Unity favored. The problem with this is you kill someone and they're back in 6 seconds. They are back immediately. It is not even, there are no breaks. They are back right away. It is extremely difficult to keep enough people on the point, more people on the point than your opponent. Fortunately, there actually is, there is no bubble, which helps. So if Hand of Unity does get enough of an upper hand here, they can spawn camp and basically keep control of the Riftstone. But you can see even Unleash is just able to keep a strong blob on the Riftstone despite losing out in the skirmish. Hand of Unity is really struggling to basically stay dominant on the stone.
Yeah, this is exactly like the point. Unleash is very good at these like kind of like brawl skirmishes, and this is exactly what they wanted here from this pick here. And despite that, even though Hand of Unity is being pushed out of their usual playstyle, the comfortable playstyle that they like, they are honestly still like holding the ground pretty damn well, which does showcase that this is still a very high level guild, that even if you force them out of their playstyle, it's not like they will just instantly crumble. They will adapt and they will still put up a very good fight. And that is something you do expect from high level guilds, on the contrary of like guilds that the moment you push them out of their comfort zone, they just crumble.
Yep, a little rough for them. I think that Unleash is actually winning out on the stone proper here. Hand of Unity has too many people committed over towards the spawn right now. It looks like the rift is now opened up and there are attempted caps going down. It looks like Sanya from Unleash is actually trying to take that cap right now. Hand of Unity preventing that from happening. Now Nox on the other side of it on behalf of Hand of Unity trying to take it. He gets interrupted as well. A very back and forth fight. I am very strongly understanding why guilds do not want to fight on Chernobog like this. This is a mess. And personally, like I said, yeah, I've shot called on almost every Riftstone in the game. I've never had to shot call on Cherno, so that's why I just don't know where the Riftstone actually is, especially on war games where you spawn in. Definitely a little disorienting there, but you can't know everything. It is what it is. In this case, though, putting a spawn this close to the rift, I think makes it almost unplayable. If the spawn wasn't that close, though, this would still be cancer, though, Shiku, because then you could basically just control the ramp up to this high ground here, and then it would be just as bad as Malachar. So I think the spawn kind of has to be there.
It's good that you put it this way, because that is exactly why I hate the stone, because normally speaking, outside of war games, that is, you don't have the luxury of having that spawn point. And the reason we hated the stone is because the moment you lose control on the stone, your only way of getting in is through these very tiny chokes and stairs that are just unbelievably terrible for you to walk through. And that's exactly why we've always hated that stone back in Korea, also in EU and NA as well.
Yeah, that's why we never contested for it. All I know is that, like, you know, I asked Canon, like, which stone do you want, Cherno? And I was like, okay, well, do we contest you on that? He's like, I'll be honest with you, it's kind of a cancer stone. I didn't even bother going to go check. He just said it was kind of a cancer stone because there's only one way up and one way down for the most part. You have to run through small chokes. I was like, okay, then we won't bother. And I never sent my guild to Chernobog for that reason, because I figured it would just be a really poor fight for us. We would go to stones like Azrael instead, where fights could actually happen and things were a little bit more well balanced. So again, I'm sorry guys, I couldn't find it initially because, like, again, I've never had to fight on Cherno before. This is a really tough location. That spawn kind of has to be there. I respect the devs putting it there. I think the rift should probably, the location itself should be changed. If this is the way it's going to go, both guilds are participating in the cap right now. Hand of Unity is actually losing out. Unleash is climbing over 54% right now. Oh, one guy just fell off the side of the map. That is a long run back right now. Hand of Unity really struggling to keep enough people on the rift because they've just got so many people trying to spawn camp down there to keep Unleashed from getting up, but the Unleashed members are getting right through.
And that's exactly my point. If you look at my perspective, you can clearly tell that Hand of Unity is trying their best to get through these choke points, but it is exactly what I hate about this map. It's just extremely hard to walk this through these choke points, especially if you're fighting a guild that knows what they're doing. However, they're finally starting to stabilize a little bit. However, Unleash is definitely more prepared for this fight, and they are slowly but surely getting to capturing the point.
Yeah, they're playing the objective a lot better than Hand is. And again, this is the problem. Hand of Unity tried to ban out again, all of like the really one-sided maps. Malakar, Grand Aelon, Kawazan. They tried to get rid of all of those maps, but they missed the Cherno. They were hoping Unleash wouldn't pick the Chernobog, or that they weren't bold enough to do this, because I'll be honest, this is a coin toss at best on this one. Yes, the stronger guild in theory should win this, but it's so easy for it to go back the other way because of how close that spawn location is. I would say that again, the stronger guild should win in this matchup, mainly because that bubble is not there anymore. You see one static from Hand of Unity trying to skirmish on that low ground, but Unleash has another static basically designated to stopping them from camping that, and everyone runs back. Hand of Unity rallying strong now though, finally getting control of the point right now. 32 people on it, over twice as much as their opponent. So you see Unleash's percentage dropping dramatically now as Hand of Unity rallies hard onto the point right there, shooting up over, it looks like they're going to reach 40% and climbing right now. And now it's Unleash back down at 56%. The cheese not working as well now, Shiku. Hand of Unity starting to get their bearings.
I really love seeing this level of coordination from Hand of Unity. They were having a very hard time on the choke down the stairs, but now that they've finally managed getting control of that choke, not only did they start funneling members into the point to start pumping percentage, but also they lift more people on that choke point to take control of it and make it a hell time for Unleash now on the choke point, which is exactly what I like seeing from high level guilds, knowing exactly what their objectives are, what points to play on, and how to spread their members accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness, bro. What a crazy match we see here. Hand of Unity battling back now at 48% and climbing with just 20 people on the stone, but only 17 for Unleash, and you only need 1 foot on the opponent more than on the objective more than your opponent. Now Unleash gets back on top again. Now they have to climb back all of that percentage that they lost, 66% now, and Hand of Unity is back up at 51% and climbing. I think Hand of Unity struggling a little bit to get control, but now starting to understand exactly what they have to do to win this rift. It's very likely, guys, for a lot of these players, as I said before, it's not just me that doesn't play on the war games for Chernobog like this. A lot of these players probably have never fought on Cherno like this in a war games lobby. They're not used to this kind of tempo. Even if they fought for the war games riftstone, you probably never have an actual fight on that riftstone, and if you do, it looks wildly different than this. So like having to adjust to that very quickly, which is what Hand of Unity is having to do here, is extremely difficult for a guild, right? Because even if you're used to coming to Chernobog and you own this riftstone all the time, it's way different than the war games lobby, because you can't just just camp the ramp like we talked about before, because the spawn is literally right there. Hand of Unity finally getting their bearings, finally get adjusted, finally get ready, set on this one, and now it's Unleash down at 50%. As Hand of Unity climbs over the 80% marker, I think they might have their number, Shiku.
I do love how these fights do showcase as well, like which guild is the more dominant one. Like win or lose here, don't forget that at the end of the day, Unleash picked this map to counter a play style that Hand of Unity is known for. And despite that, Hand of Unity's dominance is not shaked at all by it. They had a rough start, sure. They were losing initially, sure. But then eventually they started like stabilizing, and they are just showing tremendous pressure that Unleash is having a very hard time pushing back.
Yeah, a really tough position. Unleash actually battling back now, as just as you say that, Caster Curse, welcome to the club. 25 people for Unleash, over 15. They're getting close to that double number there. Oh no, Hand of Unity just runs right back there, gets right back up on the rift. So that is one benefit, is if you lose control for a moment, you can just basically immediately respawn and rectify that mistake. I do think that whoever caps the stone initially has a heavy advantage in winning the overall fight. As you can see, 11.5 minutes, neither guild has actually gotten a cap yet in the first 15 minutes of the match, but Hand of Unity shooting really far ahead of Unleash with over twice as many people on the stone. They're gonna get that cap off. Unleash's cheese not working out for them here, and with 11.5 minutes left on the clock, they are going to have a seriously uphill battle against Hand of Unity to try to move this one back in their favor. I'll be honest, Sonya has to get right on capping this point. They're gonna need every second, Shiku.
Yeah, I do think Unleash definitely still has enough time, which might make a comeback. So I don't think this is time for Hand of Unity to relax just yet. But I think at the end of the day, it will all come down to how good their interrupting is as well on the Riftstone. The longer they keep them away from capping that Riftstone, the better they will. However, it's seemingly like they are trying to do that, but at the time that they're doing this, they're losing control, and they might actually start getting thinned by Unleash slowly but surely, which could lead to them losing this fight slowly.
Yeah, really cool. Pushing Sonya off the stone over and over again there. Liquid Brain's doing his best as well. And again, guys, it took just under 9 minutes to cap the very first cap of the match here. So you need to understand, just under 9 minutes, that means you need to be looking at that clock. Now you start sweating a little bit. You know that I would say that Unleash has about 1.5 minutes here to get a cap off if they're going to basically bring it back the other way and try to cap back on Hand of Unity here. It's going to take him at least 9 minutes to probably bring that cap back here. And as we tick down to the 10-minute mark here, Hand of Unity seems to understand that. So they're so laser focused on making sure that Unleash cannot get back into this one. You keep seeing them push the frontline battle over there, right where S4C is. That frontline battle is where all the eyes are right now, because Hand of Unity just knows we just need to keep interrupting that one person. Every single second matters. As we tick down 9 minutes and 45 seconds, the door is starting to shut, Shiku.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, this is also why, like in high level play, the moment you get the first capture, why it is so important is that because most high guilds, or like most good guilds, they know how to interrupt. They know how to get you off the stone. They have multiple players ready to target you and get you off the cap. And this is why like getting that initial cap tends to give you like a major advantage. And as you can see even here, it has been a few minutes and they are still having a very hard time even getting a cap here, because the guild knows what they're doing, and finally they get a cap off.
All it took was one of us saying, hey, they're really struggling to get a cap off. Boom, there they go, bro. I'm telling you, it's this Caster Curse. Now I'm gonna make the match really close. Watch, guys. Unleash getting absolutely dominated right now by Hand of Unity. There's no way they could possibly win in under 9 minutes left on the clock. That's how you get the Caster Curse cooking on this one. Unleash does have to start kicking it into high gear, unironically. They need to start kicking it into high gear. They need people to jump onto this Riftstone as quickly as possible here, because a Hand of Unity just has 1 or 2 more players on the Rift at all points in time. They're going to shut the door on them here. 5% and falling on the contribution. Hand of Unity has their foot on the gas pedal, Shiku.
Yeah, I think honestly Hand of Unity is doing a phenomenal job here, but Unleash, unironically, still has time. They're not like your casual guilds. They are guilds that played for quite some time now. Okay, there we go. Here comes the Caster Curse again. I guess you don't have enough time, it seems. Yeah. But just aside though, like they do definitely have enough time. They just need to get their shit together. They need to start figuring something out about the choke initially, honestly. The only reason I see them like having a hard time right now is because the choke point is being heavily dominated by Hand of Unity, which is giving them just a very hard time rallying up on Unleashed side. So I think that's where they should start, thin that numbers out, and then get on the point.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I think that the pick ban for this one, I think that Unleashed came out swinging, and this is what you got to do when you feel your guild is at a disadvantage versus the other guild. You need to bust out something that they're not going to expect and have a strategy to try to fight them. You saw how Unleashed almost won this match. They got the cap off first, and they were winning in contribution, meaning they had prepped their members ahead of time to understand exactly how the War Games Cherno is different than the map Cherno, and or how like the open world like Riftstone actually plays out. And their members were clearly playing it better. It took Hand of Unity. They were on the back foot for the entire first 8 minutes or so, or 12 minutes or so of the match. It took Hand of Unity a while before their shot caller and their guild started to figure out how they were supposed to play this. But once Hand of Unity got control, Unleashed was unable to basically contest them in the field, and now we're seeing Unleashed able to even get a cap off. But you can see the map choice is so important. The other guilds have to be looking at this and going, okay, we need to rethink our bans here, Shiku.
I mean, to be fully honest here, I think, and this might upset a few people from Unleashed side, I've had the luxury of playing with both guilds. I've seen both sides, and to be fully honest here, Hand of Unity compared to Unleashed do have a lot of solid players. Obviously, they made it this far because they're good, but the only difference between them and Hand of Unity, the amount of time and effort that is put into Hand of Unity to take the guild higher and higher without having ego, compared to Unleashed, is quite dramatic. And I think that is where Hand of Unity excels, and that's why they can reach this level as a guild compared to Unleashed.
I will say, for what it's worth, if you're a DPS player on this map, I bet you are kind of eating good. Yeah, well, actually, honestly, the damage number is not nearly as high as I thought they were going to be, despite the fact that, again, you're fighting basically the entire time, start to finish. You are just rolling through cooldowns, casting things as fast as you possibly can on this. And again, the damage is not quite as high as we see it in these other matches here. So I'm not sure exactly what the reason is for that, as again, both guilds have been in an all-out brawl the entire time here, but the tanks should at least be taking a lot of damage consistently here. 19 to 20, 20 to 19. Unleashed finally gets back on top of the Riftstone with only 3% contribution, though. They have a mountain to climb, and they start their trek up that mountain, climbing back up to 8% very quickly right there, staying on top of Hand of Unity as we tick underneath the 5-minute mark. They are doing their best, honestly, over 10% now. Unleashed starting to breathe now, starting to get a little bit of the upper hand. Hand of Unity relinquishing control of the Riftstone, which honestly, they don't need to start sweating quite yet, but they had it. Unleashed up on the ropes right there. I think they shut the door on this one more time. There's just not going to be enough time, Shiku.
Yeah, but honestly, if you also can get my point of view, you can clearly tell that there is no reason for them to sweat yet, because there is a lot of players that are already available on the chokes. And as you can see, they're now funneling them back up to kind of assist. So they already have a lot of numbers to spare. They already have a lot of people on the choke, holding their ground. And if needed, if all comes down to it, they can easily recall them into the point last minute or last few seconds. And that alone will just give them a very good advantage on the Riftstone. So I think Unleashed just needs to really lock in, needs to get rid of these people here and deal with them somehow, so that they can have any chance of even funneling the players that die back into the Riftstone.
Yeah, Hand of Unity standing with 2 statics there, and that was the strategy I talked about earlier when I took my first look at it. As I said, okay, you put 1 or 2 statics on the stairs right here, you try to camp the spawn as they come up, might be the play, because there is no bubble. Guys, imagine this matchup with bubble. It would be unbelievable. It would be a coin flip. either way, because you're running with invincibility onto the point on repeat. It would be so hard. But you see, look at Hand of Unity on this point right now, have basically completely wiped out Unleash from the point at this point right now. Hand of Unity adapting and overcoming, showing why they're one of the favorites to win the tournament now as they dive a little bit further off the point here. Unleash starting to relinquish the gas pedal. Hand of Unity again. Unleashed coming in with a very uncharacteristic pick in terms of map choice for these rift stones here for this match, and it almost worked for them. They got up to 75% on the cap before Hand of Unity started to realize what they had to do to try to get back into this one. But Hand of Unity is able to adapt and overcome, and that is part of what being the best guild on your region is all about. Unleashed gonna make a final push up these stairs with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, but look at their health bars start to get thinned out right now. Looks like Sonya actually snuck through on this as Unleashed comes up the other side as well. Sonya snuck through. It's gonna get, oh my god, this is so important. Wait, they have so many more people on the point. They have 9 people. That's over twice as many. And Hand of Unity starts to scramble back to the point. They finally get back to this point over here, but they got up to 20% contribution for free with 2 minutes left on the clock. Unleashed with 1 more card left to play, and they tried it. Oh my god, these little rats in Unleashed over here. Sonya knowing they baited Hand of Unity to come off the rift stone there, Shiku. That was actually masterfully done. They baited Hand of Unity to be over aggressive off the rift stone, just snuck their tank through, got the free cap off, and then they only had like 2 or 3 people on the rift, but that's twice as many as Hand of Unity had, and they just shot up in contribution. Hand of Unity caught lacking right there, forced to move back towards the rift stone. It does look like they're going to be able to shut the door on it with 1.5 minutes left to go on the timer here. Unleashed is forced to brawl, and it just doesn't look like they've got enough time to make it happen. But my god, Unleashed just showed not only are they willing to bust out the craziest map choice of the entire tournament, but they also came with multiple strategies prepared on this map to try to make this work for them. They are trying to stand tall on the point. They actually have 29 people over 15. That's over twice as many people as we tick down under a minute. There's no way that they have enough time right now. Hand of Unity all pulling back to the rift stone now to try to rally for their guild. They can't let them get on top of this one, and you gotta give props to Unleash coming prepared into this one. They knew they were the underdog, and they got cap after cap. They came with the outside the box pick. They did their scouting, they did their scrims ahead of time. They were ready with it. Caught Hand of Unity off balance. I think the other guilds in the tournament are going to be like, do we need to prep Cherno? What's going on? Have we messed up here? Do we need to look at our vans again?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest here, like the player from Unleash, if this was a guild that is not like Hand of Unity, like a guild that was just slightly less in terms of skills, they could have actually made something out of it. They could have definitely caught them off guard, but sadly, Hand of Unity is just a very like up there kind of level kind of guild, which manages to like counterattack right away and play accordingly, and that is why they managed like reacting to that kind of play and pushing them off of it right away.
Yep, Hand of Unity going to come up with the final match of round of 4. Guys, we still have the semifinals. We're going to see these skills one more time. It's going to be Hand of Unity moving on. And I think that, again, that was the original. Everybody thought Hand of Unity was going to move on. And Unleash, I think, gave it the best match that they possibly could. 3.6 million damage for Tenros in this match on a spear dagger for Hand of Unity, dominating that leaderboard for his guild, really being the difference as a player. Be the change you want to see. 1.6 million for raids for Hand of Unity, will be the highest damage tanked, I believe, in the lobby. Yeah, yes, he will. Do they also have highest healed in the lobby? I see 6.5 million for Lelia from Seirai. And I believe nope, 7.6 million from Boeing 767 in Hand of Unity. Is that going to be enough? 8.7 million from Kukalu in Hand of Unity as well. So yeah, they have the strongest tanks. They had the strongest amount heal and the most damage dealt, dominating the leaderboard, and Unleash still almost coming up with that win. What a crazy match.
Honestly, that was probably so far the best match we've seen today, in my personal opinion. There was a lot of brawling. it was pretty insane. Hand of Unity, despite the fact that they had their usual play style dissected by the map, they have adapted pretty well. They had a rough start, but they made a huge comeback. They played it pretty well, and they have showcased why they are a very good guild by playing that accordingly. Unleash, however, towards the very end, did a very good tactic. They almost actually, if that was not Hand of Unity, if they were just caught lacking a little more, Unleash might have actually made a comeback out of that play.
Yeah, it is possible they could have made that comeback, but I'll be honest with you, again, Unleashed just looking so good in that match, mainly because they just, like, honestly, they came so prepared. You know what I mean? You have to give them credit where credit is due. They came so prepared in that match to really make that happen. And like they gave Hand of Unity a run for their money. I think Hand of Unity thought it was going to be closer or a lot less close than that right there. And they certainly were not expecting the Chernobog pickup. Very quickly, guys, I wanted to give us give a word from our other sponsor today here, who is Throny. Guys, you see people using the command in the chat there. It is an alliance management tool that all of your leadership and your members can use. It's super easy for your members to do, as you're about to see in the movie that we're going to see here in a moment. Basically, as a member, all you got to do is take a quick screenshot of your gear, paste it into the bot, and then the bot does the rest. You're automatically in the back end. It tracks your attendance for you. It tracks literally everything for you. Leadership saves countless hours a week if you just subscribe to Throny. So let's take a look.
Automate your guild and alliance management with our new Discord bot. Easily integrate member profiles into the Throny ecosystem with just one image upload. Simple, efficient, and seamless. Automate attendance tracking with custom server events. Create static war parties with our war party dashboard, and distribute loot fairly with our intuitive DKP system. Post items, manage requests, and track points all in one place. It's loot distribution made easy. Get a sneak peek at our upcoming dynamic events feature, a sign-up sheet that automatically integrates a user profile to give you the composition. Learn more about your guild with our detailed statistics of your members with a simple command. Plus, stay on top of member updates with our handy/remind command. Don't let guild management hold you back. Throny is the ultimate tool for Throne and Liberty players who want to stay ahead of the game. Invite Throny to your server today and take your guild to new heights.
All right, so I'm co-casting with Shiku, who is not actually at his desk right now. That's fine, though. We're going to be looking ahead to our first semifinals match, guys. Keep in mind, semifinals are a best-of-3 format. And this one, it is going to be SYN Nova versus Disaster Death. No map can be played more than one time, guys. So if we see Morokai, or we see Grand Alon, or we see Talus, we're not going to see it again for the rest of the series. So this brings a different dynamic into just what makes your guild better. Your leadership has to be able to choose and navigate pick ban appropriately more than one time. And then you just have to demonstrate that you're the better guild, not once, but twice. SYN Nova, the early access guild, again, showing their dominance so far in this tournament earlier today against Greed. Greed certainly with a phenomenal performance in that match, stronger than I think a lot of people were going to give credit for. SYN Nova on the back foot, but showing just how strong they are with strategy wise. How well their players can play together and how well their team can actually strategize. Hailing from the Wraith server, rank 1 in their alliance, rank 1 on the server. They've won almost every siege to date. Their prediction for the tournament is top 4, and they are absolutely already top 4. On the other side of things, we have Disaster Death, and Disaster Death is an early access guild from, well, honestly, apparently they own that server too. Who knows? At this point, clearly I messed up the card. That's my bad. They are rank 1 or 2 in their alliance. Usually, I think that they said that Death is the strongest guild pretty convincingly now in the alliance, but all 4 disaster guilds are relatively close in strength for everyone's frame of reference. We saw Rage go out relatively early in the tournament. They believe they're the strongest on their server. 4 sieges won. Their prediction for the tournament was top 5. So again, that prediction was already met as well. Shiku, what's your prediction for this match now?
Honestly, that's a very rough one. Like, obviously, you know that I've been rooting for Disaster Death. I do think SYN Nova is obviously a pretty solid guild as well. So this will be very hard to tell. It will all come down to who has the better organization, I guess, which Synergy Nova has showcased very high level of organization. But I will still stick to my vote of Disaster Death, but I do think this match will be very close.
Yeah, I think it could go either way based on how dominant we've actually seen Disaster come out. The Cinderella story of this tournament. Honestly, the glass slipper situation. Like, no cap, literal, like everyone, again, they had to fight their way through the first round too. They didn't have a bye in the first round. The other guilds in their alliance were knocked out in round 1 or were unable to come ultimately. So they just had a rough round 1. And then I think everybody kind of counted them out for round 2. And then people were writing them off on the predictions and the cards as well. And then they've fought their way convincingly all the way to the semifinals as a top 4 guild in the entirety of Europe, because all of Europe plays on one server like this. Is so cool to see for them. But I still think it is SYN Nova that is favored in this matchup. So which one did you say you were going to go for? I'm just going to go for the other one.
I'm still going to stick to Disaster Death as usual.
All right. SYN Nova. Spid has been wrong almost every prediction of the tournament so far. But you know what? We're going to go with Spid's prediction on this one as we are getting ready to go here as we move over toward the versus screen. Make sure you guys get your predictions in for this one. SYN Nova versus Disaster Death. Keep in mind, guys, whoever wins the first match, again, this is a best of 3 format between these two guilds here. Let's look at the first pick ban that we see. Looks like SYN Nova won the first coin toss. Disaster Death banned. Disaster banned Morokai, yep, Azrael, and Talus. The choice is Grand Alon.
Yep. I do see why the ban on Orca. Honestly, I think that was pretty smart on the end of Disaster Death. They know how Nova is pretty good at this map specifically. Alon, however, is a pretty interesting one because like the way it also like has some chokes and some different places to have entry to the boon. It's one of those also clunky places. So I'm looking forward to see how people will play it. We've seen it once before, or maybe even a little more, but it's one of those places where once you get that control, that initial control, it's really hard to get back on.
Right on. Yeah, we are about to get into this one. Grand Alon, like you said, one-sided stone. And I think that SYN Nova is coming out. They want to make a statement in this first one. They want to see just how close it is between the two guilds. And they should be able to basically leverage. I love Grand Alon as the first map pick because it doesn't really take the other maps, like the really solid maps, out of contention. And you also get to make an example over your opponent, mainly because you will win and you will win harder. Even if the match is supposed to be close and the two guilds are relatively close in strength, you will win harder on Grand Alon, which is more demoralizing for your opponent. And that's a big factor that goes into best of 3s. If you demoralize your opponent too hard in the first round, they'll be heartless coming in round 2, and then it makes sure you have a higher chance of winning in round 2. It looks like we went into game here. So if we flip over toward the live scene, I am almost over to it. I'll go ahead and see if you're already there. You did manage to make it there first. Yeah, your morph is just slightly better than mine. Bellatrix on the low ground here. SYN Nova, a lot of members on the low ground down here. Sadly, that means that a lot of them are respawning and coming back. Maybe the first engagement didn't go as well as they thought, or maybe it went super heavily in their favor. Who knows? No, there's a lot of Disaster on the point right now, doing really well. A lot of yellow health bars out here. A lot of SYN Nova fighting around the outside of the dais on this one. SYN Nova definitely look a little favored initially there. If we take a look at the leaderboard initially, oh no, it's back and forth. SYN Nova and Disaster Death right on par with one another, but it did look like that SYN Nova had a lot of people that hadn't really engaged in the fight yet, Shiku.
Yeah, honestly, it's looking like pretty chaotic right now. I can't even tell who's winning and who's losing because it's just like very chaotic. There are people fighting on the platform, people fighting under. However, it seems like Disaster is getting a very good engage here with like picking up their numbers properly, which might give them the advantage on the stone. But like once again, they're fighting SYN Nova, which obviously is a guild that is pretty strong, and I think they will not let that go uncontested. However, as you said earlier, like this is a pretty good map for the best of 3, as it will lead to one side being demoralized. And in this case, if Nova ends being on the losing side, it could backfire on them essentially.
Yeah, you see a lot of SYN Nova actually pinned down outside the rift right there, and decent amount of disaster actually able to get their way onto the rift stone here. It's really going to come down to whichever guild manages to take the rift stone first has a heavy favorite to win the overall match in this one, because it's very difficult to reverse cap on Grand Alon like this. Disaster actually with a lot more people on the Riftstone right now. SYN Nova is supposed to be the favorite to win the tournament here. Is the Cinderella story in Disaster beating SYN Nova right now? Is that what we are seeing? Is David going to beat Goliath? Nova has a lot of people on the leaderboards right now, but I'm going to be honest with you, there are more yellow health bars on my screen than red right now. A lot of SYN Nova fighting outside the point, and that is not how you take Grand Alon. You need to be fighting on the dais and then try to control the choke points outside. The losing guild normally has to fight outside and struggles to get through the chokes, and you can see it is SYN Nova struggling to get through those chokes right now with a minute and a half left on the clock. It is disaster death. I cannot believe the words coming out of my mouth. It is disaster death with dominant control of the stone on Grand Alon as SYN Nova in shambles.
Honestly, Disaster Death, like time and time again, has gone against all odds, despite what people think, like when they fight guilds and they say, oh, they're gonna lose to Hot Grails or they're gonna lose to Synergy Nova. This is exactly why I've been always putting my bets on Disaster, because I just feel like they've been time and time again going against all odds, and they do see him, despite the fact that people think of them as the underdog of some of these guilds. They are actually showcasing a different answer here.
Absolutely. I think one way to put this is that if Disaster Death had 1 million fans, I would be one of them. If Disaster Death had 10 fans, I would be one of them. If Disaster Death only had 1 fan, I would be that man. If Disaster Death had no fans, it means I have perished from the earth. Bro, I love that. That's such a good copy. I love it. SYN actually losing out with 30 seconds left to go right now. They are winning on the leaderboard, but that's not what matters. What matters is how many people do you have on the Riftstone proper, and Disaster has control of the Riftstone. It can be very difficult to take back control of the Riftstone right now, guys, on Grand Alon, because you have to funnel through choke points. If Disaster gets too much control, they absolutely can just keep controlling those choke points on you. Although a lot of Disaster just got wiped off at a very critical moment because the Riftstone's going to open up here. Let's see. We're going to get to see with the second that somebody caps this, either team caps this, we're going to see just how many members from each guild are participating in the cap, and that will be telling. It looks like it's going to be Necro. No, gets interrupted by Haru, who's going to go down. He's at 0 HP. Oh my god, he's going to catch a heal. That's crazy. Necro is going to be the one that goes down right there, and now it's SYN Nova going for the cap, gets interrupted. Hood King gets interrupted right there. Owner BLC gets killed as well. Now Necro is back at it again with the white vans trying to get that cap off. Neither guild can actually get the cap now as SYN Nova focuses its objective towards this rift. It looks like it will be SYN that is the first one to get on the board as Disaster starting to lose out in this small skirmish. We're starting to see SYN as an organization, as a guild. We saw this on Morokai earlier today. SYN's ability to basically shift the focus toward the Riftstone and then help their guilds basically dominate the Riftstone is so strong. But look at Disaster, 30 members strong on the Rift, get the cap off, and they're climbing right now, Shiku.
It's quite insane seeing this level, because like you could already tell that even when they're trying to cap, the Synergy was still the better one at controlling who gets to cap. But the moment you give Disaster the chance to cap, they can already showcase domination again. The only reason they started being thinned is because they were too focused on peeling on the Rift, and that's why they ended up getting thin. But the moment they rebounded from that and got the cap off, they are back to cooking Synergy Nova somehow. It's insane. This is something that no one probably expected.
There is no way. Everyone I talked to said SYN Nova, Hand of Unity, Hot Grills, like no one that I asked said Disaster Death could win this tournament. Everyone thought they were out round 2 of this tournament. Here they are fighting David versus Goliath. They have Goliath on his heels as the sling lands true. Disaster is 62% and capping. SYN Nova in a lot of trouble. 17 minutes still left on the clock for SYN Nova, and they're doing really well on the leaderboards. But again, the leaderboards really do not matter. It's disaster death, funnily enough, that sure, you can win the leaderboards. No problem. We will take this cap from you. We will take this tournament from you. We might see this. This could be 1-0 towards Disaster, but keep in mind, Disaster would have to win the next round too, Shiku.
Yeah, that is very true. I honestly have to admit, I would love to see the level of organization and commitment that went into Disaster Death to prep for this tournament, because it's pretty clear, at least according to what people have been saying about them, that these players have definitely prepped for this tournament. They probably went through builds. They probably changed some of their builds. They probably have multiple builds, and they probably put a lot of time on reviewing the other guilds, and it does reflect pretty well on their fights here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I love how Spid's in the audience. No, they're letting them cap. Odd, Spid. Why were you not chosen to be in this match? Anyway, as we were, Disaster Death doing a great job. 28-21 right now. Disaster looks like they're going to take this cap on this. I can't believe the words coming out of my mouth. SYN Nova could be allowing them to take the first cap, but I don't think that's a strategy that you really want to do. Keep in mind, this was SYN Nova's choice. They chose Grand Alon and are losing on Grand Alon. I think that they overthought it at the start. And they had a lot of people skirmishing around the outsides that you saw, Shiku. And then I think that they overcommitted outside. Disaster got control of the inside. They kind of overcooked themselves. They tried to overthink it. Basically having pods of people skirmishing outside intentionally. Then they were unable to they've been unable to like get control of the inside of the Riftstone again. And with 15 minutes left on the clock, it's Disaster in control of the Riftstone for the first time in a year. Keep in mind, this is a best of 3. So whichever guild wins this match, they have to win at least one more time on this one. It looks like, again, SYN gets a solid cap off again, that front line, doing such a great job for SYN Nova in every single one of their matches in the tournament, never letting them down here. In this case, Disaster still has 26 people on the point over 24 from SYN Nova, and that's all it takes is 1 or 2 more people on the point than your opponent, and they're going to shut the door again on SYN here.
I have to admit that I think that what made Synergy get in this tough situation is because, as you said, they committed early on outside quite a lot and gave Disaster the advantage on the platform. And as we said multiple times, that this is the kind of map where like the platform is where your strength should be. And if you get on the platform, it makes it really hard for the enemy to fight. However, Synergy Nova is showcasing some very good level of microplay within the parties. Tipping Sword and Shield pulls into big AoEs from the staffs, like building their staffs. It's like so coordinated, but it's not giving them any room to breathe. Despite the fact that it's not giving Disaster any room to breathe, Disaster is still bouncing back. And not only are they bouncing back, but they're even denying them the tag on the Riftstone.
Unbelievably. Like, I got to predict SYN Nova for this. I'm thinking, okay, easy peasy slam dunk. No, Disaster Death, the Cinderella story of the whole tournament. Everyone shit talked them the whole time. They said they were a Zerg guild. They said they were ass. Everyone thought that they were stronger than them, even though Disaster keeps winning the sieges in their minds. Disaster Death comes out, has an absolutely brutal run through the tournament so far on this. They had to fight 4 Glory's better team in the first round. Second round, they had to fight Hot Grills. Then they went up against xMark last round. These are some big name guilds on the EU seed. Now they're up against SYN Nova, who was supposed to win the tournament, and they are 32 strong, now 28 strong on the points, over 17 from Sid. Sid, you have to be strong like Nippon Steel, strong like Toyota Camry, driven for 200,000 miles. SYN, we need to see you start buckling down. At this point, 13 minutes left on the clock. I'm not sure that SYN's going to be able to pull this back. 6% on the contribution, Shiku.
I have to admit, like, there's still enough time for SYN to rebound, of course. Like, they are a pretty strong guild, as you said. They are the ones that were voted to be the favorite, winning the game, like, rank 1. However, I do believe, regardless of how this match ends, whether they win or lose, or Disaster wins or lose, I think this showcases pretty well that Disaster is a very strong guild, regardless of what a lot of people have been saying from the beginning. And the fact that they're putting up this much of a fight against SYN Nova, regardless of win or lose, I think speaks volume.
Yeah, unbelievably enough, it does look like, again, Disaster managing to keep control of it, but look at this. Don't count SYN Nova down and out. Just like I said, strong like Nippon steel. They have 12 minutes, and they are making every single minute count, clawing their way back into this one. 36% in climbing. SYN starting to rally back into this one. Disaster losing control of the Riftstone overall. SYN Nova starting to flip that switch that makes them so good. They almost have twice as many people as Disaster does now. As they start to reverse flip this, there is no way, we have never, not in North America or EU, seen a guild lose control of Grand Elon and then come back and cap it on their opponent. But SYN Nova is consistently climbing on Disaster right now. 55% and climbing. Arshika, are they gonna do it?
I'm actually wondering what just happened there. Have been there any switch of builds or something? Because this is unbelievable. And I'm seeing a lot more attacks as well on the front line out of nowhere.
That's right. These are my goats right here, bro. SYN coming back in. Only 8 people on the point for Disaster. SYN is shutting the door. And you talked about this a little bit before. Every single person in SYN Nova brings alternate sets of gear, because they play the game all the time. They're all complete degenerates. They're all losers. They have no actual life. And that's what we love so much about them. That's what makes them so good at this video game. Unbelievably, they have every set of gear in the game. It took them a while, but now they've itemized correctly against this guild. A reverse cap for the first time in Grand Elon history. We see SYN Nova actually come back and cap it against Disaster, who had it for the first 15 minutes, Shiku.
That is absolutely insane. Not only did they manage capping it, but they are absolutely dominating the platform right now. They're completely wiping Disaster away, which is completely unreal, because, like, what the hell is happening here? I think Disaster, needs to actually start getting their shit together. They need to start rallying up, get their numbers in, stop trickling in. They already lost the point. Start gathering up and try to find ways to fight. Don't trickle in one by one, because you're just getting absolutely wiped right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. A lot of people were calling GG already, writing them off. But SYN Nova rallying back now. You have to think to yourselves that Disaster probably also has multiple gear sets. So guys, what's going on in the background right now is Disaster has one gear set. SYN Nova puts on the gear that counters Disaster's gear. Then Disaster changes their gear again, and SYN Nova is forced to adapt again. SYN Nova certainly has the edge right now with 9.5 minutes left to go on this one. Can Disaster do the... Are we going to see lightning strike twice? Are we going to see the reverse cap? We've seen the reverse cap, but what about the second reverse? Xavier going for the cap, gets interrupted. Airway's going to go for the cap. He's going to get interrupted. No, he's going to get killed. Interrupted and killed. Looks like Hallucinogen gonna step up. He's gonna get interrupted. Khan gonna step up. He's gonna get interrupted. Look at this control from SYN Nova. They know that this fight is close. There's definitely more yellow health bars on the point right now for Disaster, but they just can't initiate the cap to get this started. They absolutely, I think, can bring this back. Look how many yellow members are here for Disaster. SYN is gonna let one through. That's not good. 28 people on the point. Disaster with 8.5 minutes on the clock. Are we gonna see a reverse cap the other way? This could be the best of... Bro, this best of 3 is gonna be such a banger. Oh my god, this is so good. This is Grand Elon, Shiku.
This is actually insane. If this gets flipped over again, that is gonna be probably the most flips over on Grand Elon as well of that we are ever gonna see probably in our lifetime. Not only this, I'm loving the fact that Disaster is able to stabilize again, but the one thing that I do respect about SYN Nova, if you've noticed, whenever there is somebody trying to cap the rift, normally they get interrupted by other guilds. When you look at Synergy Nova, they don't just interrupt you, they melt you. And that showcases that they do have good builds to interrupt these people. They do have good targeting. They recognize instantly who are the people that are trying to cap, and those are the highest threat that needs to be taken out of the equation as fast as possible.
Yeah, Shiku, I'm gonna be honest with you, 7.5 minutes on the clock, but look at that percentage. If you're a SYN Nova fan, and I am, look at that percentage getting awfully high for Disaster Death right now. These boys need to stand tall if they're gonna make it all the way to the finish line. SYN Nova was not expecting to come out swinging this hard in the first round. The whole point of Grand Alon was to make sure they demoralized their opponent, to make sure they put them in the dirt, to demoralize them for round 2, and now their opponent might just take it back from them. Disaster at 41%. SYN barely on top of them right now, 23-25 on the point as Disaster tries to run back the other way. I think that SYN does have the upper hand, but they have just under 7 minutes. They've got plenty of time to make this happen, Shiku.
Yeah, I think Synergy Nova right now is under a lot of pressure because they know fully well if Disaster gets this cap done somehow, it's probably going to be a GG. I don't think there's enough time even to rebound from that if they get it taken from them. And they understand this, and that's why you can tell that they're fighting for their lives essentially right now, because otherwise it's just going to be game over. However, Disaster is still somehow managing to go ham with their numbers, and they're still pumping that percentage. What is happening?
This is going to come down to the final seconds. If Disaster Death caps this, no way SYN Nova comes back to win this in this first one. What was supposed to be a statement map is becoming a disaster as 32 members, I said it. Look, I said it. 32 members for Disaster are on the point. 55% in climbing. SYN gets wiped off. Disaster is rallying strong. They're going to move up to 60% with just under 6 minutes on the clock. SYN's got to rally back on this one. People are saying, wait for the Guardians. Wait for the Guardians. No, the Guardians are being popped as we speak. I'm seeing individuals all pop their Guardians right now. Everyone is scrambling to try and stay on top of this match. 66% right now for Disaster, a massive swell for them. And with 5.5 minutes on the clock, they only need 1 or 2 more swells, just like that one, Shiku, and they're gonna win this thing.
That was absolutely beautiful. Absolute chaos as well. I think the only issue here that Disaster got, even though they had this big swell, they started getting thinned down by AoEs, especially spear AoEs, and I think that's what they need to start working on in their next swell. The moment they take control, they need to understand, okay, let's start spreading out, let's start playing as a party, call out the bastions, deflects, like the counterattack, all that stuff. They need all these things to be used accordingly, and 1 more swell is all it takes to bring this win home.
And I say that, but SYN Nova has pushed them all the way back down to 50%. Here comes the next swell of Disaster Death onto the point. Another big push for them as they swell to 55%. They actually have 2 times as many people on the point. That's disastrous for SYN Nova. Where are the red health bars? They're down under 9. What is happening? Disaster Death climbing so quickly right now. SYN losing control in the final minutes. 4 minutes left on the clock. Look at them. 80% and climbing. Disaster Death, get on your feet. Unbelievable. What are we watching? SYN Nova on a fumble. Somebody check Spin. He's on suicide watch. Disaster is going ballistic. 90%. They're finally regaining control. No shot, Shiku.
Oh my god, I'm actually sitting here sweating even though I'm not in this. Yeah, what is happening? Disaster Death is just going absolutely ballistic. The percentage is still going up. What the hell is going on? 96%, 97.
Can Disaster do it? 99. The Cinderella story in round 1 of the semis will shut down the favorite to win the entire tournament. Goliath topples. Goliath on his back. SYN outclassed in the first round. Unbelievable. They have done the impossible. SYN desperately trying to cap the point back. Again, that front line doing what they can, but there's no way they have enough time to make this happen. What an absolute disaster, if you will, for SYN Nova, Shiku.
I'm gonna be honest here. I'm actually sweating watching this. This is by far the most intense fight we had. Absolutely
Holy
beautiful. 3 friggin' rebounds on Grand Alon of all things.
It's Grand fucking Alon, guys. This is supposed to be one-sided. This map is supposed to be very one guild favored, guys, over the other guild. This is supposed to be one of our, again, what if they fight on Talus? God forbid we meet them on Morokai. The next map will be so telling. SYN Nova trying to battle back right now with 24% on the cap. Maybe... Have I spoken too soon? SYN climbing really fast right now, 27%. Hold the phone, 28% and climbing, but under 2 minutes left on the clock. Do they have enough time to make this happen? They need to get 2 times as many people on the point, or I simply don't think they have enough time. If they fumble at all, at this point, it goes Disaster's way. Disaster surely pulls this out. But again, SYN making this look close down into the final seconds. Oh my gosh, bro. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Let me breathe, guys. They're climbing up to 37, 38, 39. No shot right now that we climb over 40. This is impossible. This is not happening. It can't be happening. There's no way. 45%. They need to hit 50. They capped it 2 minutes, guys. That means they're ahead of schedule. They're at 49. They're at 50% with 1 minute and 6 seconds left to go. They can absolutely lose this. Disaster's foot is off the gas pedal. Are we watching SYN rally back one more time? Do I need to put Ghost Lami on again? What is going on? 50 seconds, 60%. Oh my God, they have enough time. Shiku, the throw of a lifetime. 38 SYN members are saying, no, you will not. It's going to come right down to it. 66%, 67. Do I see 68? 69. They need to climb. They need to do it faster. What are we watching? 72%. Only 25 seconds left on the clock. What in the holy hell? This is a best of 3. Everybody needs to relax. 15 seconds left on the clock. They don't have enough time. Disaster making this one look close, though. Down to the wire. It will be 80%. 82%. Oh my God. If given another 30 seconds, it's over. 25 seconds, it's over. 25 seconds, SYN takes it. Unbelievable. What an unbelievable match between those 2 guilds. I am so glad that this is a best of 3. Guys, call your mom, call your family members. Morpheus is fighting Neo right now, okay? You gotta get the boys in here, because do we have a best of 3 on our hands? SYN Nova dominates the leaderboards. Verante with 4.3 million damage. Techie with 4.5 million. That's the highest that we've ever seen in the tournament so far. Get your guild members in here. What a crazy match, dude. 1.68 for Karavarg from the SYN Alliance right there. I think he's the strongest tank in the lobby. Yes, it is going to be the strongest tank in the lobby. Now, what do I see heals-wise? I see 9 million for Cruel Irony from SYN Nova. Once again, I see 11.4 million from Newbie from SYN Nova. And that's the crazy thing, is look how dominant that we see. Rave has 10.4 million, also from SYN Nova. All the best healers look like they're from SYN Nova. But Disaster won the match.
This was just absolute madness. I don't even understand what was going on anymore. There was... Actually, you said it perfectly. Like, if there was an additional 10 to 30 seconds, Synergy Nova would have probably actually rebounded again, which is absolutely insane. They have the highest damage taken, and the highest healing, and somehow they still lost this. And I have to be honest, if all the fights are going to continue to be this way, there are 2 things that are going to be lost here. Your voice and our sanity.
True. Oh my god. I can't believe what a Disaster Death is up 1-0 on SYN Nova. If SYN Nova drops any more rounds, they're out of the tournament. Rank 1 seed in EU. Everyone thought they had potential to come and win it. They're gonna get knocked out on the doorstep right now. And to be clear, 20 more seconds, Disaster takes it right back. And I gotta say, we talked about how SYN out-strategized and played the objective better on Morokai. And then they showed up to Grand Elan. I think they overthought it. And Disaster was ready for Grand Elan. They were ready to fight that, Shiku. They were ready to go. And they absolutely outclassed SYN there with the reverse camp. I'll be honest with you. They let their foot off the gas pedal. And I was like, I think they were like, oh, thank God, we got it. We're good. We won. Right? And then I think they let their foot off the gas pedal a little bit too much. It almost let SYN have it again.
Yep.
I'm being told Disaster needs a minute or so as we get ready for the next match of this. Yeah, no, absolutely. Give them the minute. Give them the minute. As we're gonna wait here, we'll do another sponsor shout out while we're waiting for our guilds to catch their breath right now, because I'll be honest with you, I think both guilds are speechless after that first round. I want to give a big shout out to Throny, who is sponsoring the tournament. Throny, a guild alliance app that is super easy for members to use. It saves you hundreds of hours of time per month if you're an alliance lead, and only one guild really needs a subscription to it in order to make it, in order to use it for your whole alliance. If you don't believe me, try it. They've got a free trial for 2 weeks if you just download it, and then you can use code Blue Squadron to get 3 months off, or 15% off your first 3 months on top of that. Let's take a look at it.
Automate your guild and alliance management with our new Discord bot. Easily integrate member profiles into the Throny ecosystem with just one image upload. Simple, efficient, and seamless. Automate attendance tracking with custom server events. Create static war parties with our war party dashboard, and distribute loot fairly with our intuitive DKP system. Post items, manage requests, and track points all in one place. It's loot distribution made easy. You get a sneak peek at our upcoming dynamic events feature, a sign-up sheet that automatically integrates a user profile to give you the composition. Learn more about your guild with our detailed statistics of your members with a simple command. Plus, stay on top of member updates with our handy/remind command. Don't let guild management hold you back. Throny is the ultimate tool for Throne and Liberty players who want to stay ahead of the game. Invite Throny to your server today and take your guild to new heights.
So big shout out to Throny for sponsoring the tournament. I really appreciate you guys. Again, guys, code Blue Squadron. And again, if you just want to try it for your alliance, guaranteed it's a better bot than what you've got going on right now. 2-week free trial. Give it a go. Give it a download on that one. All right, so now we need to look ahead to the next match. Okay, now that the guilds have kind of had a chance to breathe and they're trying to rejoin the lobby here, let's talk about the next match. Because see, now Grand Elan is off the table. You don't even have to worry about it. And so the bans are Azrael, Morokai, and Talus. Oh my gosh. Okay, keep in mind, this is disaster banning. Okay, because SYN lost, so they're going to pick the map this time. Okay, and they picked a dentist. Clearly, Disaster did not want to fight them in a straight up Morokai on a straight up Talus. A dentist, there's a lot of dynamic that goes into a dentist. Shiku.
Yeah, I think honestly, a dentist is gonna be that kind of map that is gonna favor Nova. I think they've played this map quite a lot, and I've seen them play it before. They do have what it takes to actually play this properly. And I've never seen a Disaster play on a dentist, honestly, so I can't really know what to expect from them. But I think this will be a very tough match for Disaster. I'm still obviously voting for Disaster, but I do think this one will probably go to Synergy Nova, and we might see a third match.
One could only hope. I'm going to be honest with you, based on the audience's reaction to that last match, guys, I just want to see 3 rounds. I'm going to be honest with you. I will say, for what it's worth, in terms of tiers of fans, I would say that Orca has the craziest, most energetic fans that I've seen in the tournament so far. But the Disaster fans, they're giving them a run for their money. SYN is out here recruiting for new fans. They don't have as many people spamming the chat. Crazily enough, probably because everybody loves to see an underdog succeed. And I'll be honest with you, I think everyone thought that Disaster was that underdog. And now they're seeing that SYN Nova and Disaster are right there on that same level. Again, 20 more seconds, it's SYN Nova. That tells you right there, it's basically a coin flip, one way or the other. SYN Nova chose Grand Alon and they lost on Grand Alon. That has to be demoralizing for them. As we look ahead to this one, it does look like that all of the players are in the lobby. And we're gonna sit here, we're gonna let them breathe for about a minute or so. How are you feeling about Disaster after that last one?
Honestly, absolutely insane. Like I came to this tournament, like when you invited me to cook Kath, I was watching the tournament initially. I've heard like a lot of people say that they are not that good of a guild. I did not know much about them. I have not had any encounters with them. So I was like, sure, why not? But now that they've made it this far and the level of competitiveness they're showcasing, it is just insane how little hope people had in this guild. It's beyond me how this guild was being called a PvE guild.
Yeah, unbelievably. I can... There is no shot that people actually said that this was going to be a PvE guild, and they're about to knock SYN. They are one round away from knocking the tournament favorite out of this tournament right now. I just got okay. The Disaster guild lead just messaged us and they say we think we just broke our hand on that last one because they hit their desk so far hard when they won. You know it, and that's what I love about comms for large scale PvP. They are bricked the up right now. They are bricked up. They are cheering in voice. They are all ready to go. They're banging their desks. Like, bro, it is just abrupt chaos on the side of Disaster over there. I'm sure SYN is equally as locked in, because when you're a good enough PvP guild like this, you lose like that, you're not demoralized. You get fucking mad. You get mad about this. We are going into a dentist on this one as we spawn in. Remember, guys, a dentist is the map with all of the high grounds in the entire world. The guilds are already spawning in. I'm running over as quickly as I can right now. SYN Nova spawning in on this other side over here. It's actually just one static from SYN Nova as both guilds posturing up on these high grounds. Looks like Disaster takes the left high ground first and the church high. Oh my god, they have 3 high grounds as Disaster has broken out with SYN over there on that left side. SYN winning the skirmish a little bit, as we saw in that first match as well. And I'll be honest with you, Shigu, I'm not as convinced when the guild wins the small scale skirmish that they're gonna win the match, especially on a dentist.
Yeah, I think this is a very tricky one, honestly, because like there's a lot that goes into it, especially once the rift is unlocked and you have to interact with it. That's where it gets pretty chaotic the most, because like then you have to be forced off of platforms, you have to play more choke points, you have to play more blobs. It just becomes a little more chaotic overall. I do, however, admit, like I've noticed that Disaster Death shines a lot when it's like crowded areas, but when you start spreading them and you need like more tactic, I think Nova has the edge on that side.
Kick W actually standing on top of the rift bubble right there. Pretty funny, really solid positioning for him. I've seen some pretty crazy positioning out of him so far in the tournament proper here. If you kind of want to try to orbit the outside and the spawns out there for us, we can kind of monitor that and what's going on before it opens up here. But you guys see this riftstone comes down to basically, ultimately, this comes down to which high grounds you control and how many resources you want to commit to controlling the various high grounds in this particular war game lobby. If you control one high ground on this side, you basically want to control the entire that half of the dais. And then the other guilds, if they control these high grounds over here, they want to stand on this half of the dais. And so keeping high ground control is important. Is important in this match. And again, it's very important that your guild understands and your frontline understands where they need to stand, because when you have high ground advantage in this game, you actually have added hit over your opponent. Now, Shiku, something we haven't talked about, I'll let you start breaking it down a little bit, are the weapon loadouts. SYN Nova probably changed their gear 2 or 3 times in that last match, but clearly Disaster also has multiple gear sets as well.
Yeah, it looks like they both have multiple gear sets, because like at some point you could tell that Nova started like having more tanks. I could clearly tell that there were so many tanks standing compared to usual. You could also tell that there seems to have been a shift in what's happening, and the only way, like, there are 2 situations where this could occur. Either they switched their gear, or they switched their tactic, but I don't really think switching their tactic would have been enough to make that much of a change. And vice versa, the moment Disaster started also like clapping back, I think that is also like some players at least had different presets to fulfill different roles.
Is it just me, or is Disaster just objectively winning right now? It's looking like Disaster has a lot more yellow health bars here on the point. SYN Nova once again dominating the leaderboards for the most part. But there we go. Now SYN starts to take a really good engage right there, catching a lot of Disaster off guard, getting their health bars relatively low, finishing off those targets. But then SYN starts thinning out again. Looks like Disaster, like you said, does a great job of staying grouped up. Close enough to one another to help each other, which is funny because that's SYN Nova's strategy as well, and they did it better in the first round.
Yeah, I think right now, like, the thing is, like, even though they're both like similar to the playstyle when it comes to the blobs, but the only difference is that I think at party level, if you spread them around at party levels, I think SYN Nova has more experience, and to be fully honest, they just have very annoying builds to play against. So I think that's where the advantage comes across. However, I think also at the same time, even though like SYN Nova is predominant right now, I think Disaster is kind of having a better positional advantage towards the Rift Stone, even though sadly they're starting to slowly lose it.
Yeah, and this is what we see on this Riftstone very frequently, Shiku, is that we see the high grounds basically fought for the first 5 minutes of the match. Well, you can't cap the Riftstone. You see people fighting over the high grounds, and then we see the really good guilds transition. Now we're in the final 30 seconds. This is where it's important, is who's going to get down here and try to cap this first. So I actually am going to fly down here and get in position, because this is where the match should start heating up. Here, I'll let you kind of look at the high grounds and let people have that perspective there, so that people can see that. But this should be where the action starts to heat up here with 5 seconds left on the clock. It's Disaster. Look at Hategar in position already, ready to go, and SYN Nova starts to flood onto the point, but Necro goes for that cap initially. Dicey gonna try to stop him. Bastroid gonna try to stop him as well. Finally, it's owner BLC that pushes him right back off and prevents Disaster from getting that first cap down. Look how many yellow health bars we see actually on the point right now, though. And it looks like it's SYN Nova that gets the first cap off time and time again. If SYN Nova is able to bring this back, you have got to give credit to their front line. Their front line is absolutely disgusting. They get the cap first almost every time. They get the cap consistently for their guild in almost every matchup like this. It's Disaster's front line. Hategar at 1% HP. He's gonna go down, but he gets the cap off for Disaster. And that's incredible, because SYN Nova's strategy normally is to keep you from getting that cap by just killing your tank. And Hategar he was not intimidated. He would not be bullied. He just stood there and took it. And he went down, but he got that cap off on behalf of his guild. And now, again, it's Disaster with 18%. Now both guilds, this is interesting, both guilds have the cap now on a map like a dentist like this. Is actually just insane. Look how close the percentages are right now. 6% seems like a lot, but it's really not, Shiku.
Yeah, and see, this is exactly what I meant earlier. Like, the moment you start getting into that Rift Stone and now it starts getting more close, tight-knitted fights, you notice that instantly the favor shifts towards Disaster compared to initially when they were playing like more high ground, more split around, trying to like take advantage of all the terrain. They were actually the ones losing. So you can kind of tell that their power lies in gathering up in the middle of the blob, and that's where they shine more than spreading around. Even though like right now SYN Nova is thinning them down, I have to say though, big props to the front line of SYN Nova and their interrupters. They do a phenomenal job. But to be honest, they're fighting Disaster, who is showcasing a very good level of dominance as well. So I think it's not SYN Nova being caught lacking. It is just that Disaster is just really good at what they're doing as well.
Yeah, Shiku, I agree. If you could get all 4 rooftops in the perspective for your camera, that would be great. I'm covering the ground right now. People would like to see the rooftops as well, and it's tough for me to cover both. So if you can try, there you go, in a position where we can see just who's winning each rooftop battle there, guys. You see the roof, we'll call it the rooftop cam. The Shiku cam, God bless him. We can see the rooftops and we see the battle on the Riftstone. Both of them matter. How many, oh my God, you can already hear my voice going out. How consistently are you able to keep boots on this point for the entire duration of it? I will say, for what it's worth, SYN Nova 52%. Disaster really struggling right now to keep players on this point. So although they control most of the high grounds, as you see on Shiku's camera right there, it looks like they've committed too many people to doing that, and they need to start rallying back. They need to drop a few of those people to the low ground so that they can take this Riftstone back. Looks like that's exactly what they've done. Look at the adjustment come out almost faster than it can leave my mouth. That's how good these players, these guilds, these leadership cores actually are, is that at pulling players down that absolutely need it, but not overcommitting onto the point like this. And look at the percentage now down for SYN Nova, back down to 44%, and Disaster has climbed up to 27%.
I definitely think like this map, as I mentioned earlier, like favors Synergy Nova. I think this is like going to be in their favor more than Disaster. However, I do like that both guilds are showcasing like some beautiful level of movement and positioning. Like you can tell that even you said it yourself, like before you even finish your sentence, they are already doing what you were about to say they should be doing. They know what they're doing, they know how they're playing, and they also know when and when not to get in or get out of that circle. As of right now, it's looking like to be in the favor of Synergy Nova in terms of percentage, but I do believe that Disaster is definitely standing up a pretty good percentage here as they are slowly climbing up and catching up to that percentage.
Can Cinderella find her slipper here? Are we going to see Disaster Death 2-0 SYN Nova? Right now, SYN Nova has advantage. They've had advantage the entire time. They were the first ones to initiate a cap and have been ahead in percentage the entire match so far. But look at it now. Disaster rallying back 42 to 47, 43 to 46. It's getting awful close to a Disaster swing. And finally, SYN Nova rallies boots to the point on this one, but look how back and forth this is, within 1 player difference on this one, and it is 1 player making that difference for one guild or the other. 47% to 47%. People asking if I can stop the spam in the chat. I would say that, guys, I would try to only spam once every 30 seconds or so. So moderators, try to keep that in line. If people try to post a spam message more than once every 15 to 20 seconds, I would say, yeah, a light timeout for like 30 seconds would be great on that one. But aside from that, no, let the chat ride free. We love to see people participating in the chat, cheering for the guilds that they've seen play this all tournament long, like this one. If you don't like the Disaster spam, then maybe make some noise for SYN Nova on the other side. 14.5 minutes on the clock right now, and neither guild has actually capped the point. Disaster falling back now in the percentages once again. SYN Nova pulling ahead to 59, almost 60% now, as Disaster constantly contests them on the Riftstone. I'll be honest with you, are we going to see reverse caps in this match too? It's taking them a really long time to actually get a cap down this time. Before, we saw the caps go down way faster than this, Shiku.
Yeah, I think this one is looking a lot more risky in the position of like whoever gets the cap, I think might actually end up being the winner. It does not look like any part is letting down easy. So this might be too risky to lose here for Disaster. They might want to try to lower that percentage as fast as they possibly can from Synergy Nova. However, I have to admit though, it's going way better than I thought for Disaster. I thought they would just like have a way worse time on this map, but surprisingly, they are indeed holding the ground pretty well. And I love the fact that these guilds do understand that all they need is just 1 or 2 extra shoe in the circle, and that's all they need. They don't need to start funneling people unnecessarily, and they're playing accordingly around that. And that's the level of play that I love to see. However, Disaster is still rallying up, but I do think if they do lose that cap, it will be pretty risky. And honestly, if they do get a 2-0 on Synergy Nova of all people, they might be the winners of this tournament.
Yo, do we? Oh my god, are we gonna go to 3 rounds in the semis, bro? Like, I don't think that we went to 3 rounds. We went to 3 rounds, I think, in 1 match in the NA tournament. And EU, look how close these guilds actually are. Like this, SYN Nova, actually it's 78%, but you never count Disaster down and out. They're at 51% on their cap right now, but they've consistently climbed the whole time. This was like this last time. SYN Nova, though, was unable to close it out, and Disaster overwhelmed them. So we'll see if Disaster's able to pull that out on a dentist like this. We love watching a dentist because a dentist shows you just which guilds know how to strategize than the others. You don't, like you said, Shiku, you said it perfectly. You don't want to overcommit too many people onto the point and sacrifice all high ground advantage unless you absolutely have to. I would say that that's something you do at 95%, which is exactly what we're seeing SYN do right now to try to secure this point. But Disaster trying to hold on. Both guilds have actually hard committed on to the point now. As one guild gets really close on the cap, you see everyone hard commit from the high grounds. When there's less percentage on the cap, guys, you see a much different dynamic where people want to stick on the high grounds. Casters want to fire from range very safely with much more damage from that high ground like that. And right now, because SYN Nova is so close, all of SYN Nova is committing to the point because they're trying to secure that cap. And then that forces all of Disaster to basically drop down. And now it's an all-out bare knuckle brawl on the point. As you can see, fortunately, Shiku is showing us like there's no one on the high grounds right now. A few people skirmishing around the spawn points, but that's normally to be expected. It does look like that SYN is going to get the better of Disaster here. And I'll be honest with you, that is good news for SYN fans like myself, because I'll be honest, they are really good at stopping caps, and there's only 11.5 minutes left, Shiku.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire for Disaster. As you said, like, they're pretty good at stopping the caps. This took so long as well for them to even get the cap on it, and I don't think this will work in their favor. This might actually be a win for SYN Nova. However, I do believe that people from Disaster that are skirmishing on the sides, I understand that a lot of greatsword users specifically do like to skirmish, and they do that job pretty well, same for crossbow daggers. But at the same time, in cases like this where you need the numbers on the Rift Stone, I think you are more beneficial actually on the Rift because you do bring so much value, especially even more if you are one of the players that has a tipping greatsword. You can do so much damage and so much interruptions in the middle of a blob that you are better off trying to assist during these percentages.
Yeah, I completely agree. People confused in the chat. It's like, wait, I thought he was a Disaster fan. I'm a fan of an underdog in most cases, but you said you predicted Disaster. I predicted SYN Nova then on the other side of it. I just want to see some good matches. So SYN Nova winning this match means we're going to round 3. Of course, I'm a SYN Nova fan. I'm a content fan, as is the rest of chat right now. SYN Nova actually still keeping Disaster from actually even getting a cap on the point. And this is what I'm talking about. When SYN is pushed up against the wall and they were really struggling like this, they lean on their front line to really carry them through these very difficult moments as a guild. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, is the front line is carrying them because they're not even letting Disaster have a moment to breathe. They can't get a cap down on the point because the front line keeps disrupting them. But we also see the back line helping from SYN Nova. We saw this on mmorpg too. I just saw a freeze interrupt a cap on the point there, Shiku. That's really, really good backline play from SYN Nova. Heads up awareness. They've got to be communicating with one another. The front line saying, hey, I don't have any CC. Someone has to CC the point. And then the backline casters, some of them took freeze. They're like, okay, yeah, I've got it. Boom. And they're calling this out. They're talking to one another. That's what makes them such a strong guild, despite Disaster having far more people on the point right now. They aren't getting any contribution. SYN Nova is not at any risk as we tick down to 9 minutes because Disaster can't get that cap, Shiku.
Yeah, I have to admit, like, SYN Nova has showcased like probably the best level of interruptions that I've seen from any guild in the war games. Like, they know how to do it. They understand fundamentally that even if you're not in the front line, even if you're not a tank, and it's called that I don't have CC, then you'll leave what you're doing and you need to interrupt, because that is more important right now than you simply trying to kill one extra target. And they've been doing that pretty damn well. I have to admit though, like right now, Disaster needs to find a way to swell, because right now it's not looking too good for them. The cap is not going to go off, and it's definitely not going to go off even more when they don't have many people on the Rift that are trying to assist either. Also, another tactic that a lot of people are not aware of, depends obviously on the targeting and if people have you feuded or not. You could actually stack on the person that is trying to cap and then you make it harder for them to click on the person trying to cap. Unless, of course, they start using the astral vision or things like that.
Also true right now, and that's exactly all of the stops being pulled out. SYN Nova basically keeping them. Oh, they finally are back in it, and with 8 minutes, that is plenty of time to get a cap off. Disaster's gonna rally just one more time in this one. They're gonna say, all right, we're gonna make you sweat till the moment the clock runs out on this one. They have got to make sure that this does not bite them in the butt. Look at the high grounds right now. Disaster has a lot of people committed to the high grounds, but that every person that's on a high ground means that that's not a person on the point. SYN Nova is respawning right now. You have more DPS onto the point proper, which helps your front line succeed. A lot of disaster on the point right now, 26 over 15. They get a couple more people on the point, they'll have 2 times as many, but I don't think they need to sweat that hard right now. Again, this is about resource allocation. You need to allocate some resources to high ground. It's only as you start getting really close that's when everybody wants to all in the point at the very end. So they really do want to make sure that they're holding the high ground on either side. That's exactly what's happening. They're already up at 34% here, Shiku. With 7 minutes left on the clock, they have plenty of time. SYN, there is no way we see SYN go down 2-0.
Yeah, I honestly think like right now, Disaster needs to hold their ground somehow. They get thinned and the percentage keeps getting lower. They will have a very hard time pumping that up. But also, I do believe that people that are range, as much as they are definitely pretty damn useful being up there, sometimes like dropping 1 or 2 or even 3 of them just to assist, you could still be on the circle and try to find these like small positions where like you can basically just still assist your team and be an extra foot without being too caught up in the AoEs. So that is also one thing that they need to start doing, because they have too many foots, like as you mentioned, like up there. And they do need every single player they can afford at the moment.
I love that chat is getting super into it, bro. Both sides of chat are going at it right now. So many SYN fans in the chat, so many Disaster fans in the chat, and I'm just a content fan. Disaster running this one back. 57%, just under 6 minutes left on the clock, and they are climbing. SYN is in a lot of trouble because they are not going to have a whole lot of time to reverse cap this if they can't get control of it again. It maybe the strategy here is to let your foot off the gas pedal all the way. Let them cap it so that you have enough time to return fire here. Maybe that's what they're doing as a guild, but that doesn't look like it as they try to run back onto the point one more time. 78% is the swell for Disaster. SYN Nova really struggling to keep a handle on this one, despite the fact that they won in the first, or they capped it first in this on this Riftstone on a dentist here. They have 34 people over 14. That percentage is going to start to fall very fast now. SYN Nova strong like Toyota Camry, strong like Nippon Steel, folded 1,000 times. Look at that. SYN Nova rally hard, over 2 times as many people on the point. It's Disaster falling back down to 73% as we tick down under 5 minutes, Shiku.
Yeah, I honestly think it's now or never for Disaster. They need to get everyone they can on there because they have 4 minutes left. If they manage getting this cap somehow, it is literally game over. There's not enough time. Even initially, it took Nova 10 minutes, at least 10 minutes to get a cap off. So right now, they definitely need to just take all the resources and allocate it to the point. Obviously, they don't need to rush it. They don't need to like get into positions that are not favorable for them, but they definitely need to start calling the people that are playing pigeon positions right now to start slowly going down and getting their foot on that Riftstone right now.
I will be honest with you, this is where you all in. This is the all in onto the point right now, and that's what we're seeing. Is we should see Disaster basically call all of its range down to the low grounds. Exactly what we're seeing. They have what, maybe 3 people now on the high grounds left. They're starting to drop down as well as they go all in with SYN Nova. It is everyone trying to clump onto the points for everything they're worth with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. SYN battling for their tournament lives. 34 guild members on the point right now for SYN Nova, trying to keep that percentage down as Disaster once again knocks on the door of victory In the first round, they won out just barely at the end of time. And now we're going to see it happen one more time. Can Disaster make that run? SYN Nova right now, though, 33 people strong. The all-in from SYN Nova winning out on Disaster Death so far, and this one puts them back down at 75%. But with 3 minutes left on the clock, Shiku, anything can happen.
Yeah, honestly, there's still enough time. They just need a very good swell. They need to get at least a semi-wipe and they'll be able to recover. However, I have to admit, SYN Nova is just a lot better at dominating these kind of fights. The moment they started blubbing up, you can tell clearly that there is a huge difference in who can do better job at the AoEs. However, they are slowly starting to swell up and they might still have a chance as long as they can get that done in the next minute.
Bro, let's go, SYN. You gotta hold on to this one. 70% on Disaster. Keep in mind, 30% is the difference. They go to the grand finals to fight for $2,600 and a chance at being the strongest guild crowned in Europe for a brand new MMO release. Throne and Liberty right here. SYN Nova standing tall, though. They're not gonna let it happen this time. They say, fool me once, shame on me. Wait, shame on you, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. yeah, shame on you. That's right. SYN Nova at 28 people to 27. They're just keeping that down 60% for Disaster. Under 2 minutes left to go for this one. And Disaster might just be able to pull this back. Again, only 40% to go. They swell really hard here. They lose or they win.
This is actually going insane right now. The percentage is still slowly going up. It's going back and forth, back and forth. Synergy still has a much better control of the Riftstone right now. There needs to be some better management here. They need to start using their skills in proper coordination. Like, they need to call out their bastions accordingly. If you have multiple tanks in your party, you need to rotate these things. You need your healers to focus the right targets. You need every single bit of micro play to be done correctly, because right now it's not looking too good for Disaster in the blob at all.
And now we see, looks like Disaster falling down to 55% with under a minute remaining on the clock. SYN Nova with a stronger all-in play towards the end of time remaining here, but it was a nail biter in this one too. We are going to bring this to 1-1 as 5 maps will be banned for the final round. You have to be looking at SYN Nova has the momentum shift in a best of 3, and momentum is extremely important in a best of 3 series. SYN Nova will have that momentum, but it's Disaster that will get to choose the next map.
This actually was absolutely insane. I did know, obviously, that Olympus, as I mentioned earlier, that was gonna be in their favor because they do have a better control in these kind of fights. However, at the end of the day, Disaster is going to be the one picking the third map, as you said. And who knows, maybe they have something ready. Maybe they cook something up. Maybe they will surprise us with a very unorthodox pick, and maybe they actually take it home.
It's SYN Nova taking it back 1-1. These are neck and neck. And look at SYN Nova on the leaderboard one more time. 3.2 million damage by Techie right there. Leading the leaderboards at 68 kills and the most damage in the lobby. Once again, every single lobby, basically, it's him. Who has the highest damage tanked? I see 1.5 million from Evil in SYN Nova. That's an SNS greatsword right there. Do I see 1.8? I see 1.7 million, 1.9 million from a bow wand. No surprise there. A healer with the highest damage take. Numi from SYN Nova right there. Looks like he's going to have the highest damage tank in the lobby. 10.2 million damage healed from Ranzel from Disaster Death. 10.8 from Numi from SYN Nova. 11.7 Marco. 11.7, the strongest healer in the lobby. It is Marco that is the strongest healer in the lobby. And gosh, dude, there's not even an instant replay to look at because the entire thing is just so close, man. Every match.
I honestly can't even imagine how both teams are feeling right now. They have had 2 intense fights back to back, and they still need to fight another one as well on top of it. Not to mention the other fights earlier today. So I could only imagine how stressful that is for both teams, and yet they're showcasing some insane level of competitiveness despite it all.
I can't even believe it. We are going to round 3. Guys, we are literally going to round 3 in our very first best of 3. If you're a spectator at home, you really cannot be asking for better matches than this. This is about as good as it gets for Throne and Liberty. I mean, NCSoft is got to be watching this going, damn, we really did cook with the war game stuff. A big shout out to AGS as well for helping make this tournament happen with their Twitter posts, the social media posts as well. Helped tremendously, and I know that they support me in the office there. I appreciate all the back end support that they've helped give me for the tournament as well, and the words of encouragement they've helped offer for this. This has been absolutely incredible. As we look ahead to our next match of this best of 3 series here, I'm curious how the pick ban is going to go. Obviously Disaster has their choice of the pick ban here. What are you doing? There's no Grand Alon, there's no Adentis, okay? But what are your bans, Shiku, and where are you going for this final match? Do you roll all the dice? No one's banned Chernobog. Do you just coin flip the Cherno?
If they don't have anything ready, I would say, yeah, let's coin flip it into Cherno. But if they do have something prepared, then that's all different story. However, I would not take a fight against Synergy, for example, on Azrael. I think that will favor Synergy quite heavily. I do think they need these kind of maps that are more coin flip and more tight-knitted, maybe something like Kawazan. So these kind of like rifts or boons are where they shine more, and I think they understand that as well. I hope they do, and they need to take that into account. But if they do take any of these like white spaces like Azrael and things like that, I think that might favor Synergy a lot more.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of like the middle of the road maps banned in each round of the tournament. So, or I mean, in each ban phase so far. The first 2 ban phases were like Morokai. Looked like, let me look back at it here. It was Morokai, Azrael, and Talus. Azrael and Talus, widely understood, and Morokai. Those are all like the middle of the road maps. They're really like stable, like we're just gonna fight it out and the better guild's gonna win kind of maps. But again, it's been like the coin flips that we've been looking at. Okay, pick ban.
Interesting pick.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the pick ban has happened, guys. 5 bans because you can't play on one map more than twice. Disaster has their choice. They chose to pick the map, so SYN Nova is banning. Grand Alon cannot be played on. Adentis cannot be played on. Malakar was banned. Chernobog was banned, and Kawazan was banned. So a complete shift away, and they left Talus open. It is, for the first time today, we're gonna see a map. We're gonna see Talus.
It's pretty funny, by the way, that you see that Synergy banned Cherno. They knew, knew that Cherno was kind of a map that could help Disaster win. But Talus is a pretty interesting one because it's like pretty chaotic. I've said this before. I know that a lot of people like to play it, but I personally just hate that place. I just find it very chaotic, and I don't know how that was gonna go with them.
Really? Talus, I think, is super back and forth, but there's a lot of strategy that goes into it. For those of you guys that don't know, Talus is a riftstone where you have 2 spawn points on either side that are both equidistant, right? And then the riftstone rests right in the middle. There's a lot of big wide open space as well, but the riftstone itself is a very small little square right in the middle, so it's difficult to cram people into that small little space. And then the fighting ends up breaking out all around the riftstone, and it comes down to, again, guild and crisis management, where if you stack too many people on the riftstone, you just get blown up by too many flash waves. Also, if one guild is too heavily focused on one side, you just have your flankers spawn on the other side, they come up behind them, they get a massive flank, you end up winning the engage over again. So we see some interesting stuff happen on Talus, and I'm interested to see, who do you think has the advantage here in a map like Talus?
I think in a map like Talus, Synergy probably has the advantage, but at the same time, because of the chaotic nature of the place, as you said, there's a lot of back and forth because the spawn points are also super close. It might actually open door for Disaster as well to have a bit of better time, because as usual, they do tend to thrive in these kind of like tight-knitted fights, and as long as they can keep these formats of fights going on, they might actually have an advantage here, but I do believe that Nova will have the edge.
Right on. In order to let our players breathe a little bit, right before we start this lobby, I will do one of our final sponsor shout outs for the day for Icon Digital, guys. Icon has an app that performance optimizes your computer to the best, to basically the best it can possibly be. Keep in mind, this is not overclocking. This actually helps your equipment run cooler, run stronger, longer. So I've optimized with Icon on both of my computers for the last 8 years, and all of my hardware lasts longer because I use their optimization service. Now it's all really easy to use in an app at the click of a button. The app is actually free to download, super lightweight, so you don't even see it running in the background, but you can pull it up and you can see at the click of a button, and this is free, by the way. You just download it, you can see all your CPU usage, all your GPU usage, how much memory you're using, how many FPS you have, and everything at the click of a button is right at the tip, your fingertips, and that's all free. And then if you want to do the optimization part of it, $8.99 a month, you can optimize your computer as aggressively or as unaggressively as you want, or as passively, I guess, as you want to, and you can get 40 to 60% more FPS in any game of your choosing. You can record segments of FPS to see how your FPS is actually performing in major fights and things, and I'll be honest with you, everyone that optimizes through Icon has an advantage in large-scale PvP, like we see Disaster versus SYN Nova. You got to imagine that the Icon people, they're spawning faster, their skills are much more clean on their screen and everything. They also have a much lower chance of crashing as well. Can you imagine if you crashed in the finals match like this because your FPS lagged out too hard and the game dropped you? Be a little rough on that one. So guys, check out Icon app. They also do custom PC builds shipped anywhere in the world, and I've used it personally myself. They build PCs for creators all the time. They look phenomenal. They sponsor creator tournaments very, very frequently, like Choice and Grenton as well in Throne and Liberty. So yeah, take a look at their services, guys. They sponsor the tournament. Big shout out to them. I really appreciate their contribution to the prize pool and helping us put on big events like this, because we never would have gotten these matches without our sponsors. Thank you so much. It looks like we are just about ready to go. We are sitting 48 over 48. Shiku, are you ready?
I'm definitely ready. Looking forward to this fight. Hopefully Disaster gives us another W.
All right. Chat, are you ready? I want to know if chat's ready. I don't see chat actually ready to go. It is Talus. This is the final match in this best of 3 format right here. Make sure you let it be known who you voted for today. Were you here? Did you see it? SYN Nova versus Disaster has been the match of the tournament so far. Keep in mind, we still have one match to go after this. The other semifinal match still has to be played after this one. We're spawning into Talus right now. The sun is blinding, but both guilds are starting to spawn in here. Let's get over to the live scene as we rush over to the Riftstone on this one. Again, if you're a SYN Nova fan, bro, if Disaster had 1 million fans, would you be one of them today? If SYN Nova had 1 million fans, would you be one of them today? SYN Nova the favorites to win this tournament, but we've seen they've already lost one of the rounds here, and now they're back. They're certainly rallying back in this one right now, but Disaster has played objectives better than SYN, and we've seen it kind of go either way, and that's what you're seeing here is Disaster starting to win out here. SYN Nova uncharacteristically starting to lose the head-to-head in the first ball fight of the match like this. Disaster pushing them back onto the Riftstone.
Yeah, I think normally, I was thinking the same thing. Like, normally you notice that Synergy Nova wins these initial like fights until the Rift starts or the Boon starts. And I think it's pretty interesting to see that Disaster are the ones taking control this early on. Obviously, it's too early to tell, but normally speaking, the moment the Brawl starts happening around the Boon / the Rift, that's when you see Disaster pick up the momentum. But the initial phase is usually favored to Synergy, which does not look to be the case right now.
Yeah, we're seeing again, guys, we see like 2 general pods of fighting happen when the Rift opens up. You see the fight on the Riftstone proper, and then you see the fight towards the cliff side over here. And if you look way off in the distance, you can see that's point 3 spawning where those players are running in over there. And then point 1 is the spawn right over there, and they're both almost equidistant. You see Disaster and SYN choosing to spawn on separate sides so that they don't get interrupted. Disaster looks like they have advantage right now as SYN starts to get pushed off. SYN Nova, again, this is This is not a guild that likes to basically be wiped off like this. Normally they're stronger. There is strength in numbers. You see their strategy mimics Hand of Unity. In a lot of cases, they don't like the multi-prong attacks as much, but SYN Nova getting pushed back consistently. Disaster just relentless, despite the fact that SYN Nova leads on the leaderboards, Shiku.
Yeah, I think this, like we've noticed before, like we've said this before, that Disaster, even though a lot of the cases they're not leading on the leaderboard, which did showcase in the first match as well, they lost on the highest damage, they lost on the healers, they lost on the damage taken as well. And despite all of that, despite Synergy being like at the top of the leaderboard and almost everything, they still lost to Disaster somehow. So they are that level of showcase that, okay, it's not about the damage, it's not about the leaderboards, it's all about the objective at the end of the day. And they've showcased that pretty damn well in the first round.
Yeah, we're looking at this skirmish going on over here. Here's the spawn location. You can see SYN Nova basically running back over here, but one static basically keeping some of the Disaster members from actually getting to the fight. And that was about a 7-second run distance right there. Doing a great job there. And Disaster spawning on the other side as I go check the other spawn over here. Look at them clogged up over here as 1 or 2 SYN Nova members are keeping them from spawning in successfully back over here in this corner. And I think that, again, if you time this run distance as well, it should be almost exactly 7 seconds. Again, you might be able to get back faster a little bit from this side, but the difference is almost negligible. So whoever the Twitch partner in chat said, oh no, they're not the same, they're different, you're a complete moron. Shut the hell up. Disaster Death versus SYN Nova. Both of them are spawning on opposite sides. I'm sorry, I just had to check to make sure that I wasn't being gaslit. The guy's a moron. It just triggers the hell out of me. SYN Nova doing their best, but I'll be honest with you, I think Disaster Death is getting the better of them, Shiku.
Yeah, as of right now, Disaster seems to be the more dominant one, but it's kind of like interesting still to me. Like, I'm trying to figure out why they ended up going for this stone, because I don't see a universe where this would be more favored towards them unless they have a plan for it or a lot of practice done here. So I would like to see how this turns out the moment the actual fight starts happening on the stone. And until then, like, it seems like to be leaning in their favor. However, somehow this is what I never understood about Disaster. Whenever you look at the chart, yeah, right now Disaster is rank 1, but you can tell that Nova tends to be the one that is the more predominant one in the leaderboard, but somehow Disaster tends to be the one that has more presence, which I can't wrap my head around.
I will be honest, it is not a good indicator for SYN fans as we look 15 seconds before the Rift is actually obtainable. In both of the previous matches, you saw SYN dominant on the leaderboards, definitely holding the #1 spot, no question. This time, who is rank 1 right now, and he is looking really good. Disaster definitely with a few more members on that leaderboard, and it shows here. It looks like they're out skirmishing SYN Nova a little bit better than they have been in their previous matches here as Disaster starts to push onto the Rift right now. Neither side has been able to get a cap off. I would expect SYN to have the first cap here. Who is gonna get 1 HP? 1 HP, but Disaster got the cap down. Unbelievable. They almost stopped him. Normally, that's what SYN tries to do, guys. SYN tries to keep you from capping by killing your character. Death is the best CC, as it were. And he got that cap off with just 1 HP. SYN gets the cap off itself as well. Look at them shooting up in percentage. They have way more people on the Rift right now as they push Disaster Death back off. They're forcing them to fight not on the Rift Stone, and that's very important for SYN right now.
Yeah, I have to admit, like, it's pretty impressive to see that Disaster did the first cap. Normally, as we were used to it, Synergy Nova tends to be the ones doing that first cap almost all the time. But the impressive side on Synergy, I don't know what they're building anymore. Like, the amount of damage that goes into the blob, especially on the tanks. The tanks, like, usually are just, well, as the name implies, tanks. But when it comes to facing Synergy, all those tanks that are trying to cap, they absolutely melt. Their HP bars are just gone.
I'm going to be honest right now. Disaster actually kind of winning out on the leaderboards. I thought it looked bad for SYN. SYN stopped Disaster's cap. Disaster actually has to recap it now. Their percentage fell to 0. They have to recap to even get close to it. Necro is going to move forward here. He's going to try. He's going to get frozen by the backline from SYN Nova. Once again, he's going to try to cap it one more time. Gets interrupted this time for Owner. That's the front line interrupting it. And we've seen this give and take from SYN so many times. Is it going to be the difference in this match? They have one more person on the point than their opponent, and you see them climb up to 76% now. Disaster finally gets that cap back, and they start their percentage climb, but it's going to be an uphill battle, Shiku.
Yeah, but you can clearly tell that obviously SYN Nova has a way better advantage on this map as of right now, which is exactly why I was kind of surprised by the pick, because in my head it makes sense that SYN Nova has a bit of an advantage here. Obviously, I would love to see Disaster cook something up in the next like 17 minutes, as there is still a lot of time. However, it's pretty impressive to see that the top DPS right now is the staff, which leads me to honestly assume that like they have staff users / wand users that are just fully dedicated to shredding these tanks that try to get on point. And you can clearly tell by seeing their freezes, their pulls, all that kind of stuff. You just know that they're getting melted by staff users, as in the current meta, most tanks are just usually building melee evasion and things like that to survive the longest on the point.
Yeah, and just when I think that SYN is going to pull away with the cap here and take the full cap, Disaster rallies back, as they do time and time again in this series. Back at 20% now. SYN, though, battling right back. 27 people on the point. They're all in on the point right now, guys, trying to finish this cap. 95, 96%. And the cap is so important on Talus, because once you have the cap, you can fight outside. Your DPS don't have to stand on the objective anymore, like Disasters do. That makes your DPS vulnerable, guys. When they have to step up and step into this tiny little circle, they get hit by everything. It makes them easy targets for spears, easy targets for tanks to lock down, and it is a world of hurt. So SYN really trying to basically close this one out so that their DPS have a much easier time preventing Disaster from standing on the point. And here we go. We're going to rally back up to 91, 92% here. They have over 2 times as many people on the point. Is this going to be the swell that SYN Nova needs? 97, 90. Oh, do I see 98? Disaster says, no, you don't. You see 95. Oh my gosh. Disaster pulling up to 43, 45, 46%. Now they have 2 times as many people on the point. SYN losing contribution hand over fist. Disaster rallying back now. They just can't seem to close this one out. 93%. They've gotten up to 97. They just can't get there. Can they do it this time? Another big swell for SYN. 98. Do I see 99? Do I see the 100? There it is right there. Disaster gets the door shut on them. And it takes about 4.5 minutes for SYN Nova to do the job.
Yeah, but honestly, you did put it perfectly. Like right now, especially with how coordinated Synergy is when it comes to interrupting, they definitely just don't even need to be on the Rift anymore. They just need to spread around, keep doing the things the usual, the AoEs, the interrupts, and just like that, they would already have tremendous amount of dominance on Disaster that might make it extremely hard for them to win. I've also liked how they were like pulling in and out, like even in that percentage, sometimes you feel like, oh, they're losing percentage, but they were actually just like funneling more to the side to step outside a little bit and try to AoE the swelling that is happening from Disaster's end, which was really good to see. Wish they could have kept that longer though. I feel like they rushed in the capping, but I guess that's totally fine as well.
I think Disaster's intentionally taking their time with this cap here. I don't see Necro running it down on the objective right now. Every once in a while he goes for a cap, but you can see him on the left side of your screen. He just jumped away. I think they're intentionally calling to not cap this. This is a extremely bold strategy move right now. What Disaster is trying to do, guys, is they're trying to make sure that once they think that they can reverse cap this, but what they need to do is they need to leave SYN Nova with like a small amount, with such a small amount of time on the clock that SYN is not able to go back the other way. So this time, now they think that 1 minute was enough. Now they need to start capping this. Now they're going to start working their way back up. They managed to sneak in a cap right there, catching SYN Nova's front line lacking at a moment. Honestly, Owner is normally right. Owner BLC is normally right on top of that. He actually stepped away from the stone there, and Disaster found that free cap. And so Necro found his opportunity there, but you can see how slowly Disaster is trying to play this. I believe that is intentional, Shiku.
Yeah, I do think they're starting to figure out that they do not win a blob versus blob fight in a small area. They are realizing now, okay, like if we stay clumped up in the middle, we will get absolutely obliterated. So they're trying to like kind of like thin Synergy's numbers a little bit from the outer sides and then slowly funnel their members into the point so that they don't lose too many players in the process, which is seemingly working out well, but they're slowly but surely losing percentage unless they figure something out.
Yeah, 2% now. There's Disaster trying to get back on top again, but is this going to be snuffed out immediately by SYN Nova right now? If you're a Disaster fan, you are starting to sweat. They got down to 0.6%. If they come back and win this cap, it'll be the most momentous comeback in the history of the game. There is no shot they go under 1% and come back and win. Nah, they're gonna get shut down here. SYN Nova gonna shut the door on that cap right there. Disaster showed signs of life, but I'll be honest with you, you are definitely starting to sweat in Disaster now, because now they have to step up and cap this again. It's going to take a couple minutes because SYN Nova's front line is just that good. Their back line is also just that good, helping reinforce their front line, making sure that even when the front line doesn't have CC, the back line actually does, and they can basically just run down whoever is trying to cap the point here. So preventing Disaster to cap for at least the next 2 minutes, probably. Disaster's only going to have 10 minutes on the clock. Yeah, it only took 5 minutes for SYN to cap it, but how much is it going to take for Disaster?
I mean, to be fair, like despite everything that's going on, despite the dominance that Nova is showing right now in this fight, even if Disaster doesn't make it in this fight, we gotta admit that like as the guild that has been labeled the underdog, they have showcased an insane level of dominance in the first fight, and they have made it this far. They've played pretty damn well. I do believe, however, it's too late to shut the doors on them. I do think they have what it takes to actually make a comeback here. It is just a matter of timing and positioning is what they're lacking right now, because they just need to understand that they are outplayed in the sense of like party to party. They are just like not as good as Synergy, which is totally fine. That's why they need to find other opportunities to thin their numbers from the outer sides. And
here we go. At the 11-minute mark, time is starting to tick down. Disaster does get that cap down in just under a minute, which is pretty good for their front line right there. Who pulling someone onto the point right there? I'm not exactly sure that you wanted to do that because now SYN has more people on the point. They're up at 30% contribution, and SYN needs to buckle down right now, because I'll be honest with you, if it takes Disaster 5.5-6 minutes to cap this, SYN will not have enough time to return cap here. So this is Disaster's play. They wanted this to happen. They need to make this cap work. If this cap does not work, they're running the risk of not being able to have time to cap it themselves. A lot of yellow health bars right now. SYN getting wiped off the map. That is not good. They're gonna climb up over 2 times as many SYN members right now, and that's exactly what's happening. Climbing very fast is Disaster, up to 30% there before SYN is able to get anyone even on the point right there. We're still climbing on behalf of Disaster. No way. This Cinderella story is up at 40% right now. SYN is getting wiped off the rift. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I think it was just a mess of cataclysmic disasters that all of their statics happen to die at the same time, and now there's 2 times as many people on the point for Disaster right now. SYN Nova in a lot of trouble. 55% on the cap with 9.5 minutes left to go. Shiku, what are we watching?
I think like I have no clue what just happened there or how like Nova even lost their momentum. But however, I was thinking in my head like this whole time, they need to get on that point. They need to start utilizing their counter barriers a lot more often. There needs to be more heals being used more often and more shields as well, because they just get melted, and counter barriers will be a very good reflect to these staffs that are just running rampant. And maybe they're starting to like focus proper targets as well, because you can tell they're still keeping their ground on this Riftstone. If that was a fluke, they would have been wiped by now, but it seems to still be climbing.
The relentless climb of Disaster, 72%, and SYN can't keep this door shut long enough. Disaster is rallying now to 7. Now they're at 70. It does look like this SYN is battling to the best of their ability, but Disaster just looks so strong right now. Cinderella finding that slipper in this tournament. Are they going to go to the grand finals of this one? 78%, 8.5 minutes. If they cap this right now, SYN needs to return cap. And I'll be honest with you, maybe SYN does let off the gas pedal. If SYN lets off the gas pedal right now, they allow Disaster to cap, then they have to cap in 8 minutes. That is enough time to make it happen. SYN would have to rally hard, but if they can make that happen, Disaster would not have a chance to return back the favor on that cap as Disaster moves up to 86%. It looks like that's not what SYN wants to do. They want to stop it here. They want to stop it now. They move back down to 83, but up from down from 86 rather. SYN Nova battling back in this one. Disaster crumbling under the pressure on that last push, but here come the reinforcements for Disaster. We'll see if they can make anything happen, if they can be the difference. But SYN Nova up at 23 to 22. It's so close, Shiku.
Yeah, I gotta admit, like, there's some issue with targeting happening. They need to identify the threats. They need to understand who are their biggest threats, which sadly in this meta seems to be like the wand and staff users, mostly the staff users. You had Kick W, for example, standing on the edge for like a good 5 minutes, just completely unchecked by melee players, completely getting free reign on the blob. And I think that's where they need to start, like, utilizing Feudless. They need to have these melee players just stand on these players that are getting free reign for no reason on you, and that will alleviate a lot of pressure on the main blob.
Okay, SYN, you're gonna make this work, boys. They're up at 30 people on the point right now. It's almost too many people standing on it, but you know what? They've got Disaster under control right now, back down at 69%. You cannot lose a single push at this point. If you are SYN Nova, if you lose control at all, they will dart straight up to 100%. You cannot afford to lose your grip on the point at this juncture. It is all in. Almost every single player from both guilds diving straight back to the point on either side. You can see that battle for that cliffside over there only has 1 or 2 players on it, and even they're looking at the point directly now. As this, both guilds all in. Oh, it looks like Disaster starting to crumble a little bit, down in the 50s for their percentage now. As we climb down into the 6-minute mark, it looks like, again, it's only going to take one big swell from Disaster to flip this back the other way. But SYN is giving themselves room to breathe. They're coming up for air right now. They're breathing, and their shot caller has to be breathing a sigh of relief. It was the right call to try to shut the door on them right here. He said, we can hold on for the next 6 minutes. You guys just need to lock the in, Shiku.
Yeah, and also, to be honest, like, Synergy is doing a great job also, like, being in the way of the spawn points. They're doing a great job, like, stopping them from following numbers, and they have, like, a few statics just, like, targeting players in the back line that are just completely annihilating the back line that is trying to gather with them. However, I do think there is still enough time. They just need to find a chance. They need to stabilize a little. I feel like they started getting chaotic. They started panicking, and they need to just, like, take it slow a little, start thinning the numbers again from the surroundings, and then walk in, because people are just running in haphazardly and getting wiped for no reason right now.
Dude, why is it that every single match that Disaster plays against SYN Nova, we tick down to the 5-minute mark, and it's Disaster knocking on the door? Back down at 39% though, as SYN tries to rally this home. They want to go to the grand finals. They know, they think it. They know they're the best guild in EU, and it's Disaster, this Cinderella story that looks like their light, their candle, their hope is starting to burn out in this one. Can Disaster rally into the final minutes of this match? Under 5 minutes to go. 4.5 minutes on the clock. They're down at 29%. SYN has done such a great job controlling this point, Shiku.
Yeah, they've been doing phenomenal, honestly. And if you look at my view as well, there are a lot of people that are being held here hostage, and they are not having any success. They're just, like, dying on their way all the time. And that is what I mean. Like, they need to take a chill pill a little bit. They understand, okay, like, this point people are dying on. We need to wait and gather up together to try to clear it, because right now they're just getting caught up all the time. They're trying to gather up from the portals, and they're just not finding any success to gather up to help their team.
Yeah, Disaster need to get back on top of this one, but it looks like SYN has flipped the switch. They have just barely have an edge on Disaster Death right now, and Disaster only has 4 minutes to make something happen right now, whereas before we saw them up at 74-75% with 8 minutes to go, and it looked like Disaster was gonna come up with the biggest upset that we have seen, honestly, that I saw in across North America or EU, and now they're down at a measly 17% with 3.5 minutes to go. Now you're wondering if they even have what it takes.
Yeah, I think like right now it's not looking too good for them anymore, and I'm noticing that like from looking at the HP bars, you can tell that there is a lot of melee evasion happening. On the other flip side, Disaster has a lot of melee ongoing, and it seems like they are just not getting enough damage, and that's why they're losing these prolonged fights quite often, because they just don't have what it takes damage-wise to thin these blobs. On the contrary, they're getting absolutely wiped by mages, which looks pretty insane, but they still do have 2 minutes. One massive swill might actually be the maker or breaker of this game.
Yeah, it will be. Exactly one swell is going to mean the difference here, and Disaster knows it. It's time to pop Guardians and go, guys. You're all in right now. You have 8% on a cap with 2.5 minutes to go. Are you going to stand tall? SYN rallying strong, showing why they're the top seed in this tournament. But boy, oh boy, are they struggling. I just want to point out that Spid, before the tournament started, said that SYN had an easy road to victory in this tournament, and I quote, "You should change it. The upper bracket is too easy." Okay, SYN almost got knocked out today, but they will not be silenced. It will be SYN going to the grand finals. All they need to do is keep Disaster from capping this point for another 2 minutes. It's SYN all the way home.
Yeah, I gotta admit, like, as I mentioned before, like, great fights from both teams. Disaster has showcased phenomenal display of skills today. They may have not been up to par with Synergy, but definitely they made them sweat the first game. The second game was not the easiest either, and even this game at some point they did have a few good swells, but obviously SYN Nova is just showcasing time and time again why people thought they are the favorite to win this tournament.
Yeah, 1 minute and 24 seconds left on the clock in the front line for SYN, doing what the front line for SYN does best, keeping you from capping. Keeping you, every second matters, they know it. Becco's going to try to go for the cap here. Necro's trying to go for the cap as well. Neither of them is going to be able to get it off, as SYN is not going to allow you to have another cap here. Disaster, the Cinderella story, going to be snuffed out in the semifinals. But I'll be honest with you, I think that they made a lot of fans in this tournament. They made a lot of fans in this tournament, just based on how they ran through. They made quite a splash, quite a statement in this tournament overall. And with 40 seconds left on the clock, I think that they see the writing on the wall, Shiku.
Yeah, I do definitely think that Disaster has showcased a level that nobody expected, to be honest. Like, as I said, like, nobody expected them to make it this far. They have definitely earned a lot of fans, and they have done a phenomenal job overall getting this far. Like it or not, they've made it to the semifinals. Top 4, definitely a showcase of a good guild, and they need to be proud of what they have achieved in this tournament.
Absolutely. Remember, guys, we have one more semifinals match to go, so hold on to your butts. In this one, SYN Nova will narrowly make it through. Look at all the GGs coming out from both sides on that one. SYN Nova is narrowly going to make it through the semifinals to battle for the best in EU grand finals, $2,600, but more importantly, the title of being the best of the best. And what will likely go down is the largest tournament in Throne and Liberty history. 54 guilds. They're going to be in the final 2 here. We will see Disaster Death play tomorrow as well, guys. They will play for the 3rd place match against whoever the loser is in our next match here. Techie with 4.5 million damage. The guys just built different. 86 kills for SYN Nova right there. We'll see who has the highest damage tank.
I'm sorry, it's in charge of the back.
I'm glad, yeah. We'll see who has the highest damage tank. 2.2 million damage tank for a wand bow Numi from SYN Nova. 13 million healed too. Oh my god. Is Numi gonna have the highest damage tanked and healed? Oh my god, he is. Numi, my goat. 12.5 million for Marco. But who cares when Numi has 13.1? Numi hard carrying for SYN Nova in that match right there. GG to both teams. What an unbelievable performance. It does look like the Chiku had to step away for a moment. Good fights to both teams as Disaster Death coming up short in the final round of that best of 3. But oh my goodness, I cannot believe it ended up being that close. What an absolutely insane first semifinal, and now we have another one. Guys, we got another one. We got another one. It is going to be Hand of Unity versus Failure. I don't even know, guys. I have instant replay. I don't even know what to show for the instant replay because all the matches are just so close. It's just unbelievable every single time. So we see SYN Nova win out against Disaster Death in a 2-1. Disaster Death will move to the 3rd place round of this tournament. And now we're going to have to see Failure versus Hand of Unity. What's your prediction for this one, Shiku, before I even go into the match breakdown?
I mean, honestly, Hand of Unity for me is like, as I said, they have come a long way. They are a very strong guild. They have showcased, like, even against Unleash, even when they got caught off guard, even when their playstyle got completely disassembled, they have showcased very good level of understanding of the game. They have showcased that they are a very strong guild at the moment. Obviously, Failure as well is extremely strong. So I think it can go either or, but I do believe that Hand of Unity is a very good candidate for the finals, and I do believe they might actually do a 2-0 here.
Oh, okay, 2-0. All right, well, I'll let you introduce Hand of Unity. I'll introduce Failure. Failure, the early access guild from the Lightbringer server, one of the most contested PvP servers on EU. They believe they're rank 1 in their alliance. Pain was knocked out earlier in the tournament. And again, Failure are the ones that said Disaster is shit on their form when they literally, we just saw how, and again, this is how much shade was thrown at Disaster through this whole tournament. No one thought they could do it. They almost just went to the grand finals in this one. Failure thinks that they're the strongest alliance on their server with 6 sieges won. Their prediction for the tournament is 1st place. I'll let you give the rundown for Hand of Unity.
Yep, Hand of Unity, they have once again played on Penance initially. They were a pretty strong guild initially. They have become way stronger now as well. They are now playing on Adriana, which is known to be a PvP server, or at least was until the server transfers. I don't know if that is still the case. They are obviously the first in their alliance. They've won the 4 sieges, and even in the prediction, the predicted top 3, I do think that is pretty humble compared to most predictions, but I do believe they are very strong candidates. Failure is by all means a very strong guild as well. I do believe this kind of fight is gonna once again go either or. Failure has very solid players that I've played with. Hand of Unity have also solid players that I've played with. So I do believe it can go either or for sure. And thank you, Chris, for the reminder.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, it does look like that again. Failure versus Hand of Unity. Does anyone know which countries these guilds actually hail from? I'm curious. We didn't actually cover that for SYN. Do you know where SYN and Disaster Death are from? Like regionally, are they from the same location?
Synergy, like at least the people that I've known in there initially were from the UK, but I'm assuming they're just like EU in general. Disaster, people said it's Turkish, but it seems to be an international guild as well. Maybe their leadership is Turkish, but both guilds, I'm assuming, are international, with
right on.
Synergy having heavily UK people from what I've known
and
before.
Then Failure versus Hand of Unity, where are these guys coming from?
Hands of Unity, I know that Relico, if I'm not mistaken, is Russian, but obviously their guild is just like international guild. Failure, I have not had the luxury of like dealing with most of them until now in this tournament. The only people I know there are Cricks and a few individuals, which I don't know like where they're from, to be honest.
All right, right on. Well, good to know. I'm sure chat will let me know. Both are Turkish guilds. Bro, Turkey has some gamers. Bro, holy moly. The Turkish gamers on EU. Dominating Throne and Liberty. Holy moly. Okay, let's talk about pick ban. Failure won the coin toss. They chose to pick. That means Hand of Unity bans. Hand of Unity banned Grand Alon, Malakar, and Kawazan. So they don't want to see any crazy. This is a different approach than we saw in the first part of this tournament. And so the choice from Failure was actually Morokai.
Pretty interesting because like if I were them, like after seeing how Hand of Unity play this, if I'm not like extremely 100% confident, I would be concerned about that pick. But to make that kind of pick against Hand of Unity, I think they would have to be like extremely confident in winning.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not sure what made Spid sweat more. Because see, SYN Nova, because SYN Nova is his guild, right? Spid is in SYN. And SYN Nova, barely getting through the semis, he's sweating, right? But think about it from his perspective. If Failure wins and goes to the grand finals, he is going to have an opportunity to lose to the guild that he has literally been shit-talking the entire tournament long in a grand final best of 3 in front of the entire server.
You know, when you put it this way, now I have to vote for Failure.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm rooting for Failure here. It's nothing against Hand of Unity, but man, that would be such a hype finals. Holy moly, those guilds hate each other. But looks like we are ready to go. It is Morokai for the first map of the day in our first map of the day, first map of this match. This is the last match of the day, guys. The last semifinals that we're going to see today. Tomorrow is the grand finals starting at noon Central Standard Time. That is 7 p.m. Central European Time. Okay, so CET 7 p.m. That's when it's going to start. We're going to see our third place match first, and then we will see the grand finals. Both are best of 3 here. It does look like that the match has begun. So we're going to go over to the live scene here. Interestingly enough, the boss's icon is actually on the map this time. I've never seen the boss icon actually appear. Hopefully the map didn't bug here, but we will see. 0-0, Hand of Unity versus Failure. Again, both guilds squaring off against each other for the first time. I think Hand of Unity is definitely favored, or at least favorited. At least as far as I actually haven't checked the prediction from chat goes, but from what I've seen in the tournament so far, Hand of Unity has not actually had trouble fighting any of their opponents quite yet, and none of the guilds actually. Oh no, I take it back. Look at this fight going on. I almost said none of them are on the point. Nope, they've all spawned in on the same point. Look at the bare knuckle brawl going on.
It's a massacre.
This is a mess. Is what this is, and it looks like you say massacre. Failure is winning hard in this massacre.
Surprisingly, yeah, that is very true as well.
Failure dominating the leaderboards right now in the opening moments of this match, 3.5 minutes before the rift even becomes available. But that is a good sign for the Failure fans at home right now, as Hand of Unity, honestly, yeah, they're getting overwhelmed. There's a lot more yellow health bars. They're surviving a lot longer. Their statics are getting together. They're getting ready set. Look how many yellow health bars you see on your screen right now. This is Spid. This is not looking good, Chief.
I do believe that Failure, as I said, like they've always had very good players on an individual level, on a party level. These players just know what they're doing, know what they're building. So I think this is a very good matchup for Hand of Unity, as Hand of Unity is also like a very solid guild in a very solid state right now. They may have been having a blunder right now in this initial fight, but that honestly, let's be real, that says nothing until they get their foot on the rift stone. That's when the real fight begins, and that's when you see which guild is actually having the advantage.
Yeah, it looks like 47% of chat believe that Failure could take it. 53%, so slightly favored for Hand of Unity here. Hey, thanks for the big wait, Gwaxy. We're in our final match of the day here, Gwack. I appreciate you, buddy. Failure versus Hand of Unity. It is a best of 3 format. Final semifinal. It's the last semifinals of the day here. Winner goes to the grand finals to meet SYN Nova tomorrow. Starting at 7 p.m. CET, we'll see the We will see the third place match first. The loser of this match will fight Disaster Death in the third place match in a best of 3, and then we will see the grand finals for $2,600, and most importantly, be crowned kings of EU for Throne and Liberty and Tier 1. We might just have to run these tournaments back for Tier 2. We just call it the T2 run back on this one. Once everybody gets geared up for Tier 2, we'll see how the meta changes on that one and who can get a better handle on it. Failure looks like currently they have a strong handle on Hand of Unity. Is really struggling. This is not as close as the first semifinal we saw. Failure is looking really good right now.
Yeah, surprisingly, they are dominating the leaderboard by quite a lot at that. And the numbers, like Hand of Unity, you can tell that they're trying to swell, they're trying to find a way through, but it's just not working out. You can tell that Failure has been super prepared for this. And this is why I said, like, the fact that they're picking Mordecai against Hand of Unity, the only reason that would happen is if they know fully well that they will be able to win it. Because we've seen Hand of Unity play here, we've seen how strong they are here as well, and there is just no reason to pick this map against them unless you're just that confident to win this fight.
Yeah, I completely agree, but I'll be honest with you, Hand of Unity looking a little spunky here. Normally their strategy is to just stand as one solid group on this one and push through their opponent, but Failure looks stronger in the head-to-head here. Look at this side-by-side of both guilds here. Neither flank team really on the back line of the opposition here as they finally start to clash a little bit on this one, and one side gives an inch. It will be Hand of Unity that gives in on that side over there as they basically collapse down. What an interesting composition here. Hand of Unity, I think, needs to they probably have multiple gear sets. I think it's time to change up what you're wearing.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I do think, like, from what I see on the leaderboard, I do think it's time for some melee evasion here. But honestly, right now, the Rift Stone is finally available. They're going to be able to activate it. And I think that is where the true showcase of who's going to be able to win this, or which one is going to have a riskier time, is going to start now. As earlier, it's just like split all over the place. But whenever the fight happens here, people start gathering up on the Rift. There's a lot of chaos happening, a lot of clumps as well. And that's where you're going to be able to see who is going to be coming out dominant.
And it looks like Failure gets the first attempted cap on the Riftstone. That is a good sign if you're Failure in this case. And yeah, if you remember, SYN Nova was dominating the leaderboards in each of our last semifinal rounds there, but they still lost the first round of their semifinals match as well. That went all the way, the best of 3 went all the way to 3 rounds for them. Despite the fact that they were winning on the leaderboards each time, they still almost lost at the end of the day. So the leaderboard means, it does mean something, but it means very little in a match like this where the guilds are very close in strength. Hand of Unity going for a cap right now, but they're just going to go ahead and kill the guy. Death is the best CC on tanks, as it turns out. Failure dominating all right now, 56% on the cap and climbing. We might see one of the faster caps right here of the tournament. This is a little crazy. Failure struggled tremendously against Visceral on this map, barely pulling out a win there against Visceral, and now against Hand of Unity, dare I say it, they're making Mordecai look easy, man.
Yeah, honestly, like, I have not expected this at all. Like, even though I've known that this fight is gonna go either or, and I knew that Failure obviously is a strong guild, I did not expect that level of dominance. I know that it's too early to speak. It's still 18 minutes. You can already tell that they're stepping outside. They don't want it to be capped. They have the organization. Like, they are that in control to the point that they're like, okay, step off now. We don't want to finish this charge. Don't cap it. We want to prolong it as much as we possibly can. And that is the level of control they have on Hands of Unity, which I did not expect at all.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Hand of Unity getting bodied right now in the first match of this one. I'm not sure if they just weren't prepared for this level of strength out of Failure or what, but I'll be honest with you, didn't you predict Hand of Unity 2-0? Like, I don't want to be that guy, but
no, I was AFK at the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
I will be 100% real. I think that if Failure wins, if they win this round, Hand of Unity, I hope it goes to best of 3 at least. But I think the most cinema grand finals is SYN Nova versus Failure. I do. I think it's absolute cinema. Those guilds hate each other. They've been neck and neck. They constantly chat PvP each other. Again, Spid has been chat PvPing Failure in the bottom bracket forever. And now we see SYN Nova sitting in the grand finals watching this match going, oh boy, it's going to be the arch nemesis of this right now. This gonna be a little crazy because it looks like they actually have what. Funnily enough, if you have no one, you saw for a moment there, chat. If look, no one is on the point, not for either guild. No one was on the point, and you saw Failure actually gets default percentage. It looks like, even when no one's. Oh no, they just lose percentage slowly over time.
Yeah, it's, what's happening right now is that Hand of Unity tanks are actually pushing them in, trying to get them to cap it. That is the funny part.
Yeah. That's the crazy part, is the Hand of Unity tanks are trying to push members of Failure onto the Riftstone so that they can finish the cap, so that Hand of Unity can come back and try to recap it the other way. But that's just how dominant Failure looks right now. I think Hand of Unity is almost intentionally foot off the gas pedal. Yes, I don't think it's intentional that they're losing in this match, but I think that they definitely are trying to run the clock out a little bit longer. Or their plan here is to let Failure cap it and then wait and then try to recap it without giving Failure enough time to basically reverse cap it back on them at the end of time. And so Failure, in response to this, has Reliku gonna go for a cap on it, so that Failure will not be able to do this anymore if Reliku gets this cap off. And he does sneak the little rat, that little roach over there, and they start climbing in percentage. Hand of Unity starting to come back into this one. Failure's health bar is looking a little bit low right now. Maybe they got a little bit too cocky on this one. They're climbing up to 40%. They're climbing up even further now. Failure, that maybe they're still foot off the gas pedal. Maybe they want to make it look close here, Shiku.
Yeah, honestly, that was still like a pretty good move from Relico. Like, he knew that, okay, like now we can't stop what they're trying to do, outside of the fact that if we try to counter it ourselves. So that was a very good move from him. Pretty smart, honestly. It does seem pretty bad right now for Failure, sorry. But Hand of Unity, even though they're swelling, Failure is seemingly still in control. And to be honest, it's not looking too good for Hand of Unity. I don't think they're trying to do this on purpose.
I don't know, man. I don't think Failure's trying to do this on purpose. I don't think it's supposed to be this close. It's within one person. Look at that. 16 and 15 consistently on the point now. I think that Failure, assuming they cap this, like, yeah, no, it's all part of the plan. All part of the plan. This is not part of the plan. It's not supposed to be this close. They had overwhelmingly dominant control for the first part of this one, and now we're seeing Now we're seeing Hand of Unity actually battle it back and have more people on the point. They're up at 54% and climbing. They're not supposed to be really getting contribution right now. Failure is not supposed to be allowing it to be this close. 56% now to 85. Keep in mind, this was 0 to 90 just before this. They've allowed their opponent to get back into this one out of sheer unadulterated ego. If Hand of Unity somehow comes back and wins this, which is, you know, you got to say it, unlikely, based on what we saw Failure do earlier, you have to think how much of this is Failure intentional and how much of this is Failure going, okay, we've made a mistake here.
Yeah, that's true. I do admit, like, obviously it's not all like intentional. There is definitely a bit of failure. Like, Hand of Unity is definitely showing a very strong swell here on the Riftstone. So they're slowly but surely recovering their stats. They're doing better than initially. However, Failure is still holding the fort pretty damn well.
Yeah, if you want to go over and check the spawn location for us, we see a lot of fighting going on over on that initial spawn over there. So if you could give us that perspective, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Look, you guys can see how many people are fighting over by that spawn there. And you see, again, there's two fights, one on the Riftstone, one on the spawn point. Hand of Unity is ironically splitting Failure up. Yeah, Unity, be damned, they came with another strategy here. 75 to 84%. Suddenly, Hand of Unity actually rallying back here. It's getting really close. And look, Hand of Unity is starting to dominate the leaderboards now. Failure's starting to crumble a little bit. The ego. What is going on right now? They got to shut the door on this. There's no way. Hand of Unity, it was all Failure basically on this leaderboard. Now all of a sudden Hand of Unity has more people on the leaderboard than Failure does. And now Hand of Unity is passing them in percentage. Failure looking like clowns, Shiku. clowns.
This tournament has just been nothing but absolute cinema, honestly. Like, I don't even understand what's going on. 1 minute, you have Failure absolutely stomping Hand of Unity, and then all of a sudden, Hand of Unity are just fully in control. What the hell is happening here?
Cue the Benny Hill music. Failure gets way too egotistical. I just had to play it. Failure gets way too egotistical and now look like clowns in front of literally the entire PvP scene. Unbelievable. Guys, they were intentionally not standing in the point. They had 89, 90%. They allowed Hand of Unity to cap it. They said, no problem, let them have it. Then Hand of Unity comes back, reverse caps on them, and now it's Failure going, wait, we only have 11 and a half minutes to go. Shiku, they're just gonna lose.
That was...
Like, what am I watching?
That was definitely very egotistical of them. Like, I think they definitely should have just at least denied Relic the interaction. Like, if you don't want to step on it, like, that's totally fine, but don't let them cap it at least. That's the least you should have done. Other than that, that was too big of an ego, and it's sadly starting to bite them in the ass.
Yeah, I do think that people are saying, why Benny Hill? Because that's the clown music. That's what you play when people look like jackasses in this case. And I think that Failure absolutely look like morons right now because they had control of this match. I don't think that they thought Hand of Unity could battle this back. Hand of Unity, very likely. I think that what it was I think we saw Hand of Unity make some gear swaps and very intentionally left their foot off the gas pedal on Failure to make Failure think it was as more one-sided than it actually was, and then rallied back with the correct gear swaps and then just overwhelmed the point. Failure missing their opportunity to basically secure the cap early on in this one, and now they can't even get a cap back on their opponent. And to be clear, I think that Failure is probably still intentionally, they're like, we'll cap it, we're gonna reverse cap it. I still think it's an ego thing, Shiku. I think that you'll notice no one is even looking at the Riftstone right now. There's no one even looking at the Rift for Failure. They're like, just fight them, it'll be fine, we're still gonna win. Hand of Unity's not even close, let them have it. And we're at 9.5 minutes on the clock right now. Time starts to tick down. This is a strategy of all the strategies. This is one of them to see right here. Again, I think that Failure are not trying to cap it too quickly, that Hand of Unity can come back and recap it on them. But like, again, this is not good, bro. They need to at least get percentage back, because like if Hand of Unity starts playing the long game on them, they could just run out of time.
Yeah, I do admit, like, it could be that that's what they're thinking, but even leaderboard-wise, I don't think necessarily that is the case, because Hand of Unity, even though the leaderboard is significantly catching up. If you remember the leaderboard initially, it was just like Failure all over the place.
Yeah, it was all Failure.
Now Hand of Unity is just like climbing like crazy on the top. And that leads me to assume either they were just not playing appropriately initially, or as we always say, maybe they changed some builds. And that is one of the reasons why I think bots are important, yeah?
Yeah, no, sorry to interrupt you. Shiku, this is Spid's best case scenario. I got to play the Benny Hill music for Failure there, and then Hand of Unity was spawn camping Failure over there, and now Failure, who were looking like they were gonna win this match for the first 10-12 minutes of the match, they were overwhelmingly dominant. They led on the leaderboards, they had overwhelming dominance on the point. Now it's Failure that looks like they're not even there. They're finally Chags is gonna go for a cap here, but look at that, Hand of Unity saying nope. And now we only have 8 minutes left on the clock. Failure is getting run down. Failure forced to fully regroup to a different spawn location because they were getting spawn camp from Hand of Unity. And keep in mind, this is in contrast earlier, guys, to Failure literally dominating Hand of Unity in the early stages of this match. Sorry, Shiku. Now you can. Yeah, you go ahead there.
No, I was just gonna say that this is exactly why there's the importance of like checking these VODs, see what's happening, checking the leaderboards, checking like who changed builds from what to what, things like that, like if it's weapon choices, because you don't just like flip the match just like that. I don't think it's just a matter of, oh, like we were mispositioned or we were not playing properly as a party. There's definitely a lot more that goes into it than just that.
Yeah, I think it was a long con strategy for Hand of Unity, and Failure bought straight into it. There's the cap back. Failure's going to start attempting to get percentage back, but 7.5 minutes on the clock. They have got their work cut out for them. They own the high ground right now. Low ground belongs to Hand of Unity, though, and that's what matters. Their contribution around 16% right now at the 7. Well, we'll see what it. I'll tally it every minute. I'll tally it at the 7-minute mark. It looks like they're sitting at about 18%. We'll see where they're sitting at the 6-minute mark here. But Failure really struggling against the Hand of Unity. Again, I think that Failure should have extra sets of gear. They need to counter what Hand of Unity has done to them here. Initially they came in, they had the gear loadouts, they were ready to go. They had the answer. Whatever they were doing, it was working. Hand of Unity pivots. They put on the correct gear, their statics start working better together, everyone starts surviving longer, and suddenly Failure flips to the other side, and it's Failure that has to make that adjustment, and we have not seen them make it quite yet, Shiku.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see because, like, normally you would expect at least that even if they start making a comeback, like if Hand of Unity, despite how they were getting dominated initially, you would expect more of a brawl. You would expect more of a head-to-head fight. You wouldn't expect this kind of like level of one-sidedness from the fight. And right now, it's just like seeming to be absolutely one-sided in the favor of Hand of Unity, despite them being just absolutely on the losing side initially.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta... Dude, if you're the shot caller for Failure right now, by the way, we're under 6 minutes. We're at 12%, so they lost 6% in 1 minute. It is not looking good for Failure, guys. You have got to put yourself in the shot caller's shoes here, and in Failure's shoes. They were rallying so strong at the start of this match. They looked so good. They were so confident that they were like, no, don't cap it too soon. We don't want to give them time to recap it. That's how confident they were winning. Even on the leaderboards, they were dumping on them, and now... Bro, like you have to think back, bro. Like what could have been, they could have be owning this point right now. It could be them trying to take a dump on Hand of Unity right now and keeping them from capping on the point. But like they let off the gas pedal. They let Hand of Unity make the adjustment, and now they're the ones that can't adjust to anything on this one. They're at 9% as we tick down to 5 minutes, consistently losing about 5% on the clock. Oof, man, bad look for Failure. Honestly, Spid might just get to say it this time. You can't spell fail without failure.
I honestly think that is the worst part about it. I was looking forward to seeing the match of the century in the finals, but who knows? There is still like another match after this. And I'm going to be honest, I do believe that even if they did the initial cap, with the level of dominance that Hand of Unity is showcasing right now, I do believe they would have actually like countered and they would have been able to cap it again. Because right now, I don't know what is happening, but it's just looking like Failure is just collapsing completely. And I'm not too sure why the hell did it go from them fully dominating to them just completely collapsing like this.
And Spid messed it up. He said you can't spell failure without fail. Nice. There you go, buddy. Proud of you. That's right, baby. Getting it right in there. Hand of Unity looked like they're going to take this first one. And just like you, Shiku, I don't know what to make heads or tails of this one. I will be honest. Failure looked like they were overwhelmingly dominant. I mean, we were talking about a grand finals potentially between SYN Nova and Failure, like absolute cinema. And I'll be honest with you, everyone thought that the finals for this tournament were going to be Hand of Unity and SYN Nova. But in the first round here, it looked like Failure was just overwhelmingly dominant. They thought that they were dominant. The leaderboards looked like they were dominant. And then all of a sudden, Hand of Unity just flipped the switch. And then Failure just hasn't been able to get anything done for the rest of time. You have to be thinking, if you're in Failure right now, you need to already be thinking ahead to the next match here. They have 3.5 minutes. Technically, they could rally on this one. But I do think that, you got to be thinking ahead to the next match here. And you need to be telling your guys how you're going to re-strategize in this next round. What gear are you going to be wearing? What was working? What wasn't? Because only these guilds are really going to know what the difference actually was here. What a wild first match here. At first, we thought Failure was just running over Hand of Unity. Now it's Hand of Unity running over Failure. Now it's actually pretty close. Once again, as Failure starts to figure out what they're supposed to be doing here, up at 26% on that cap. But again, there's Hand of Unity shutting the door on them one more time. And I think that the time is running a little bit low here, Shiku.
Yeah, I like how it was even looking too dire for Hand of Unity to the point that I was mocked for saying 2-0 for them. But yeah, like they definitely, I think right now it's like 2 minutes. I don't think they're going to finish the cap anytime soon. So I think right now they should not really like try to stress about this one. They need to move on. They could win the next one. If they do, they can get a third match. All they need to think of right now what map are we going to pick if we're picking, which maps are we banning if we're banning, and what strategy do we need to utilize, because otherwise they'll be eating 11 in the next match too.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like, again, 2 minutes on the clock. Failure with just not enough time remaining on the clock to make something happen. But again, I'm showing that this matchup is really close, actually, because again, Failure dominating for the first like 10 minutes or so, Hand of Unity dominating for the next 12 to 15 minutes or so, and now it's Failure starting to figure it out, starting to come back, and you can see these adjustments being made by both guilds. Hand of Unity just adapted so much more quickly than Failure, and now that it's really close and Hand of Unity owns it, it will be Hand of Unity that ends up coming up with the first round of this.
Yeah, I do believe obviously it's good to start adjusting during these few last minutes. Like you can tell that they're slowly but surely getting their momentum back. Obviously it's not enough, but it's still like slowly getting better for Failure's side, and as long as they can kind of like fine-tune whatever is missing before the next match, they do have a chance at hopefully a win into a third match that could lead to their finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Hand of Unity with a huge adjustment in this first match. It looked like, again, that's why they're one of the favorites to win the tournament though, guys, is that they're able to adjust so quickly to what their opponent's doing. And the craziest thing is, I think it was very likely itemization in this case. And I do think that it just shows you how close the match actually is and how one-sided it can look when you're itemized incorrectly versus how you're itemized when you're itemized correctly. You know what I mean, Sheikah?
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, 100%. Like whenever you're fighting a very predominant melee meta, you need to have gear ready for that. If you're fighting a very predominant range / magic, you need to have gear for that. Sadly, that's how the GVG is going right now, and that is the state of it. And you have to choose, do I want to full commit to it, especially if you're playing a tournament and have multiple sets, or do I just want to save my mass for tier 2? You just pick your poison, I guess. But if you make it in this tournament, I guess you'll have enough bucks to make up for the mats that are used.
Yeah. Funny how some people are like not even close, as if they literally don't remember. It's like, hi, I'm Dory. It's the short-term memory loss, as if you guys don't remember what happened for the first 12 minutes of the match, where Failure was basically bulldozing, and then all of a sudden Hand of Unity comes back, and look at that leaderboard. There's still some Failure on the leaderboard though, as they were able to battle back. 81 kills on Z Havoc, 2.6 million damage, not the highest damage in the lobby though. It looks like Meto from Hand of Unity, 3.3 million on a staff dagger. Actually, although they may have swapped their weapons, but like honestly, they were both staff daggers up there. So staff is totally back, baby. We love it. We love it. Let's take a look at the best tank in the lobby. 1.58 million from raids on Hand of Unity. Yeah, 1.58 million right there. And then if you look over at the damage healed, 8.9 million from Kokelu. Might be the highest in the lobby. Yeah, Kokelu, highest in the lobby, 8.9 million. A fantastic first match. What do you even make of that?
I think honestly, Failure needs to definitely pull the shit together. They need to figure out what they're going to be doing in this next match, what map, because once again, Hand of Unity, I said it even before the match started, they're really good at mmorpg. Like, we've seen them play on it multiple times, and they're really solid on it. So that's why I was also surprised by that pick, because normally you would want to be smart about it. Like, sure, you could also have the ego and be like, you know what, we're going to pick your favorite map, and we're going to win. But that kind of ego needs to be tossed aside sometimes, and you need to actually go for something more safe. And that's why I think this next map was going to be crucial for them to decide to go for something that is a little bit unorthodox, so that they can try to snatch that win.
Yeah, it's possible that a few of the Failure members may have crashed and were unable to get back into the lobby there. So maybe that contributed to the swing back the other day. That might just be cope, though. I'll be honest with you. That might just be some copium. Either way, it's really hard, even as an analyst and a caster in this case, to really understand what was going on there. I'd love to interview both guilds. Tomorrow we'll have interviews with the guilds for the grand finals and things like this, but today sadly we do not, as we don't quite have time for any of that stuff today. Regardless, when we look ahead to this match here, you saw a very balanced map chosen first. It was mmorpg as the first map of the day, but now that's gone. So like, do you send it to Talus here?
Talos, same thing for me. Like in my opinion, Talos is, once again, it's not one of the maps that I like in the first place, but it's also pretty chaotic, and it gives Hand of Unity that terrain advantage in which they can execute the play style that they like to play with. So I think something like more like maybe Malakar or Chernobog or things like that can kind of like split their forces a little bit and make a bit of a messy situation could work in their favor.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I'm waiting for the pick ban result to come through here. Oh, there it is. This is match 2, potentially of 3, guys. Remember, it's a best of 3 series. Hand of Unity has the advantage right now. A couple Failure members are saying, and I've got a couple reports of them saying that Failure did lose a few critical members in that last match there, which made the difference for them going into the final like few minutes. And I don't know if that's necessarily true because Hand of Unity swelled super hard. And again, Failure still look like clowns because they should have capped it initially. They really should have. That's still on them. I will say that the pick ban has come through. And so it looks like that Failure chose to pick the map. Hand of Unity banned. Obviously, we cannot play on Morokai. Grand Elan, Malakar, and Talus are banned. The choice, and this is pretty uncommon for this tournament, so kind of an outside pick, is Kawazan.
Yep, Kawazan is pretty interesting pick. Honestly, I don't know. Like, this is one of the things that I did not anticipate. I do believe this might favor Hand of Unity, but then again, they did say they lost 4 players in the last match. I've heard that they were being pushed off the map somehow, that they couldn't get on the map. So like, I don't know like how that works. Maybe they will be able to send that later or something. But anyway, Kawazan, I do think is gonna once again be one of those maps that is either or. But then again, Kawazan is, you win the initial fight, you hold the choke points, you're good to go. You lose the initial fight, you're done.
Well, I will say that accusing Failure of potentially cheating is one way of going about it. It's certainly what Spid would do. And what I've seen him try to do to some of these people, pushing them under the map, you say, I would love that. Dude, that shit just eats, bro. I love it. I'm down to reset the game watching Failure lose 3 times, please. He's so confident. I absolutely love him, bro. It's actually just crazy, man. It does look like that we have Kawazan for our second map of the day on this one as we get ready to go for what could be our final match of the day on this. All members have joined the lobby. Let's go over to the versus screen on this one. Kawazan is an interesting pick, honestly. Again, this is kind of an out of the box choice here. There's a lot of ways in on Kawazan, and we haven't seen this played since we saw Pirates play back in the day. We're gonna go right over to our live scene as the match has started, in Failure and Hand of Unity are fighting it out. It looks like Failure is winning out hard on, oh my gosh, dude, exactly what we saw in the first match. Hand of Unity getting absolutely decimated in this first
I just know the
part here. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just love the fact that Failure like knows the objective here. Like they know like okay, we need to rush in and just get these choke points held real quick, and they are already getting in position. But then again, like as you said, like this is what we saw the initial match. They won the initial engages and all that, but then it did not look too good afterwards. So only time will tell here.
Yeah, it does look like that Failure is working their way towards the Riftstone, while Hand of Unity now trying to make their push into the Riftstone. There's a Failure flank squad coming in behind him with Crix here, and Chags and Eagle right there moving around the corner. Again, Failure was already on the Rift, and they're here to meet Hand of Unity as a watch party here. And I'll be honest, Hand of Unity struggling once again in the first part of this match. What do you make of this, Shiku?
Like, honestly, I don't know what is happening. Like, how come they struggle initially and then they start suddenly just absolutely dominating? It's like, maybe they're just like caught out of position. Maybe it's just like the early spawns. They're not all gathered up accordingly. I don't know. But like Hand of Unity, despite the fact that they lost the initial advantage, they are suddenly the ones in control of the Riftstone now.
Now Hand of Unity has control of the Riftstone. They're able to rally back with some good spawn choice locations. Now Failure is getting farmed like crazy, like crops off the rift right now. And you can see, guys, it's actually interesting. You can cast through this wall here with some of the spells in the game. So you see Nox doing exactly that, backing up the other Hand of Unity members, not letting Failure through this choke point here. That's not a good look. If we take a look at the leaderboards, looks like, again, there's no copium here. Both guilds have everybody, all the members here, but it's Failure. Failure looks like they're at the top of the leaderboards, but Hand of Unity starting to climb now that they have control of the Riftstone proper here.
I do believe like Hand of Unity has an icon diff probably. Like at this point, I think they just downloaded icon and started optimizing their PCs. That's why they're winning.
True. In the middle of the match, what a based move right there. Hand of Unity trying to hold off this Failure squad on this right side and doing it successfully. Failure only approaching from two sides. Or again, this is what Hand of Unity does. You have Failure approaching from two sides at the same time. Hand of Unity takes this engage and basically destroys them. The other engage now comes in from the other side. Hand of Unity ended up losing the left side engage and is now dealing with those scraps right there, but still holds control of the Riftstone here. And Failure, I think, struggling a little bit now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by this level of dominance Hand of Unity. To be honest, I wouldn't go as far as say surprised. I know that Hand of Unity has been a dominant guild, as you said, like most of their matches, not all of their matches this tournament, were just like basically carpeting any guild they face. I did expect a little bit of more like forth and back though against Failure. Like Failure is a very strong guild, so I did expect like Hand of Unity to have a harder time, despite the fact that I said they will win 2-0. But this is just like the usual passion of Hand of Unity, which is like just absolutely dominating the opponent.
Yeah. Absolutely unbelievable right now. Hand of Unity, there's a lot of fighting going on off the Riftstone proper here, so I'm glad that you have that perspective for us over there in the tunnel, because I'm trying to watch the Riftstone itself. There's only 1 minute left. Surely they will come move the fight into here, and you can see just around the corner there on Shiku's screen, there's a lot of Failure members basically trying to lock down that hallway, but unable to basically get to the Riftstone itself because Hand of Unity is just basically skirmishing them everywhere. Hand of Unity with full control of the objective. Currently, if you look at the leaderboard, 30 seconds before the rift is able to be taken, now it's Hand of Unity looking very strong on this one with only 3 Failure members on the leaderboards right now. Shiku, not looking good.
Yeah. It's definitely not looking good at all. And I just love the amount of coordination they have. Like, even though like Failure is sometimes winning these fights in this area where I'm watching, they still like get caught. Like you see Hand of Unity funneling more members to come and assist, and they just absolutely delete them, including the tanks. Like they just disappear. There is a very high level of organization between the staff users and the CCs and all that. You just love to see that kind of play style in which people are executing their skills accordingly and getting very high value out of it.
There's an interesting strategy going on here where Hand of Unity is actually trying to hold Failure in that hallway over there, and their backline can actually fire through these bars right here and basically back them up. But then the Failure flank squad is coming in and trying to hit them from the other direction while they try to cast right there, and they had to turn to try to fight them. I thought that was really, really cool attempt right there. Here's the first attempted caps going down here, and it looks like it will be Hand of Unity and Failure both immediately getting their cap, and they are both neck and neck as all the players start to flood into Kawazan's Riftstone chamber here. It looks like Hand of Unity getting the upper hand on Failure, as there's just quite a lot of people fighting in that hallway still. You can see it on Shiku's stream. Fortunately, we have that picture in picture. God bless it. That's such a good idea that actually came from a chatter. I said, yeah, I can figure out a way to implement that, and I absolutely did. So if you guys have any ideas for improving the production, I'm more than all ears at trying to make it work here. You can see Failure now firing through that little choke point as well as they try to get the rest of their members in here. Only 17 people on the Riftstone against the 22 of Hand of Unity. That seems like a not so big gap, but I'd say it's cataclysmic right now. 36% and climbing for Hand of Unity. Failure's gonna get snuffed out here. They're down at 10%, Shiku.
Yeah, I do believe that when Failure chose this Riftstone, they had the right idea of what they wanted to do, but it's sadly not the correct Riftstone to fight Hand of Unity on, especially after seeing their playstyle. It's nice to see Failure still getting some percentages here and there, so they are honestly still doing a good job holding their ground, but it could also be that Hand of Unity is trying to stall and try to take their time with that percentage and maybe be a little bit egoistic to kind of save that cap for later.
I don't know, man. I think that they learned from failure in the first round. The ego play was not it, and Blue will play the Benny Hill music for us. We really don't want... I promise you guys, you do not want me playing Benny Hill for your guild. You want me playing Ghost Lamia. That's the hype stuff. That's what you wanted to play. That's what we were playing for Disaster and SYN Nova earlier. Hand of Unity actually dominating the Rift right now. And shutting out Failure from it. Failure fully backing up off the side right now. As you look down the hallway there on Shiku's screen, out down in the bottom right, you can see just how difficult of a time they're having right there. And then on my screen, you can see the approach. Again, this is a two-pronged attack. This is a two-pronged assault right now, and Failure is really struggling to get down either hallway right here. As Hand of Unity is nice and spread out, they definitely control the Riftstone on both sides. They're just making sure, again, their range can back up here. They're trying to push them back down this hallway. That's very important, but the range can also kind of sideboard over here and lend help to what's going on in this hallway that we see Shiku covering over here as well. So really interesting dynamic. Hand of Unity very clearly understands how to play Kawazan on like the next level, because I have not seen guilds control the stone this well. Yeah, again, you're controlling this choke point here, and every time you have an opportunity, you dip back and you do exactly what Jappa's doing right now as he's casting through this wall right here while keeping an eye on what's going down in this hallway. He's helping his friends in this hallway win this engagement here that Failure should be able to win. It should be pretty Failure one-sided, but SYN is managing to hold on there. Finally, Failure decides to pull the trigger on the right side here as they push their way into the room here. Hand of Unity needs to back up and get more members onto the point here because they're starting to lose control. Really solid push from Failure onto the point. Baz is going to go for the cap on right now before his health bars start to thin out. It does look like that Failure has more people, yeah, in the Riftstone chamber right now. Hand of Unity's going to have to pull back and regroup here.
Yeah, I love to see, like, even though Failure is like under a lot of pressure, this is like very well coordination. Like, this is a pretty good coordination from them. Very good engage from like Pinters. They've won a few of the fights. They even got a cap off. And this is not something any guild could be capable of doing under this kind of pressure as well. So I think they definitely have what it takes. But the only issue is they are sadly fighting Hand of Unity, which just seems to be a lot stronger as a guild. And honestly, like watching Hand of Unity play now, especially after watching all their fights, I'm kind of wondering, will Synergy even stand a chance tomorrow?
You are a little poop starter. You are. He just doesn't care. Look at him, dude. Already throwing shade right now. Failure really struggling right now to even get a cap. So like they got the cap off. They had a really good push there. Thinning Hand of Unity coming down that side hallway. Now they've got more people on the Rift. They barely save their cap. They're up at 5% right now. 25 people on the Riftstone, and they're starting to out skirmish. Hand of Unity here is starting to thin out. Down at 18. That's the lowest I've seen them at in a while here. So Failure with a really solid push through the door here. Hand of Unity still pushing in that hallway. God bless, we have the picture-in-picture so we can see it from your perspective right there. That hallway so important right now. Failure's got a lot of people in that hallway that really need to be on this point, but Hand of Unity keeping their hands full in that hallway over there, just keeping there. There's Katarina finally makes it through to help contribute, but like look how many more people Hand of Unity actually has on the point now as they start to suffocate Failure's chances of moving on in this tournament.
Yeah, but you can honestly see, like as you said, like on my screen as well, like whenever people are engaging from Failure and Hand of Unity, there's a lot of like single target like jumps that are not called for, like because like you're running in as a blob, you're running in as a party. Essentially, you would want to take down targets or the same target within your party. You don't want to like see what's happening here, like one person jump in at one player and then another person jump in a tank and then another person just ignoring the fight completely and walking in. You kind of want to lock in and lock down the targets as a party and just nuke whoever is in your face quickly and move on to the next target, because once you go 1-to-1, more often than not, you just don't get the kill.
True. Hand of Unity, again, forcing Failure to fully back off. 13 minutes left on the clock. Can Failure find their way back into this one? Katarina coming from the other perspective now, this time getting poked down And again, you see Hand of Unity poking through this little choke. Ooh, getting picked off right there. A good pick by Failure right there to pick off that Hand of Unity member. But again, Failure not quite ready to push yet here. Failure looking like, oh, here they come down the hallway. Look how scary that looks right now. Tiny little choke point. The flash waves are being charged. The flash waves are released. A lot of Failure members getting absolutely blendered. Music to Spid's ears. Rough push from Failure right there.
Yeah, honestly, Failure is still trying everything they can. They're still like, I love the fact that they have the willpower, but this kind of push needed better coordination. Like, they pushed from your end, and just now the other pincer is coming across, which I think is a little delayed, to be honest.
Yeah, again, this is why they call them Hand of Unity. They understand how to play one strategy as a unit, right? They don't like to hold off multiple fronts, multiple pincer attacks. Their specialty is actually holding off those multiple pincer attacks as one unit. They've got one squadron in this hallway of players, and then they've got their other players standing on the rift stone, but they're supporting each other, so they play as one. They cast through this little nest here, and they're totally safe. Look at him, Raphael, casting Meteor through here as well. Look at them spraying through here. If there's no threat coming through this hallway right here, basically Hand of Unity can fully support this hallway. Even if Failure tries to push through it, Failure basically fighting an uphill battle all the way down that short little choke, around the corner, and then up into this room here. And Hand of Unity has a really solid handle on Kavazan. I'll admit, this is some of the best Kavazan play I have ever seen on this. Good control.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, there's very good control. I like the fact that they're holding all choke points pretty well. They're not like losing either the choke points, or even the flanks are being handled pretty well. They have very good understanding of the layout of the map, and they're playing around it accordingly. And even when like one side is already like heavily winning, they know how to send parties to funnel into whichever spot is needed, which requires very good level of shot calling and coordination as well within the parties. So definitely I gotta respect that for them. But what do you make out of this, Blue? Like, what do you make out of what's happening right now?
They're just regrouping. Failure has to push from two sides, and you've seen this. Hand of Unity knows how to handle this. Look at them. They're line of sighting most of their members right here. They're going to stand right on this side, so the moment that they get through this hallway, they're immediately getting turboed by players on either side, and then they're going to take tornadoes right in the face right as they push down this hallway. It's a tough push down that hallway, and they're going to try for it. All of Failure is going to move down this hallway. It's siege all over again. Can Failure get through this right now? Almost no tornadoes actually going off. Incredibly enough, a lot of Failure actually does manage to get through. Hand of Unity slipping a little bit on control, but still getting a lot of damage down. Good amount of Failure made it into the room, but not enough. Just so much damage coming through in a choke point like that. Just a little rocky. Very difficult push for Failure. I think they need to come from both sides. There is no shot. I see an orange rolling around right now. Phoenix for Hand of Unity in orange form. Be orange, be better is something I haven't seen in a while right now, but putting out the chat PvP for Hand of Unity over Failure in this one. And I gotta say again, Failure said that a bunch of their users crashed in the last lobby. No one has crashed this time, and you are still losing just as bad now. So what's the excuse this time? Are we gonna play bingo? Failure doing their best right now to try to get down this hallway. This is not the push I would be doing right now. This is, you're gonna get stopped every time. Here come, look at all these flash waves being charged, and there's nothing you can do about it. Look at the health bars from Failure getting absolutely shredded as they come in here. Oh no! Hold on to your butts. The yellow health bar is getting obliterated on this one. Ooh, but the Failure getting around this left side choke a little bit, finding their way into this room. There we go. Failure finally finding a foothold in this match, Shiku.
Yeah, honestly, even looking at my choke, it's just insane how much of a difference the parties look like between Failure and Hand of Unity. They just can't find success. They're trying to get in, they're trying to assess, they're trying to flank. It is just not working. Even though you have like one, maybe two parties here, sometimes three maximum, no matter how many people you send through that choke, they just have no way of succeeding. It is just better targeting and better gearing. That's all there is to it. Because the targeting is just, from what I can see from my perspective, Failure's targeting is just so haphazard within these parties for some reason. On the other hand, Hand of Unity is just like very good at locking down the correct targets and absolutely deleting them on the spot as well.
Yeah, the target acquisition really good, but hold that thought there is Failure getting a really good cap off on this Rift. The highest percentage we've seen them have so far. They had over 26 people on the Riftstone, certainly more than Hand of Unity, starting to take control of the Riftstone chamber, at least challenge the control so that Hand of Unity can't just sit there and macro on them over and over, and that and I say macro as in like the strategy that goes into the match. They're not allowing Hand of Unity to really strategize against them anymore. They're trying to challenge them, bring the fight to the Riftstone here. That's exactly what they're doing. 30/18. They're climbing up to 40% here. We're seeing the first actual challenge from Failure right now, as in StarCraft. Yes, StarCraft macro. See, my man understood. 45% in climbing those, Shiku. What happened to Hand of Unity?
This is actually insane. Like, I'm still watching my choke, and somehow there are still a lot of people here still holding this point, which is pretty good and all, but you're losing percentage right now. I think they need to start funneling back at least one party into the main block. Right now, they're all going back, though, it seems. At least one or two parties still back. So maybe that will basically divert again, but there are too many people outside.
There's too many people outside for Hand of Unity. Over 2 times as many people on the point. Failure is rocketing through percentage right now. 75%. Look at that climb right now. We thought they were down. We thought they were out. With under 7 minutes left on the clock, they're at 87%. Is Kawazan gonna go Failure's way after all? Look at all the yellow people on the point. Hand of Unity trying to squirm their way back in. They've realized at the last moment, oh shit, we're not gonna win this. They tried to get back into the room, and it's Failure that shut the door on Hand of Unity. Now Failure owns the Riftstone, flips it in under 2 minutes on them. Shiku, what did we just watch?
That was absolutely unexpected. What the hell did we just witness indeed? Like, Hand of Unity got absolutely wiped on the point. Despite the fact that they've been showcasing an insane level of dominance this whole time, somehow Failure finally woke up and absolutely deleted them. And now they seem to be losing both fronts even, which is pretty interesting to see.
Hand of Unity gets a quick regroup and tries to boot themselves. I see a lot of Guardians popped as well. Back onto the Riftstone. They are not happy about what just happened. They're climbing. They're at 21% right now. 5.5 minutes left on the clock, though. If this gets shut down or even stalled at all by Failure, Hand of Unity will lose this match. They're at 27%. They're climbing very quickly. I'll do a tally as they were at 29% marker at the 5 minute and 20 seconds. They should be climbing quick enough to try to reverse cap this one. Failure with a tremendous push onto the Riftstone right there. Sadly, unable to keep control here. And again, this is they're struggling right now. They have got to get their players back in here to keep Hand of Unity from flipping this back the other way.
It's insane if Hand of Unity flips that back again, because there's only less than 5 minutes left even. All Failure needs to do is just split around and try to do proper targeting. And that's all you need to do for the next 4 minutes. Right now, Hand of Unity, though, seems to be kind of slowly building up the momentum again. But Failure seems to be able to slowly shut them down.
Why do they have 34 people? Where did all these people come from, man? What is happening? It's like the Battle of Little Bighorn in here. Like, where did all these... Where all these people come from? I don't understand. It's like Custer standing on the hill. Suddenly, you thought you had the upper hand in Hand of Unity. You out-tech your opponent, and there's just so many of them. 23/8. The percentage actually fell down to 25%. Where did all of these Native Americans come from? I don't understand. Failure just with their war cries running onto the point, and Hand of Unity like Custer getting wiped off the hill. 27-10, 15% and falling. If they lose this camp right now, it's over. We're going to the 3rd round.
It is just insane how, like, the first game you see Failure taking the control, full control even for the first couple minutes. Hand of Unity suddenly starts just stomping them, and this whole game Hand of Unity is stomping them, but all of a sudden Failure is suddenly just deleting them out of nowhere. It makes no sense.
There ain't no way Failure comes back and wins this. Hand of Unity finally with 35 people rallying to the point right now. Failure desperately trying to keep their percentage down. I'll be honest with you, we're at a point right now where if Hand of Unity only ticks up a few percent at a time, I'm not sure that they're gonna have enough time. As long as Failure kind of gets control for a few seconds here or there, Failure should have enough time to flip this back the other way. Hand of Unity knows it. They've got 2 times as many people on the point as their opponent now. Now their percentage is rocketing back up. Failure is all balls to the wall. It is pedal to the metal. Everyone get on the point. Everyone needs to get in here right now. And now it's 23 to 29. It's still in Hand of Unity's favor, climbing up at 56%, but only 2.5 minutes, Shiku, left on the clock.
Yeah, I'm honestly starting to think now, did they actually just give it on purpose or what is going on here? Because Hand of Unity is back again at showing dominance as if nothing ever happened. However, all it takes is for Failure to just rally up and swell up for the last 2 minutes, and that might be actually it for them.
Wait, Failure gets fully wiped off. Hand of Unity climbing. Hand of Unity at 82. Hand of Unity at 86. 2 minutes on the clock. Where is Failure? Where are you? I feel like Batman in the meme. Failure wiped out. Oh no! Hand of Unity will take back control with under 2 minutes on the clock. Failure with a massive blunder on that one. Holy moly! Hand of Unity with a rally out of nowhere will shut the door on Failure. They're going to the grand finals. We will get a Hand of Unity versus SYN Nova grand finals. It'll be Disaster Death versus Failure for the 3rd place round. What a crazy cinema match. Failure giving us a run for our money, Shiku.
Yeah, I do think both guilds were just sweating like crazy in those engages. Honestly, I think Failure, if they swelled up a little bit longer for just another minute or 2, they would have actually taken it to the 3rd match. However, well, Hand of Unity versus Synergy, funnily enough, that is what most people expected to be the finals, and that indeed it will be.
Yeah, under a minute left on the clock, there's not a chance Failure's able to bring this back. Statistically speaking, they would have to have 2 times as many people on the point the whole time in order to make that happen. Sadly, they just do not have it in their system. Oh my gosh, that honestly, it looked Hand of Unity favored for the entire match, and then out of nowhere, Failure just came in and just said, nah, it's our game. And if they had do that, you have to think, if they had done that 2 minutes later, they win this match. We're going to round 3, right? But they swelled a little bit too early. They blew those cooldowns a little bit too soon. Just like a Need for Speed. When they're drifting, he says, too soon, kitty. Hits the NOS way too soon on that one. Failure, sadly, gonna get knocked out of the tournament. But a phenomenal run for them through the tournament means that we will see them again tomorrow in the 3rd place match. It is Hand of Unity versus SYN Nova in the grand finals of the tournament. Tenros, the highest kills in the match, but the highest damage is 4.4 million going to Crix the Goat on this one. Who has the highest damage tanked? It looks like 1.37 from Cretin from Hand of Unity. That is an SNS Greatsword right there. 1.39 looks like again an SNS wand. So actual tanks doing their job. Excellent. No healers, but having the highest damage tank to the lobby. 6.3 million healed from Wendy. Sir, this is a Wendy's. 6.7 million from Nodjax. 8.8 million from Handsme. Is it? Oh my gosh, 10.7 million from Kokelu from Hand of Unity here. 10.7 million, the number to beat. And no one will beat it. Kokelu, the strongest in the lobby. An unbelievable set of games tomorrow. Cinema.
I honestly think the matches today were insane. Obviously, GG's to all the teams today, but we've had to run for our money today. Especially some of the matches actually had us sweating.
Yeah, you can't spell cinema without sin. On that one. So it's going to be a phenomenal grand finals. Let's take a look at the instant replay there. Finally, I've got about a match where I could actually take an instant replay and have it look really cool. Look at Failure pushing down this hallway. And this is what I'm talking about, dude. Such solid choke control from Hand of Unity just starts to fall apart a little bit. But like that's what you think anyway. Look at the DPS get put down for the members of Hand of Unity. And they just wipe out Failure's health bars. Slowly but surely, the target acquisition from that guild is absolutely unbeatable. At least that's what it looked like in these matches. Actually just insane, that whole match. The swell, though, for Failure coming in was so crazy. You guys had such a great run through the tournament. Failure absolutely deserved that semifinals run right there. We'll see if they can secure third place tomorrow. I can already hear Spid smack talking them in my head as we speak. You know, he's like, oh, it's Disaster favorite, it won't even be close, right? But I think we all know that that match is going to be close in our grand finals. I've asked people who they think is going to win if SYN Nova fought Hand of Unity, and every time I get the same response. Depends on the day. I believe that they both own a castle right now. Is that correct? Did they both win Siege? So both of them have the heavy attack bonus going into War Games tomorrow. Again, guys, it will start. No, they don't. Uh-oh. Do you know if they own Castle, Shiku?
Not sure what the last one went like. I think Hand of Unity doesn't have the... Yeah, they don't have the castle. Synergy does.
Ooh, that's gonna make a world of difference. A world of difference. They should absolutely have made sure that Hand of Unity had that castle buff, the heavy attack damage bonus buff. Gonna do a lot of work. I mean, you saw it. SYN does a lot of damage to frontline tanks. I think that might actually make the difference tomorrow. We will see. But like, making sure you win the siege during the tournament is a big deal. And again, I want to say to the NCSoft and AGS, you guys need to disable those buffs during War Games, as I think it makes a little bit too much of an impactful difference. We did see that in the North American tournament as well, where in the grand finals we had one guild hold the castle, the other guild didn't. I will be honest, I don't think it was going to go the other way regardless, but it is a factor that you have to think about. Shiku, I'm curious, who do you think is going to win tomorrow?
I mean, honestly, it's
actually,
a rough
do
one.
third place match first. Third place match first.
Yeah, let's go with the third place. I think both guilds are very favored to win. I'm obviously gonna stay with like Disaster, because I've always been saying Disaster the whole time. But I do believe it's slightly more favored towards Failure, to be honest.
Yeah, we will see on this one. I honestly think that Disaster has the advantage there based on how I've seen them play in the tournament so far. Also, when Failure does manage to get the upper hand, they're just too cocky. They're just way too cocky.
True.
I think they self-sabotage. You have to be thinking back, bro, that first round was supposed to go their way. The second round, if they play it better, they absolutely could have won that second round as well there, where you saw them swell really hard onto the point. They took it, and then with 2 minutes left, they fumbled and let Hand of Unity get it. If they do that swell just a little bit later, Hand of Unity doesn't have the time to reverse cap that. They win it. This could look completely different. So I do think that Failure needs to be looking at these matches today like a self-sabotage. It should be them in the finals is the way they should see it. But Hand of Unity played better than them, and that's why they made it through. Tomorrow, we'll see if Failure self-sabotages themselves one more time. But I think that Disaster Death has shown that they're basically all on the same page, making the right decisions every step of the way. So I think Disaster Death has the advantage in that round. Now, Shiku, grand finals prediction: SYN Nova versus SYN Nova versus Hand of Unity. Go.
Yeah, that's honestly a very rough one. I'll have to lean more towards Hand of Unity. I feel like they are the more organized guild. But then again, it's very rough, honestly, because Synergy, as they said, they have the castle, they have the heavy attack buff. So even then, they could actually have an easier time as well. It's really rough to say, but I would have to go with Hand of Unity.
Interesting you said that. I'm going with SYN Nova for sure. They have the castle buff, and I think that they've had a really hard run through the top half of this bracket. I think, again, they were struggling They beat Reborn pretty handedly, right? They beat Call Me Daddy, right? But Greed was not an easy match for them, and they showed how strong they were there. Then they had to play Disaster Death, and we saw that again. That was really hard. Tried and true, battle tested. They ended up winning that one, and now we're gonna see them move on to the finals here. And again, they've got that castle buff advantage. I think it's gonna be SYN Nova, and I think it's gonna be 2-1.
I mean, some people are saying they don't have the buff. Some people are saying their ally does. Some people are saying Nova does. I'm assuming people are not up to date with the last castle. I would assume that the last castle is where they got the castle, and that's why they have the buff. So yeah, they will have that advantage. But then again, I think even though that advantage is big, I do think Hand of Unity is also like a pretty solid guild that will be prepared for that kind of like disadvantage. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Again, it really matters, guys, which guild actually owns, not if your alliance owns the castle. That does not matter. It's if your guild physically is defending the castle and is sitting on that throne. It means that your entire guild has that heavy attack buff, which is so important, and those extra buffs that are so important in war games like this. And again, those should be disabled, but they are not for this tournament, and they weren't for the NA tournament either, which at least in the interest of fairness, they are equal in this regard. So I think it's going to be really cool. I want to give a big shout out to Throny and Icon Digital again, sponsoring the tournament, guys. Thank you so much, guys. As a community, we should support them. If you love big community events like this, we couldn't do it without our sponsors, so God bless them. On this one, I have a little thing floating around here, so I'm trying to swat it. There we go. Also, can I get some hearts in the chat for Lucy, who is our tournament director today? Basically making sure that every single match went very smoothly for us all day long, and that we kept the production moving all the way through. Big shout out to all of the guilds that participated in this tournament to date, all of the ones that got knocked out in the earlier rounds, and then today, even if you lost, you played your hearts out today. You gave us absolute cinema matches. We are hoping for the same thing tomorrow. Shiku, I'll let you honestly, again, big shout out to Shiku, who's been my rock of a co-caster this entire tournament, where everybody else keeps trying to bail on me. This is absolutely ridiculous. My boy Shiku has been here with me every day, and I really appreciate it. You've been absolutely killing it here. So give Shiku some love from the desk here. Shiku, you want to shout out your socials?
Appreciate it, sir. And yeah, you guys can check me out on Shiku96, which is also in the title here of the video. Same for YouTube as well as Shiku96. You'll see me streaming Throne as usual, but you should also see me soon streaming Blade and Soul Neo Classic on the 25th if you're interested in that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try that out too. There hasn't been a crazy amount of hype for that, which is interesting, because I think it's actually a pretty interesting. It's a PvP focused MMO, I think, for the most part. So like, not having people hyping that up, I think a lot of the Throne community will like it. I think BDO community might like it as well, so we'll see. I'm gonna give it a go. There'll be content for it on my YouTube. Guys, all of these matches are put on YouTube in addition to tons of other content. There is always 2 videos every single day, so make sure you check those out. Shiku, you happen to be live right now?
Tonight is over, sadly. Tomorrow, though, after the tournament.
Okay, no problem. I will ask chat, is there an EU streamer you guys would like me to raid in Throne and Liberty? So that we help support the community here. Perhaps somebody that was even... I can raid Vert too. Spit is not streaming right now. Hi, Revik. We've already raided Revik once with the tournament. I try to raid Day 9. I would love to raid Day 9. I actually am one of the biggest fanboys for Day 9. He was my favorite OG streamer. I used to watch every single one of his Fun Day Mondays. I'm still subscribed on his channel to this day, and I speak in his chat. I was in his chat the other day too. I love him. He's one of my favorite content creators of all time. But no, we need to raid a Throne of Liberty streamer. I will just raid Vert. I've raided Revik. I like to spread the love here, so I'll throw it over to Vert here, who I know has been streaming for 7 hours at this point. But here I'm gonna give him another raid here. But Shiku, thanks for casting with me today. You're gonna be back tomorrow casting with me on the desk as well, guys. 7 p.m. Central European Time, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. Be in the Discord, be there or be square. We're gonna crown the king of EU tomorrow. It all finishes. We'll talk to you guys later. Have a great rest of your night, guys. That's all I've got.